Google search Cracku free cat mock. Click on the first link. You can attempt a free mock test which was attempted by 30,000 cat aspirants in the actual exam format. After completing the test, you get detailed solutions, analysis and percentile along with your scorecard to gauge your All India performance. Click on the solution to get video solutions from our expert faculty.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular video, we'll be discussing a para completion question. These were the new types of questions that came in CAT 2022. So in this video, you have to basically find the right place for putting the sentence. The sentence is given, the paragraph is given, and you have to say which of the blanks 1, 2, 3, 4, in which of the blanks should the sentence be inserted to form a coherent paragraph as such. So let's take a look at the sentence is, having made citizens more and less knowledgeable than their predecessors, the internet has proved to be both a blessing and a curse. So basically the author is saying that the citizens are both more and less knowledgeable at the same time. So essentially that's a kind of a irony as such. You can't be both more and less knowledgeable at the same time. So let us try to see the paragraph and then we can understand what the author is trying to say through it. Never before has a population, nearly all of whom has enjoyed at least a secondary school education, been exposed to so much information, whether in newspapers and magazines or through YouTube, Google and Facebook. Yet it is not clear that people today are more knowledgeable than their barely literate predecessors. Contemporary advances in technology offered more serious and inquisitive students access to realms of knowledge previously unimaginable and unavailable. But such readily available knowledge leads many more students away from serious study, the reading of actual text, and towards an inability to write effectively and grammatically. It has led people choose sources that reinforce their opinions rather than encouraging them to question inherited beliefs. So essentially a very puzzling statement is given in the sentence. The paragraph kind of explains that puzzling sentence, that is that people are both more as well as less knowledgeable. Why are they more knowledgeable? They are more knowledgeable because they have access to a lot of knowledge that was previously unavailable. They are less knowledgeable because having so much access has basically moved them away from serious study, actually reading things across the board, across the spectrum. Now they only read things that actually reinforce their own belief system. So that is why it has made them less knowledgeable as such. So if you can see, this particular statement is explained by the paragraph. The statement is a conclusion that is drawn from the arguments that are given in the paragraph. Since it is a conclusion, it is better suited at number 4. If you put it in the middle of the paragraph, it doesn't make sense because the author, the person who is reading it would be like, why would you say more and less knowledgeable? The author is explaining exactly why more and less knowledgeable, essentially through the entire paragraph. This part is over here is explaining together why they are less knowledgeable, and this part over here, he is explaining why they are more knowledgeable. So essentially, and the topic is introduced over here. So introduces the topic that you are not clear whether they know more or they are more knowledgeable or not. The positives are given, the negatives are given, and the author then concludes by saying that okay, they are both more and less knowledgeable than the predecessors. So this statement is explained by these arguments and should definitely come after them, otherwise it would make no sense as such. So the right place for putting the given sentence is option 4. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I am Saili Kale. Here we have a para completion question. These are the new type of questions that were introduced in CAT 2022. We are given a paragraph and we are given a sentence, and we have to find out the right place of placing that particular sentence in the paragraph such that we have a coherent paragraph at the end of it. So let's take a look at the sentence. Easing the anxiety and pressure of having a big day is part of the appeal for many couples who marry in secret. So a reason is given why people choose to marry in secret. Let's take a look at the paragraph. Wedding season is upon us, and after 2 years of COVID chaos that saw nuptials scale back, you might think that the temptation would be to go all out. But instead of expanding the guest list, many couples are opting to have entirely secret ceremonies. With COVID cases numbers remaining high and the cost of living crisis meaning that many couples are feeling the pinch, it's no wonder that some are less than eager to send out invites. Plus, it can't hurt that in celebrity circles, getting married in secret is all the rage. I would definitely say that secret weddings are becoming more common, says Landis Bejar, the founder of a therapy practice which specializes in helping brides and grooms manage wedding stress. People are looking for ways to get out of the spotlight and avoid the pomp and circumstance of weddings. They just want to get to the part where they are married. So essentially, a paragraph is given and the author is trying to explain why people want to have secret weddings, where they don't want all the pomp and circumstance around having a public wedding and inviting everybody as such. So firstly, before we actually, this is a reason why people would want to marry in secret. A reason is given, but before we give a reason why they want to do something, we have to explain what is actually happening. And essentially at the start of the paragraph, the author says that, okay, you would expect people would want to have these lavish wedding celebrations, but that is not what is happening. In fact, many people are choosing to have secret ceremonies. So this is the context, and after that you would give all the reasons why they are having marriage secret ceremonies as such, or why they are choosing to marry in the secret. So one is definitely not the blank, because this part, the first two sentences, give you the context about what is actually occurring. That you would expect that they would be like going all out, but instead they are not actually going all out, they are actually having secret ceremonies. So one is definitely not the right answer. Now if you look at the remaining sentences, with the COVID cases remaining high, so one reason is given why people are having smaller ceremonies. Cost of living crisis, meaning that they're feeling a pinch. Another reason why you are having a small ceremony or a secret ceremony. Less than eager to send invites. Plus, it can't hurt that it's a celebrity circles. It is getting married in secret is all the rage. So this is like the last reason why it is considered that it is a this good thing as such. So basically, this is one of the reasons why you would get married in secret. So you would give two reasons, and finally you would say plus it is all the rage among celebrity circles. So two would be a good fit, essentially giving three reasons total why people are choosing to marry in secret as such. So two would be a good fit for the given sentence, but also let's look at 3 and 4. 3 is basically after the plus one. So basically when you say plus, it's kind of the last reason that you are giving. You won't say, okay, reason A plus reason B and reason C. That is not a flowing paragraph. You'd say reason A, reason B plus reason C. That is essentially kind of concluding with the list of reasons as such. And the third reason is the most flimsiest, that okay, celebrities are doing as such. So 2 would be a better fit than 3. 3 doesn't make sense as such. Then we have the quote of somebody who is a therapist who specializes in helping brides. And essentially she is giving one quote which is saying that people are looking to go out of the spotlight and avoid the pomp and circumstance of weddings. So they don't want to do all that stuff. What they want to do is just get to the point where they are married. So if you see, there is no point of putting the easing the anxiety and this of having the big day. It won't make sense over here, because the author is like this, the person who is quoting Landis Bejar is basically saying people don't want to do this, people just want to do this. So both of these sentences are related into each other. So 4 is also not a good blank. The only good blank for it is option 2. So the correct option to choose is option 2. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular video, we'll be taking a look at a para completion question. So the sentence given is, most were first time users of a tablet and a digital app. So it is giving you the methodology of certain something or something that was done. It is telling you how it was used or who it was used by. So let us take a look at the paragraph and understand where that sentence can go. Aage Badhe's USP lies in the ethnographic research that constituted the foundation of its development process. Customizations based on learning directly from potential users were critical to making this self-paced app suitable for both a literate and non-literate audience. The user interface caters to a Hindi-speaking audience who have minimal to no experience in digital services and devices. The content and functionality of the app are suitable for a wide audience. This includes youth preparing for an independent role in life or a student ready to create a strong foundation of financial management early in her life. Household members desirous of improving their family's financial strength to reach their aspirations can also benefit. We piloted Aage Badhe in early 2021 with over 400 women from rural areas. The digital solution generated a large amount of interest in the communities. So essentially, if you see the statement says that its USP lies in the fact that we did proper research of who is going to use it, and we incorporated that in the development process. This tells you how, okay, they were made sure that, well, they were like essentially customizations were based on making sure that it was self-paced app for both who are literate and non-literate. So you learn from the fact that your app is going to be used by both literate and non-literate. It was catering to a Hindi-speaking audience who had minimal to no experience. So You had to make an app which would be working with somebody who had no experience of digital services. It should be suitable for a wide audience. It should be suitable for this person, this person, this person as such. So till here, we see from here to here, it is giving you an reasoning for this particular statement. This is a statement made, and these are essentially facts which basically back up this given statement. So essentially, if you consider 1 and 2 blanks, this does not work in either of the 1 and 2 blanks, because that blank basically, the first statement basically tells you that you're talking about how the development process occurred. The development process occurred keeping in mind these people. This is not about the usage of the app yet. It is only talking about the development process, and at the time of development process, they thought who is going to be using the app, and they basically considered these would be the people, and they made the app accordingly. This is talking about first time users, which is much later on. Till now, we are still in about how the development occurred. This includes youth, and this includes this. Over here, you are basically giving a list of all the people who could potentially be the users of this app. Basically, like when you make an app, you make these use cases of how somebody is going to use it, the user persona, and different user personas are given about who would use the app. So till now, you are only discussing the process behind the development of the app. Then you have a pilot program. And once you have the pilot program, only then will you have the first time users. Till now, you would be only in the development process, people who are giving you feedback, but now you would have first time users. So the only place where the description of the first time users is apt is option 4. Only there can you actually have first time users, because till here you are only discussing the development process. So the correct option is option D. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. In front of us is a para completion question, which is where we have to find out the right place to put the given sentence. This is an easier question because there is a big clue in the sentence about where it should be placed. So let's take a look at the sentence. This was years in the making but fast-tracked during the pandemic when people started to be more mindful about their food, he explained. So if somebody explained, he explained, it has to be after when somebody has been introduced. So let us take a look at the paragraph. For millennia, ghee has been a venerated staple of the subcontinental diet, but it fell out of favor a few decades ago when saturated fats were largely considered to be unhealthy. Nobody has been introduced till now, so I can't put he explained. So one can be eliminated. But more recently, as the thinking around saturated fats is shifting globally, Indians are finding their own way back to this ingredient that is so integral to their cuisine. Still nobody introduced, so we can't put the sentence here. He explained does not make sense over here because we have to introduce a speaker, and a speaker has not been introduced, so 1 and 2 are eliminated. For Karmakar, a renewed interest in ghee is emblematic of a return to basics movement of India. So 3 can be a potential place. This movement is also part of the overall trend towards slow food. In keeping with the movement's philosophy, ghee can be produced locally even at home and has inextricable cultural ties. At a basic level, ghee is a type of a clarified butter believed to have originated in India as a way to preserve butter from going rancid in a hot climate. So basically, the right place to basically put the sentence he explained, people are being more mindful of this, is at 3, because he is being introduced, that is this renewed interest is emblematic of return to basics, and this movement was always in the making, but because of the pandemic it got fast tracked. So 3 would be where he would introduce how this movement essentially took off. And then you have the more details of the movement given, how it is the overall trend towards slow food, the movement's philosophy, and at the basic level, what is ghee as such. So this is giving you an explainer on what the movement is, but the fact that this movement was years in the making, but it started or took off in the pandemic has to come before that. So 3 is the right place for putting the given sentence. So the correct option is option C. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular video, we have a new type of para-completion question that came in CAT 2022. So in this basic type of para-completion question, you have to find the right place in which you have to insert a particular sentence from the, a sentence has been removed from a paragraph, and you have to actually find out where that sentence was removed from. So you have to say, was it removed from position 1, position 2, position 3 or position 4. So essentially you have to find where would this particular sentence fit in the given paragraph. So let's take a look at the first sentence. When people socially learn from each other, they often learn without understanding why what they are copying, the beliefs, behaviors, and technology and know-how works. So essentially, this sentence is describing a form of social learning where you blindly copy those who are around you. So let's take a look at the paragraph as such. The dual inheritance theory says that inheritance is itself an evolutionary system. It has variation. What makes us a new kind of animal and so different and successful as a species is we rely heavily on social learning to the point where socially acquired information is effectively a second line of inheritance, the first being our genes. People tend to home in on who seems to be the smartest or the most successful person around, as well as what everybody seems to be doing. The majority of people have something worth learning. When you repeat this process over time, you can get around the world cultural packages, beliefs or behaviors or technology or other solutions that are adapted to the local conditions. People have different psychologies effectively. So essentially what is being mentioned over here, that we have two forms of learning. One is our genes, and the second form of learning is social learning. You tend to figure out who is the smartest person and you basically copy their behavior, and when you see when the majority starts behaving the way the rest of the or successful people behave, or the rest of the majority is behaving, you start getting cultures formed from this copying mechanism as such. So firstly we have to figure out that where should it the line should be before what sentence. So if we see this part over here, okay, that when majority of people start doing this cultural packages, this process over time, you can see around the world cultural packages, beliefs or behaviors. So this basically leads to these cultural packages, beliefs or behaviors or technology or other solutions. So basically this is telling you the result of the copying mechanism mentioned in the given statement, which means that this statement should precede this particular part. So essentially it should not be 4, because this statement, the process should be described before the result of the process is given. This process is repeated over time refers to the fact that you are blindly copying, and once you start blindly copying, what results is a cultural package resulting from beliefs, behaviors that you had copied earlier. So essentially it cannot be 4, it has to be 1, 2 or 3. If you see the first sentence, this dual inheritance theory, it is an introductory line. It is telling you that we have two lines of learning. First is our genes and second is social learning. So it is essentially introducing social learning, which is mentioned over here. So that means that this introduction should come before the actual topic or the process of social learning is essentially discussed. The introduction of social learning should come before the process description as such. So essentially it can't be 1 also, it has to be either 2 or 3. First you describe what is the process of what is social learning, and then you describe the process. If you see whether is it 2 or is it 3, so if you see, the sentence basically says that when people learn socially from each other, they are basically blindly copying what others are doing. And who do they copy? That is described over here. They first see who is successful around them, and they also see what is the majority doing as such. So firstly, sentence tells you that they don't know why something works. They just blindly copy those who are successful around them. And once they start doing this process over and over again, you get the cultural packages. So firstly, this sentence tells you what is not happening. This learning or social learning that we are doing is not some kind of thought out learning, or you're not actually thinking through why you're learning something. You're blindly learning because that is what the successful people are doing. That is what the majority is doing. So essentially this explains or adds detail to this line as such. So this line, this line as such should come after the given line, which means that the correct answer is not 3. The correct place for it is 2. You should explain what is the process, that you don't actually know why you are learning something socially. You learn it because you are basically absorbing from those who are successful around you, from the majority as such. And if this process repeats enough number of times, you see cultural packages being formed. So that is the sentence. The correct place for this given sentence is option 2. Then you get a coherent paragraph. You first introduce what is the topic. That is, we have 2 lines of learning, social learning and genes. Social learning happens when we do social learning, we don't exactly know why that particular know-how, or we don't often learn without understanding why that something works. We learn by basically copying those who are successful around us, copying the majority as such. And when it is done often enough, what happens is that you have cultural packages. So that is the essential point. So the correct option to choose is option B. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular question, where para completion question, we have to complete the paragraph with the given sentence. We have to find the right place for this given sentence. So let's take a look at the paragraph. Bringing workers back to their desk has been a rocky road for employers and employees alike. The evolution of the pandemic has meant that the best laid plans have often not materialized. The flow of workers back into offices has been more of a trickle than a steady stream. Yet, while plenty of companies are still working through their new policies, some employees across the globe are now back at their desks, whether on a full time or hybrid basis. That means we are beginning to get some clarity on what return to office means, what's working, as well as what has yet to be settled. So essentially, what is being described over here is that while things have because of the pandemic, there is the employers do not have a good idea of how return to normalcy will look like. The best laid plans have not materialized, meaning that there is no the plan of what they thought would happen when people return to office. That has not been the case. People are just slightly returning to office in a trickle. There is like few people coming in. Many people have returned to their desk, but many of them are coming on a full-time or hybrid basis. So we don't know how exactly a return to office is going to look like, because we haven't seen a full-scale return to office as such. So essentially, this part, which is talking about a wide-scale return to office, this is basically saying what has not happened. What has happened till now, there has been a trickle of people coming in. So essentially, when you see the missing sentence, it basically tells you that there is a lot of uncertainty what a wide scale return to office might look like. Now, why is there this has meant, what does this has meant mean? That what we have seen till now is that the plans that they have made have not worked out, and only a trickle of people have actually come back to office. There hasn't been a wide scale return to office anywhere, and that's why there is a lot of uncertainty of how that is going to look like. If we see, yet plenty of work, these are working through the new policies, they are back at their desk on full-time or hybrid basis. We are beginning to see some clarity. If you see these sentences are describing what is happening after giving the problem. The problem is in this given sentence that there's a lot of uncertainty. However, even though there is uncertainty, people are working on policies. We are yet to see, we are yet to get clarity. So this is explaining the situation despite having facing this problem as such. So essentially, we know that it should not be in 3 or 4, because this basically is the problem, and that problem is then further described later, that even though this is the problem, we are yet to see, we are about to get clarity about how it is going to work like. So definitely that given sentence should be either in 1 or in 2. But if you focus on this part, this has meant a lot of uncertainty. So what has meant a lot of uncertainty? The fact that the plans have not materialized, or that people have gone back to offices more in a trickle than a stream. What has basically led to a uncertainty? It is the fact that only a few people have actually gone back to office. So the wide scale return to office has not been witnessed at all. And why is that not been witnessed? Because you are seeing a trickle of people coming back to office, not a stream of people. Suddenly a lot of people are not turning up into office. So you don't know how that is going to look like. So that basically means this has meant a lot of uncertainty about what a wide scale return will look like. This over here refers to the fact that the return back to offices has been more of a trickle than a steady stream. So therefore, this means that this sentence should be at option 2, at the second position, because the fact that they have trickled in means that you don't exactly know what happens when you suddenly throw up all the doors open. When everybody suddenly comes in, you don't know exactly what is going to happen, because till now it has been a trickle. So the right option to choose is option 2.
Neuroscientists have just begun studying exercise impact within brain cells on the genes themselves. Okay, so neuroscientists are studying the impact of exercise on the genes in our brain. Looks like a good opening sentence. There is no connective here. Statement 2 says, even there in the roots of our biology, they have found signs of the body's influence on the mind. What does roots of biology refer to? If you have some understanding of biology, immediately you will point it to genes. So you can make a easy connect between 1 and 2. However, even if you don't know that roots of biology refers to genes, you'll have some vague understanding that roots of biology can either mean cells or tissues or organ or something of that kind. The author is saying even there in the roots of biology. So naturally we'll have to look for that connective. We have one connective, genes. We'll look for others if there is some other connective as well. The author says in the roots of biology they have found signs of body's influence on mind, how our body impacts on our brain. Statement 3 says, it turns out that moving our muscles produces proteins that travels through the bloodstream and into the brain. where they play pivotal roles in the mechanisms of our highest thought process. So here the author is giving an illustration as to how movement impacts our brain. He says it produces protein, movement of muscles produces proteins, it moves through blood and then it moves to the brain and it affects our mental faculties. So another key thing to observe here is the word muscles. Muscles is usually, you can relate it to exercise, because whenever we are engaging in exercising, we are engaging in exercising our muscles. So the author in 1 and 2, he says neuroscientists are examining the impact of exercise on brain cells, and then he says when we move our muscles, it does have an influence on our mental faculties. So it is almost like they are in coherent order 1, 2, 3. Statement 4 says, in today's technology driven plasma screened in world, it's easy to forget that we are born movers animals. In fact, because we have engineered movement right out of our lives. So here the author is saying, talking about natural movement. He is saying that we have engineered movement right out of our lives. However, exercise, it is a voluntary movement. And there is one more weird thing. Here the author is saying, in today's technology driven plasma screened in world. Plasma screening can refer to blood plasma screening. We have very advanced technology and methodology when it comes to blood testing in simple terms. How is this related to the rest of the paragraph? Something is slightly off there, so we'll keep that in mind. Statement 5 says it's only in the past few years that neuroscientists have begun to describe these factors and how they work, and each new discovery adds awe-inspiring depth to the picture. So we'll have to look for two things. And first one is, what does these factors refer to? One of them is it explains what are the occurrings or happenings. That is, in statement 3, the author says how movement of muscles, it affects our mental faculties. And now only recently neuroscientists are being able to explain these factors. And at the last, the author says each new discovery adds awe-inspiring depth to the picture. What is this picture? There are two possibilities. One is the author is either talking about the impact of exercise on brain cells, or 4 says that since our birth we have engineered movement, we are very good at movement, and new discoveries add depth to this picture. What are the possible opening sentences? One is statement 1, where the author is describing the impact of exercise on brain cells. Statement 4 is going on is a different tangent. The idea is that we have engineered movement right out of birth. However, in statement 4, if you observe, the author starts off by saying that in this plasma screened in world, there is no other sentence which talks about blood plasma, so it has to come at the start. Let's take the first case. In statement 2, we saw the term roots of biology. So we went through all the sentences, and there is no other word that can connect to roots of biology except for the word genes. So 1, 2 will become a logical block. And then in statement 3, the author is illustrating an example as to how exercise impacts our brain. And 5 is saying only recently the neuroscientists are explaining these factors, and each new discovery is adding depth to the picture. So clearly 1, 2, 3, 5 makes for a good coherent paragraph. However, let's try to open the sentence with statement 4. We already know that 1, 2 makes for a logical block. So can we place 1 after statement 4? 4 says that we have engineered movement right out of our lives. 1 is discussing the impact of exercise on brain cells. So both of them are disconnected. So there should be a sentence that connects these two ideas. How about statement 5? In statement 5, the author says only recently neuroscientists are explaining these factors. What does these factors refer to? In 4, the author is just giving an opinion, or is giving a statement that we have engineered movement, we are very good at movement. He is not saying anything to examine or anything that needs deliberation. So there is nothing to say that only recently they are describing these factors. Even if we consider 5, we cannot establish any connection between 5 and 1. Let's take statement 3. If we take statement 3, 4 is speaking about natural movement entirely. However, 3 is just speaking about the effect of muscle movement on our brain. Even then, even there is a weak connection, even if we make a connection, even in this case too, statement 3 is saying muscles have a lot of influence on our brain. And then we introduce a new idea. Neuroscientists are examining the impact of exercise on our brain. This is a new idea, there is no connective. 2 has the term roots of biology, which connects to 1. 1, 2 becomes a pair, and 1 is a standalone sentence with no connective. So 1, 2 must come at the start. The only possible coherent order is 1, 2, 3, 5. However, in statement 4, we see a weird faculty such as plasma screened in world. It is unrelated to the entire context of the paragraph, and also the rest of the sentence is talking about natural movement, while the other sentences are talking about voluntary movement or exercise. So 1, 2, 3, 5 makes good coherent paragraph. 4 is the odd one out here. In this parajumble question, we are arranging 5 different statements. Although this is old pattern, this is a question from CAT 2017. So this pattern might recur again, we don't know. So it is good to be prepared with at least some of these type of questions. So let's look at this parajumble. Statement 1 says, before plants can take life from atmosphere, nitrogen must undergo transformations similar to ones that food undergoes in our digestive machineries. So in simple terms, we can understand that atmosphere is composed majorly of nitrogen. So in order for plants to grow, or in order for plants to take life, nitrogen must undergo some changes, or nitrogen must undergo some transformation. That is the simple meaning which all of us can understand. However, in order to give you context from biological point of view, in nature there are phenomena like nitrogen fixation, where molecular nitrogen N2 is broken down into NH3 ammonia. There are many other processes which converts nitrogen into nitrogenous compounds, and these nitrogenous compounds are very essential in the growth of plants right from its root stage. So nitrogen must undergo this transformation in order for the plant to grow, and they are drawing an analogy of this with the digest food in the digestive machinery. That is, whenever we eat food, this food doesn't give us any energy, but this food is converted into ATP, and then when ATP is broken down, then we get energy. Similarly, nitrogen in its form in its molecular form of dinitrogen, it is inert. It is does not help for the growth of plant. But when it undergoes transformation into different chemical compounds, then it is useful for the growth or for the plant to take life. That is what the author tries to say here. Or even if you don't understand all those information, you can clearly infer that in order for plants to grow, nitrogen must undergo some transformation. You can understand that, all right. Statement 2 says, in its aerial form, nitrogen is insoluble, unusable, and is in need of transformation. This is more or less paraphrasing the same thing in statement 1. It seems like, so 2 and 1 or 1 and 2 is a connective. So which one comes before? In statement 2, 2 is giving the description of nitrogen, or telling the features of nitrogen, that is insoluble, it is unusable, and is in need of transformation. And 1 is reiterating the same thing with an analogy. When you have two different points which both are saying that there is a need for transformation, first the author is setting context by saying that nitrogen needs transformation, then is elaborating it by giving an analogy, just like how food is converted in digestive machinery. Similarly, even nitrogen should undergo transformation. Now he is giving an analogy to justify what he has already said. So 2-1 makes for a good block here. We'll keep it in mind. Then in statement 3, the author says lightning starts a series of chemical reactions that need to happen to nitrogen, ultimately helping it nourish our earth. So perhaps lightning starts a series of chemical reactions. In this chemical reactions, the author means the kind of transformation he is suggesting. He is suggesting that nitrogen needs to undergo transformation in order for plants to take life. So this is the chemical reaction is the transformation he is hinting at. So perhaps 3 will come after the block of 2-1. That is possible. We'll keep that in mind as well. Also, I just told you that nitrogen fixation is one of the ways where nitrogen is broken down into different nitrogenous compounds. In nature, lightning is also a way where nitrogen, molecular nitrogen is broken down, and it becomes different nitrogenous compounds in the soil, and then it helps for the growth of plants. Okay. Statement 4 says nitrogen, an essential food for plants, is an abundant resource with about 22 million tons of it floating over each square mile of earth. So this is a very generic statement. It makes for a good opening statement as well. It is describing the quantum of nitrogen that is available. A lot of it is floating above us. And in fact, when we look at this with statement 2 and 1, 2 is saying in its aerial form, nitrogen is insoluble, unusable. So when you take 4 and 2, 4 is describing nitrogen and saying it is abundantly present, and then 2 is continuation of the description, because it is saying that in its aerial form nitrogen is insoluble. So 4 is a generic description, It is setting the context by saying that nitrogen is essential for food for plants and saying it is abundantly present. And then 2 is saying in its aerial form it is insoluble, unusable, and in need of transformation. So 4 to 1 can be a good pair. However, we look at 5 first. Statement 5 says one of the most dramatic examples in nature of ill wind that blows goodness is lightning. All right. So ill wind, one of the most dramatic example in nature of ill wind. Ill wind means say bad wind or something that is undesirable. Something that is undesirable but yet produces a good positive result, blows goodness. So something that is undesirable but has a positive impact. One such example in nature is lightning. So naturally many of us we are afraid of lightning because it is harmful to humans or other animals, but it has a positive impact. One such example is lightning. And if you look at the statement, there is no connective here, and it can make for a good opening sentence as well. I'm not able to find any observable preceding statement. However, statement 5 speaks about lightning, and the only other statement that speaks about lightning is statement 3. So yeah, as soon as I see statement 5, 3 makes for an immediate block because nothing else can precede 5, because all the other statements 4, 2, 1 they are speaking about nitrogen and the need for its transformation, but 5 is saying that one strange phenomena in nature is lightning, and 3 is elaborating that lightning starts the series of chemical reaction that need to happen to nitrogen, ultimately helping it nourish our earth. So 5 3 makes for a block, and then 4 can only come here because 2 1 is already a block. 4 2 1 makes for a block. 4 is describing about nitrogen. 2 is continuing the description that it is insoluble, unusable, in need of transformation. 1 is drawing an analogy and again reiterating the point that nitrogen needs transformation. Now there are two possibilities, either it is 4 2 1 5 3 or 5 3 4 2 1. Let's consider 42153 first. In 421, the author describes about nitrogen and its need for transformation. Then in 5, he's suddenly saying that one of the most dramatic example in nature is lightning. So clearly we can observe that this is a tangential or a new idea. Until 421, he spoke about nitrogen and the need for transformation. Now he's saying one of the dramatic examples in nature is lightning. This is totally tangential. So there is no proper connective between 1 and 5 here. Let's consider 5 3 4 to 1. In case of 5 3 4 to 1, the author says the dramatic example in nature is lightning, and lightning starts a series of chemical reaction that need to happen to nitrogen in order for it to nourish our earth. And then he has already introduced that the lightning makes the necessary corrections or the chemical reactions that need to happen to nitrogen. Then in 4 to 1, he'll go on to describe. In 4, he'll describe nitrogen. In 2 1, he'll talk about the necessity or why it should undergo transformation. So 5 3 4 to 1 makes for a better coherent paragraph because 1 5 there is no proper connective in 1 5 here. So 5 3 4 to 1 is the correct answer here. Although we are born with the gift of knowledge, research shows that we are surprisingly unskilled when it comes to communicating with others. This looks like a good opening sentence. There is no connective here. The author says we are very poor when it comes to communication. Surprisingly, we are unskilled when it comes to communicating with others. So perhaps the following line, I would expect that the author would explain or elaborate how we are bad at communicating. Statement 2 says we must carefully orchestrate our speech if we want to achieve our goals and bring our dreams to fruition. So, if you compare the tone of 1 and 2, 1 is critical in nature, the author is criticizing that we are bad at communication, while 2 is suggesting, 2 is an advisory tone. The author is suggesting that we need to exercise our speech in order to achieve our goals or dreams. Perhaps the flow of thought would be the author will start off by saying we are bad at communicating, then he will say explain how we are bad, then he will say how speech is necessary. He will justify it by saying that in order to achieve goals, speech is necessary. So the preceding sentence I would try to look for connective related to speech or goals or dreams. Okay. However, the tone of these two are very different. Statement 3 says we often choose our words without thought, oblivious of the emotional effects they can have on others. So if you pair up 1 and 3 and look at it together, 3 is an example of how we are bad at communicating. We often choose our words without thought. Oblivious means unaware of the emotional effects it will have on others. Okay. 4 says we talk more than we need to, ignoring the effect we are having on those listening to us. Another example of poor communication. Statement 5 says we listen poorly without realizing it, and we often fail to pay attention to the subtle meanings conveyed by facial expressions, body gestures, and the tone and cadence of our voice. Cadence means modulation of our voice. We listen poorly. Does this also mean we are bad at communication? So what does communication encapsulate? For example, if you are communicating with your friend, you are talking, then you are exercising speech. Your friend is listening. Combining both of you, the actions done by both of you, you are engaging in communication. So speech and listening both are essential aspects of communication. So here in 3 and 4, the author says that we are bad at speech, we talk more than we need to, we choose bad words, and then the author finally says we are bad at listening to. Is we don't pay attention to the subtle details of facial expression, body gesture, tone, and modulation of our voice. So clearly, all the 4 of them, 1, 3, 4, 5, are critical in tone. 1 starts off by saying we are bad at communication. 3, 4, 5, the author is justifying or giving example. While 2 is an advisory tone. He is saying in order to achieve our goals, you need to exercise speech. This is tangential in nature. Clearly, true is odd one out. We just try to make a para jumble. 1 is clearly opening the sentence. Then, if you observe statement 4 and 5, in 4, the author says we speak so much so that we don't have a care to the listeners. And then 5 says when it comes to listening, we are even poor at listening. We have the commonality of the word listen. So we can make a connection between 4 and 5. There is a flow of thought there. When it comes to statement 3, in statement 3, we see the word often. So we can infer that the first example that the author is citing is statement 3. Why is that? This is how usually the written communication works. Whenever you say the author says we are bad at communication, he starts the example by saying we often choose our words. That is like signifying a statistics. That would be more appropriate. So you start the example with 3, then give the examples of 4, 5. This can be slightly interchangeable too. However, if you look at 2, 2 is completely tangential. Since it is an advisory tone, so 2 is the correct answer here. Over the past fortnight, one of its finest champions managed to pull off a similar impression. Okay, 2 things you'll have to look for. One of its finest champion, what is it's referring to? Managed to pull off a similar impression. We'll have to look for what this impression is. Statement 2 says Wimbledon's greatest illusion is the sense of timelessness it evokes. So perhaps we can make a connect between 2 1. This its is referring to Wimbledon. Over the past fortnight, one of Wimbledon's finest champions managed to pull off a similar impression. The similar impression is evoking a sense of timelessness. Perhaps we can make a block of 2 1. We'll keep that in mind. Statement 3 says at 35 years and 342 days, Roger Federer became the oldest man to win the singles titles in the Open era, a full 14 years after he first claimed the title as a scruffy, ponytailed upstart. So, upstart means someone who has suddenly risen to prominence. Okay, and scruffy means someone who is untidy. So, perhaps they are indicating that someone who is not very polished has went on to win the Open era title, and this person has risen to prominence all of a sudden. That is, the author is saying Federer, who was once at a very young age of 21, he won the Open era title, and then he was called scruffy ponytailed upstart, and 14 years later he is now the oldest person, and again he has won the Open era title. So this is an example to indicate that he is evoking a sense of timelessness. Even at a very young age he won the title, and even at a very old age he has won the title. So perhaps we can take this as an example which is followed after the block of 2-1. So 2-1-3, maybe we can keep it in consideration. Statement 4 says once he had survived the opening week, the second week witnessed the range of rested Federer's genius. This is talking about specific tournament. That is what I can infer. Once he had survived the opening week, the second week witnessed the range of Federer's genius. So they are talking how he placed his play style within a tournament. While 1, 2, 3 are very generic, they are talking about a sense of timelessness, the genius of Federer, how he won when he was young and when he was old. This is sort of disconnected. Statement 5 says, given that his method isn't reliant on explosive athleticism, or muscular ball striking, both vulnerable to decay, there is cause to believe that Federer will continue to enchant for a while longer. So the last part of the sentence says there is cause to believe that Federer will continue to enchant for a while longer. He will continue to play for a while longer. So the preceding sentence should give an idea that Federer is already playing for a long time and there is cause to believe that he will continue to play for a while longer. So where do we get this idea? If you look at statement 3, in 3 we see that even after 14 years, he is the oldest person who has won the Open Era Grand Slam title. After evoking a sense of timelessness when author says that Federer has been playing for so long, then he makes an observation and says that we have cause to believe that he will continue to play for much longer. So 1, 2, 3, 5 is in a coherent order, while 4 is speaking about a specific tournament, how Federer will play in the second week if he survives the first week. So clearly statement 4 is a tangent here, 4 is the odd one out.
We at Cracku provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as IIFT, XAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
This is an odd one out question from CAT 2017. Translators are like bumblebees. So we know that bumblebees are an insect species. So perhaps I would infer that translator are also some sort of insect species. The translator literal meaning would be that they are someone who translate a literal work from one language to another. However, maybe looking at it, maybe they are also some form of an insect which is named as translator. Okay. Statement 2 says, though long since scientifically disproved, this factoid is still routinely trotted out. So factoid means an unreliable information. So even though it has been disproved, this unreliable information is still trotted out. What is this factoid refer to? We'll have to look for that. It can also imply to statement 1 as well. Statement 1 is making a claim that translators are like bumblebees. Maybe this has been disproved and this factoid or in an unreliable information is still trotted out. Okay. Statement 3 says, similar pronouncements about the impossibility of translation have dogged practitioners since Leonardo Bruni's De Interpretation Recta published in 1424. Okay, so when I read this, now I get context. Here when they say translators, we thought it might be some sort of insect as well, but here they mean literal translators itself, because the author is saying that since Leonardo Bruni's De Interpretation Recta, which was published in 1424, practitioners have think that the translation is almost impossible. Maybe perhaps the translation is inadequate or it is inaccurate. An accurate translation is impossible. That is what they mean to say. Okay, and one more thing to observe here is similar pronouncements about the impossibility of translation has been dogged practitioners. So similar pronouncements. So perhaps in the previous or preceding sentence, you'll have to look for certain claims or some pronouncements which are made, and then the author will say similar pronouncements. Okay. Statement 4 says, bees unaware of these deliberations have continued to flit from flower to flower, and translators continue to translate. So B is unaware of these deliberations. What does these deliberations refer to? We'll have to look for that. Have continued to flit from flower to flower and translators continue to translate. So in 3 the author says it is negative that translators translating is impossible. But here in 4 the author says translators have continued to translate. Alright. So perhaps 4 will come after 3. We can keep that in mind. 3 is saying that translation is impossible. 4 is saying translators have continued to translate. Okay. Statement 5 says, in 1934, the French entomologist Auguste Magnan pronounced the flight of the bumblebee to be aerodynamically impossible. So again, the key word to observe here is pronounced. In statement 3, we say that similar pronouncements about the impossibility of translation. So first we will say that there was a French entomologist who pronounced that bumblebee, they can't fly. Flight of bumblebee is impossible. Similar pronouncement about impossibility of translators, that is accurate or adequate translation by a translator is impossible. So 5-3 becomes a logical block. and statement 1 is introducing the concept, or it is setting the context here. He's saying, the author is saying that translators are like bumblebees, that is, they are similar. How are they similar? In case of bumblebees, they were said that they can't flight is aerodynamically impossible. In case of translators, they thought that translation is inadequate or it is impossible. All right, now we are left with two statements, that is statement 2 and statement 4. Let's take statement 2 first. Statement 2 says, though long since scientifically disproved, this factoid is still routinely trotted out. Factoid means unreliable information. So which of the following can be unreliable information? Is it statement 1? In 1, we see that translators are like bumblebees, and he is justifying this similarity by saying that their flight was considered impossible. In case of translator, translation itself was considered impossible. So this is not a factoid. However, these two can be factoids. 5 or 3 can be factoids. But here, if you observe, the language or the phrase here is singular. This factoid. So maybe 1523 is a possibility. The author will say that the French entomologist Auguste Magnan pronounced flight of bumblebee impossible. This factoid has been disproved, still it is routinely trotted out. In 3, the author says that even translation has been pronounced as impossible. Let's consider statement 4. Where can we put statement 4? 1 introduces the idea that translators are similar to bumblebees. Then 5.3 is elaborating as to how in 5 the bumblebees were considered as lack of flight. In 3 we see that the translation is impossible, and in 4 we have the term these deliberations. These deliberations refer to these two combined, that unaware of these deliberations, the bumblebees are continuing to flit from flower to flower, and the translators are continuing to translate. So there is a very good correlation, or there is a coherence to say that translators are in fact like bumblebees. There is more justification to it. It forms for a good conclusion. Or in case of 1523, we are calling one of it as factoid, and the other one we are just giving that fact. There is the similarity is not very complete, it seems incomplete. However, 1534 makes for a good coherent paragraph. So 2 is something that does not add much value here. Also, we need to note that 2 is not adding any value here, because the author does not intend to call anything a factoid. He just wants to point out that translators and bumblebees are similar, and he is justifying it by all these other statements. He does not intend to call something a factoid. 2 clearly is the odd one out here. That is the correct answer. Let's look at this parajumble. This is a cat 2018 parajumble. It's a easy one. The eventual diagnosis was skin cancer, and after treatment, all seemed well. So, eventual diagnosis. So, likely the previous sentence will talk about the symptoms or the disease, and then you will say the disease was eventually diagnosed as skin cancer, and after treatment, all seemed well. Statement 2 says the viola player didn't know what it was, nor did her GP. So, viola is a form of violin. So even if you didn't know that this is a musical player, musical person, even then you can infer it as a person didn't know what it was. So we'll have to look for what is the it they are referring to. There is something, perhaps a certain symptom. They didn't know what it was, nor did her GP. GP here is general practitioner. So if you look at statement 1 and 2, statement 1 is already establishing that the eventual diagnosis was skin cancer, but in 2 we don't know what it was. So likely you can say that 2 statement precedes statement 1. Okay, statement 3 says then a routine scan showed it had come back and spread to her lungs. So it had come back. What had come back? So clearly, if you look at statement 1 and 3, we can form a connective. 1 is saying after treatment all seemed well. 3 is saying it had come back. So very likely that 1, 3 is a logical block. Let's look at statement 4. 4 is saying it started with a lump on Kathy Perkins' index finger. So Kathy Perkins is the protagonist. Whenever you see a proper noun, the name proper nouns, it is usually a starting sentence, and they are saying the lump. And clearly, you can, as soon as you read 4, you can make a connective between 4 and 2 as well, because 2 is saying she didn't know what it was, neither did her general practitioner. So this lump, they didn't know what it was. So the logical blocks will be, first we can form a block between 3 and 1. 1 says that it was eventually diagnosed as skin cancer, and 3 says then a routine scan showed that it had come back, while 4 says it started with a lump. We have already established that statement 2 comes before 1. And then 4 is an opening sentence. You start with 4. 4 says she observed lumps on her index finger, and she didn't know what it was. Even not her general practitioner. Then eventually it was diagnosed as skin cancer. And finally they thought all is well, the treatment all seemed well, but it had come back and spread to her lungs. It's a quite an easy, straightforward one. The correct order is 4213. This is a parajumble from CAT 2018. The woodlands canopy receives most of the sunlight that falls on the trees. Okay, there is no connective here. Perhaps in the previous sentence, the author will make a statement about sunlight, and in this one, he is saying that most of the sunlight it falls on woodlands canopy. That is a possibility. Otherwise, since there is no connective, this can be an opening sentence. Option 2 says swifts do not confine themselves to woodlands but hunt wherever there are insects in the air. So, whenever, as soon as I see that they are hunting insects, I can infer that swift is some sort of an animal, and they don't confine themselves to woodlands. So, there is a commonality of woodland between 1 and 2. However, 1 is talking about how woodlands canopy receives most of the sunlight, while 2 is more central to swifts hunting insects. So we'll need some connective between these two. Between 1 and 2, we'll need some context. All right. Option 3, statement 3 says, with their streamlined bodies, swifts are agile flyers, ideally adapted to twisting and turning through the air as they chase flying insects, the creatures that form their staple diet. So this is giving some context, you can say, because this is a description of swift, the animal swift. They're describing it as agile flyers, and they're saying that they're ideally adapted for flying and chasing flying insects. And they also say that these flying insects are their staple diet. So this is giving context, or this is giving an introduction to the idea, and then they are saying that they don't just hunt them in woodlands, they also hunt them wherever they find them. So perhaps 3 can come before 2. We'll keep it in mind. Statement 4 says hundreds of thousands of insects fly in the sunshine up above the canopy, some falling prey to swifts and swallows. So the only possible connective to 4, as soon as I read it, I will see the commonality of sunshine here. 1 says that woodlands canopy receives the most of the sunlight, and 4 says that hundreds of thousands of insects are flying above the canopy in this sunshine. All right, so 1 4 becomes a logical block. And then the author also says that many of them fall prey for swifts and swallows. He's talking about two different animals who prey upon these flying insects, and then he'll specifically talk about one insect, that is swift. So now we can either we'll have to either put 3 2 or 2 2 3. See, many of you guys, you might get confused that there is a commonality of woodlands canopy, woodland in 1 2 and 4. So perhaps you'll put 1 4 2 and 3 at last. However, this is a possible occurrence whenever we are writing. It is up to the author's style of writing. Let's say there are 4 statements in a certain paragraph. The author introduces a certain term in statement 1. He introduces a certain term. For example, here we have introduced woodlands canopy. He introduces some term in statement 1. He doesn't talk about it in 2. He doesn't talk about it in 3. Then suddenly he draws context to statement 1 again by introducing that term. This is all the way possible. This occurs very commonly. However, while solving a parajumble, you will have to look for connectives, and you will have to look for coherent thought flow. The thought flow should be correct or appropriate. In this case, when we look at 3 and 2, 3 is a more generic statement. That is because the author is describing what kind of animals swift are, and is also giving context that the staple diet of swifts is these flying insects. So this is more generic. Only after you say this, then statement 2 is more specific. That is, he's talking about the hunting pattern of these animals swift. He's saying that they don't just hunt in the woodlands, they don't confine themselves to woodland, they also hunt these insects wherever they find them. This is a specific about their hunting pattern. While 3 is more generic because it is descriptive about how they are agile flyers and what is their stable diet. 3 is most likely to come before 2. So 1 4 3 2 makes for a good coherent paragraph. Let's look at this parajumble. This is a parajumble from CAT 2018. In the era of the smart world, universal basic income is an ineffective instrument which cannot address the potential breakdown of the social contract when large swathes of the population would effectively be unemployed. Swathes basically refers to large groups of people, large groups of population. So the author is saying in the era of smart world, that is, let's say when there is a rise of AI or machine learning, when large groups of population are unemployed, they lose their jobs, as a result of which if the state comes up with a universal basic income, this is not a solution. He's saying this is an ineffective instrument which cannot address the potential breakdown of social contract. So he's saying when large groups of people are unemployed, this is a potential breakdown of social contract. What is social contract? In simple terms, social contract is something that the government or the state can do or cannot do. Here the author is saying this is something, laying off large population from their employment is something the state cannot do. This is breakdown of social contract, and this breakdown cannot be addressed by universal basic income. This is not a good enough solution. That is what the author is saying. The key word to observe in statement 1 is the word however. He is saying in the era of smart world, however. So I would understand this by saying perhaps there is a comparison, there is an analogy to a different time or something else, and then you say this happened then. Now in the era of smart world, however, universal basic income is not a solution to laying off large population of people. Okay. Statement 2 says, in the era of industrial revolution, the abolition of child labor, poor laws, and the growth of trade unions helped families cope with the pressures of mechanized work. So if you look at how the two statements have started in the era of industrial revolution, in the era of smart world, so clearly you can draw an association between 1 and 2. And there's the word however. So perhaps you can infer that 2 will come first and 1 will come after that. If you look closer in statement 2 says when industrial revolution happened, again people lost a lot of, many people lost their jobs. It was a drastic change, and this drastic change was dealt with by poor laws, or people formed trade unions. So people coped with it. So if you observe the subtle details, this is a positive statement. The author is saying the changes was dealt with, people coped with it, with the growth of trade unions, poor laws, or abolition of child labor. However, in statement 1 the author is saying the loss of employment cannot be coped with by universal basic income. It is an ineffective solution. So both of them have a different tone. Okay, that has been established. Statement 3 says growing inequality could be matched by a creeping authoritarianism that is bolstered by technology that is increasingly able to peer into the deepest vestiges of our life. So here the author is saying growing inequality will lead to the rise of creeping authoritarianism, very powerful government which is strengthened or empowered by technology. Using this technology, they are going to delve deeper into our lives, deeper into the vestiges of our lives, means they are going to, it is a phrase to express that they are going to delve deep into the privacy of our lives. They are going to intrude our privacy. So we'll have to look for a connective in the previous sentence which says there is a growing inequality. So initially there is a sentence which suggests that there is growing inequality. Then the author says with growing inequality there will be rise in authoritarianism which will result in the state intruding our privacy. So this is a totally negative statement. Statement 4 says new institutions emerge which recognize ways in which workers could contribute to and benefit by economic growth when rather than if their jobs are automated. So the last part is saying that automation is definite. Jobs are going to be automated, people are going to lose jobs, but when people lose jobs, there will be new institutions which will look for new ways or new methods how these people who have been laid off, how they can contribute to the economy. So again, if you look at 3 and 4, or if you compare 1 and 4 is saying there will be new ways in which people can contribute, but 1 is saying universal basic income is not a solution, and 3 is again very negative. Now, if we try to make logical blocks, we already saw that 2 and 1 are logical block because of the word however. Author starts by saying in era of industrial revolution, people coped with the drastic change by trade unions and poor laws. However, during the era of smart world, the loss of jobs or the drastic change cannot be addressed by universal basic income. So 2-1 becomes a logical block. Now, where can we place statement 3? So in statement 3, we see that the author is saying there is growing inequality, there is authoritarianism, the state will intrude into our privacy. So if we start out with 3, then there is no coherence. 2, 1 are all talking about different things. It is not an elaboration. So 3, and it is a very negative statement. So 3 cannot necessarily come before the block of 2 1. The flow of thought will be it will be broken. So we can say 3 comes after that, because even in statement 1 we see that there is a breakdown of social contract. People are losing jobs. He's saying this is not good. Then you can say there is growing inequality. We can make a 3 can come after we introduce the idea of 1, where in 1 we say the unemployment is breaking the social contract, and with growing inequality it will lead to more negative things. Now where can we place statement 4? So we have two examples of jobs being automated in the era of smart world and industrial revolution. So the author can either start off, he can give an introduction saying that whenever there is unemployment, then there will be new ways, or you can say he'll give two examples and then give a conclusion. But the problem is, let's say you place the statement 4 after 2 1. One is saying that universal basic income is not a solution. So he is saying there is no solution. When there is a loss of employment, there is no solution. There are not new ways. So 4 cannot come here. And also, even if you place 4, suddenly you introduce the idea of 3. 3 is totally negative. So there is no coherence of idea, because 1 is negative, 2 then 4 will be positive, then 3 will be negative again. So the correct order will be, you start off with 4, where in 4 you say that whenever there is automation, there will be new ways. The example for this is when there is new ways, that is industrial revolution. He will say how people coped with mechanized work. Then he will give an example to the contrary. The author will say, however, in the era of smart world, UBA is not a solution. And then he says the situation will worsen. He will say there will be growing inequality, which will be bolstered by technology, where the state will intrude into our privacy. So the correct coherent order will be 4 2 1 3.
This is a CAT 2019 question. It's fairly easy. Statement 1 says, much has been discovered about the development of songs in birds. Okay, there is no necessary connective here. 2 says, some species are restricted to a single song learned by all individuals, others have a range of songs. Again, one more disconnected fact, but it is again related to songs and birds. 3 says, the most important auditory stimuli for the birds are sound of other birds. So you need to be very cautious when you are doing odd one out. Whenever you see a new word, a foreign word that has not been used until now, both of these are speaking about birds and songs. Here you are suddenly talking about the auditory stimuli for the birds. A disconnected idea or a new idea is being introduced. If you want to speak about this, then the connective sentences, the preceding one or the following one, should have a similar idea. There should be a good flow of chain of thought, how you introduce the idea of auditory stimuli. Okay. 4 says, for all bird species, there is a prescribed path to the development of the final song. A bird begins with the sub song, passes through the plastic song until it achieves the species song. So as soon as I look at it, clearly all the 1, 2, 4, 5, all of them are speaking about songs, species, birds, but none of them is related to the voice or the auditory stimuli. This is a disconnected fact. So 3 will naturally be the answer, but for academic purpose, let's try to make a coherent paragraph. So naturally I will make 1 as the opening statement. It is introducing the idea. It is introducing the idea of development of songs in birds. Then 4, 5 will become a logical block, because 4 is saying, for all bird species, there is a prescribed path to the development of final song. There is a path how the final song is arrived at by each species. 5 is describing this path. It is saying each bird initially it goes through, it learns the sub song, then it learns the plastic song, and then it develops to finally sing the species song. So I will not go too much into the jargon. Sub song, basically every species has their own song, has their own type of singing it. A subtler version of their song, you can say sub song. So they are basically developing it. 4, 5 is describing the development stage of towards the final song. So 4, 5 becomes a block. Coming to statement 2, until now we have spoken about how each species arrives at their final song. Then 2 says that some species are restricted to a single song by all individuals, others have a range of songs. So this is again describing the nuanced characteristics of each species. They are saying some are restricted to a single song, while many can sing a range of songs. So it is a continuation of thought. It is a new information, but it is along the same lines. But if you look at 3 is a completely new tangent. It is not linked to any of the given statements. The most important auditory stimuli for the birds are the sounds of other birds. So this might come sometime else when you introduce that concept. So this is again out of context. 3 is the correct answer here. It was his taxpayers who had to shell out as much as $1.6 billion over 10 years to employees of failed companies. So here the author is saying the taxpayers are bearing the brunt of these failed companies. When you say his taxpayers, taxpayers belong to a country. So when you are saying his taxpayers, maybe I would guess as they are referring to, say, perhaps the president of the country or the prime minister, and his taxpayers are bearing the brunt of failed companies. I would guess probably you are bailing out companies by giving the bailout package, as a result of which these bailout packages are coming from the taxpayers. That is what perhaps they are referring to. And again, this cannot be an opening sentence, we will have to look for the person, his taxpayers. Okay. Statement 2 says, companies in many countries routinely engage in such activities, which means that employees are left with unpaid entitlements. Such activities, I would probably guess that they are talking about fraudulent, if not fraudulent, at least underhanded, dishonest activities. Perhaps the preceding statement will describe that dishonest activity, and then you will say, as a result of these activities, many employees are being unpaid. Okay. One more thing to observe is 1 and 2 are disconnected statements. We cannot make any possible connection between them. 3 says deliberate and systematic liquidation of a company to avoid liabilities and then restarting the business is called phoenixing. So here they are describing that dishonest activity. So phoenixing basically means you have a company, but you have figured out a lot of things now over a period of time, but you have a lot of debt too. So you want to start afresh, you want to start with a clean slate. So you'll have all your assets and everything, you have the intelligence, but you liquidate everything, you say you are insolvent, you are bankrupt. So basically you will not pay your shareholders, you will not pay your banks, and then you will start afresh with all the ideas and knowledge you have, you will start afresh. That is called as phoenixing, underhanded and dishonest. So this is, so here we can connect 3-2, you are saying this is phoenixing, where you sell off everything and restart without paying the minus the liabilities. Such activities are engaged by many companies in different countries, which leaves the employees unpaid because you are closing down the priorly existing company. So 3-2 becomes a block, looks like a block. Let us look at 4. The Australian Minister of Revenue and Services discovered in an audit that phoenixing had cost the Australian economy between $2.9 billion and $5.1 billion last year. So in statement 1 we saw the pronoun his. The his refers to the Australian Minister for Revenue and Services, and he discovered that as a result of phoenixing, Australian economy has suffered a huge blow. So 4-1 you can make a block, but is it a necessary block? Let us look at 1. 1 says taxpayers pay, his taxpayers paid the brunt of it. Okay. 3 describes phoenixing, and then can you say his taxpayers paid the brunt of it? No. 2 says many countries are engaging in it, then can you say his taxpayers? So none of the 2-3 is possible. The only possible logical block is 4-1, and then 3-2 we saw this is one of the possible connects, but 3 is definitely an opening statement. You are describing the dishonest activity, so we can put 3 here, and then there are 2 options. Either you say that the people are engaging in phoenixing, and because of this employees are losing their jobs, and then you give the specific example of Australia, or you say you will start off with 3, 4, 1, 2. Let us look at each of the 2 possibilities. We are considering the case of 3, 4, 1, 2 because there is a commonality term of phoenixing here, phoenixing. So you introduce the idea of, say, this dishonest activity, phoenixing, where you liquidate your assets, and then you say in Australia, the Australian minister has discovered that phoenixing has led to huge losses for Australia. So that is a good flow of thought. 3, 4 we can make a connect, and 4, 1 you already saw that is a definitive block. 3, 4, 1. 4, 1 goes on to say that Australia has suffered a huge loss and the taxpayers are paying the brunt of it, and then you say statement 2, countries in many countries are involving in such activities. See, the coherence of thought should be there is a fraudulent activity, many countries are engaging, and then you go on to talk about a specific country, that is Australia, and then you say the taxpayers are paying the brunt of it. Rather here you are already going to Australia, and then you are giving a more generic statement that companies in different countries are engaging in such activities. Again, such activities, in case of parajumbles, whenever you have such pronouns, it should immediately refer to the previous line. Such activity should be described in statement, the previous statement. 1 talks about Australian taxpayers and failed companies. There is no reference to such activities. So this cannot be a connect itself. 1, 2 cannot make a connection. But rather if you look at 3, 2, 4, 1, 3 starts off by describing phoenixing. It describes phoenixing. Statement 2 says many countries involved in these fraudulent activities. And then statement 4 talks about Australia. where the Australian minister discovers it, and then statement 1 says as a result of this many taxpayers are paying a heavy price because of this. It's a good flow of thought. The correct order is 3241. Our smartphones can now track our diets, our biological cycles, even our digestive systems and sleep patterns. So there is no connective in this line. It can be an introductory sentence as well. The statement is giving a general statement that smartphones can track our diets, our digestive system, sleep patterns. Okay. Statement 2 says researchers have even coined a new term orthosomnia to describe the insomnia brought on by paying too much attention to smartphones and sleep tracking apps. So this statement says that we have been paying too much attention to smartphones and sleep tracking apps, due to which that is resulting in insomnia, that is sleeplessness. This cannot be an opening sentence, and the key term to observe is researchers have even coined a new term orthosomnia. So perhaps they have already introduced this idea before this. They will say that paying too much attention to smartphones or sleep tracking apps, it causes insomnia, and then you go on to say researchers have even given a term to this. So we will look out for that connect. Okay. 3 says sleep, nature's soft nurse, is a blissful untroubled state all too easily disturbed by earthly worries or a guilty conscience. Okay. So this is a very good calm statement, but you shouldn't be fooled by it. The thing you need to observe is they are saying by earthly worries or a guilty conscience. So until now we are seeing that sleep is being disrupted by smartphones, sleep tracking apps. Even in statement 1 we saw that there are apps for almost everything, but until now we have not seen earthly worries or guilty conscience. This can be an introductory statement. You will say how sleep, you will describe sleep, but perhaps there is a connective where they say that there is a new way today. Until now it was only guilty conscience, perhaps there is a new way today where smartphones are also effective. Let's try to look if there is a connective like that, otherwise this is slightly off. 4 says the existence of a market for such apps is unsurprising. Shift work, a long hours culture, and blue light from screens have conspired to rob many of us sufficient rest. So again this is going along the same line. It is saying that why we depend on many of these types of apps on diet or sleep cycles is because we have long hours for culture, we have shifts, and we constantly look at our laptops, computers to work. So that is robbing us of our rest. So this is elaborating on those points. A new threat to a good night's rest has emerged: smartphones with sleep tracking apps. Clearly, as soon as you see this, 1, 2, 4, 5 are all connected to how sleep is being disrupted by smartphones and sleep tracking apps, many such apps. But statement 3 says sleep is being disrupted by earthly worries or guilty conscience, which has not been come until now. So directly you can mark 3. Even otherwise, we already saw in statement 2 that statement 2 says researchers have even coined a new term for this, orthosomnia. So before that you will first say a new threat of a good night's sleep is smartphones with sleep tracking apps. For that researchers have even coined a new term. You can connect 5-1. And similarly, the existence of a market for such apps is unsurprising. What type of apps? The apps for diets or our biological cycle, sleep tracking apps, all these, there is an existence of market because we have a long work culture, we have a culture of sitting in front of laptops. That is why that is there. Even we can make a connect of say 1-4. This is 5-2 and 1-4. So clearly there are also many other arrangements possible, but 3 is clearly out of tune. It does not speak about earthly worries or guilty conscience. That is the odd one out here.
This is a question from CAT 2018. It is slightly tricky because the author, he has removed many of the connectives from these sentences. He has picked up a paragraph and removed some of the connectives. So even though we cannot make one good para-jumble out of it, we can clearly arrive at the odd one out by looking at the style of writing, by looking at the flow of thought here. Okay. Statement 1 says, as India looks to increase the number of cities, our urban planning must factor in potential natural disasters and work out contingencies in advance. Okay, pretty straightforward. And the word as, whenever we use as, it can either be a starting sentence or you give some description or fact before and then you start off by saying as India looks to increase. Either way it can work out. Statement 2 says authorities must revise data and upgrade infrastructure mitigation plans even if their local area hasn't been visited by a natural calamity yet. So 1 and 2 both are having the same thought process here. 1 says that to avoid the risk of natural disasters, urban planning or the authorities, they need to factor in, they need to have contingencies against natural disasters 2 goes on to say that authorities must also revise data, they need to upgrade infrastructure, they should have mitigation plans. So clearly 1 2 makes for a good block here. We can either make it 1 2 or 2 1, both of them works. Then statement 3 says extreme temperatures, droughts and forest fires have more than doubled since 1980. See, this is a fact. A fact has been mentioned, but if you look at 1 and 2, 1 and 2 are more along the lines of suggestions. The author is suggesting that the urban planning should have contingencies against natural disasters, authorities should upgrade infrastructures. See, these are suggestions. Statement 3 is of a fact. He is saying that since 1980, natural disasters have more than doubled. One more factor to consider is usually facts, the way facts are used is you suggest facts, you give description of facts, and then using these facts you arrive at a meaningful conclusion. Okay. 4 says that there is no denying the fact that our baseline normal weather is changing. So this is an opinion that the author is giving. 5 says it is no longer a question of whether we will be hit by nature's fury, but rather when. So again, this is a very strong opinion that the author is giving. Okay, now we already saw that 1 2 makes for a logical block because both of them have the same flow thought. It can either be 1 2 or 2 1, both of them works. Then after 1 2, one of 3 4 5 should be the odd one out. As suggested, we use facts to derive a certain opinion as a conclusion. Let's take 3 5 for example. If 3 is a fact, 3 suggests that natural disasters has more than doubled. But we cannot infer that we are at an existential crisis. That is, a natural disaster can hit at any time. It has doubled. But using this fact, we cannot conclude 5. Can we do 3 4? Can we make a case for 3 4? 3 says that natural disasters has doubled. Using this, we can certainly say that the baseline normal weather is changing, of course. But is this the final conclusion that we are trying to derive? 1 2 says that we need to effectively combat natural disaster by having contingencies against it. Authorities should take up all these actions. Then finally we will conclude that there is no denying that normal weather is changing. That is again counterintuitive. There is no flow of thought here. Even if you put statement 3 at the very start, then this statement 4, which is an opinion, which is rhetorical by the author, it is more likely to be construed as a conclusion, which is not possible. So statement 3 here is a standalone fact which cannot be used to derive any meaningful conclusion. 1 2 are suggestions. The author is suggesting how we need to combat, how urban planners need to combat natural calamities. 4 5 is a generic opinion that is giving related to weather, while 3 is a fact. This fact is a misfit as it cannot be connected to any of the other things. We cannot derive any conclusion out of it. So 3 is the odd one out here. They would rather do virtuous side projects assiduously as long as these would not compel them into doing their day jobs more honorably or reduce the profit margins. So what are the things we need to look out for? Who does they refer to? They would rather do virtuous side projects. They would rather, this means that the previous sentence will say what they should actually do. The author will give an opinion as to whoever they refers to, they should do X thing, but they would rather do virtuous side projects. Okay, virtuous means someone who has very high moral standards, and assiduously means doing with a lot of perseverance. Here the author is saying that these guys, whoever they refers to, these guys do a lot of virtuous side projects, say philanthropic activities, with a lot of perseverance, provided that these activities, it does not interfere in their day jobs. That is, it does not compel them into reducing their profit margins or doing their work more honorably. So we can infer that these guys, whoever it is referring to, they are not doing their work more honorably, or they are trying to maximize their profits. So the author is being critical that instead of reducing their profits or doing work honorably, they are engaging in virtuous side projects. So the previous sentence is likely along the lines of they should do their jobs more honorably, and then the author will say that they are rather engaging in virtuous side projects. Okay. Statement 2 says they would fund 1 million of the buzzwordy programs rather than fundamentally question the rules of their game or alter their own behavior to reduce the harm of the existing distorted, inefficient and unfair rules. Again we have the usage of the term they. So again it cannot be an opening sentence. Can we make a case for 2 and 1? So we are looking for a statement that precedes 1. It would be along the lines of the author would give an opinion as to what these people should engage in. But here the author is again saying they are engaging in buzzwordy programs instead of questioning their system or questioning their rules. So again that connect is not there. So 2 1 is not a possibility. Let's look at statement 3. Like the dieter who would rather do anything to lose weight than actually eat less. The business elite would save the world through social impact investing and philanthrocapitalism. So there are two things here. First of all, the author is drawing an analogy. Whenever we see an analogy, it is very likely that it comes at the very start of the paragraph. Even if this sentence doesn't come at the start, we'll have to look for connective related to dieter or weight loss, and then the author will draw an analogy that just like how the dieters, they don't stop eating to lose weight and they'll do anything, exercise or anything. Similarly, even business elite, they would save the world by philanthrocapitalism. However, the analogy is not complete if you carefully observe. The author says that the business elite, they'll engage in philanthropic work, but what they would rather not do, that would come in the following sentences. And one more key term that is suggesting that this is an opening sentence is the term business elite. So this is a good connective to business elite. Now we can make sense of what the author is trying to say. So even if you take an example of, say, YouTube, although Google engages in a lot of philanthropic work, the way YouTube works is it always tries to maximize your time on YouTube or maximize your entertainment, even at the cost of harming someone, even if it is not good for someone's development. They'll engage in philanthropic activities. However, when it comes to their game, or their business, there's cutthroat competition, they always look to maximize profits, even if it is not honorable. Okay. Statement 4 says, doing the right thing and moving away from their win-win mentality would involve real sacrifice. Instead, it's easier to focus on their pet projects and initiatives. So clearly, as soon as you read it, we will have to remember that in 1, we are looking for a connective where the author says what they should do. Here the author is giving that opinion. The author is saying that doing the right thing and moving away from win-win mentality requires real sacrifice. They would rather engage in virtuous side projects instead of reducing their profit margins. So 4.1 becomes a natural block. And we already saw that 3 has the term business elite, and all the other 3 sentences are talking about the businessman itself. So the analogy of 3 must come at the start. Where do we put statement 2? If we observe statement 3, the author says the dieters, they should rather eat less, but they would do anything instead of eating less. Here the author says the business elite, what they should do, that is missing. He says they involve in philanthropy activities, but what they should do, that is mentioned in statement 2. So statement 2 is more along the lines of explanation, and also we have the connective word they. So naturally it will fit here. Even if we try to put statement 2 at the last, there is no good connective between 3 and 4. So 3.2.4.1 makes for a good coherent paragraph. That is the correct order.
Let's look at this parasymple. To the uninitiated listener, atonal music can sound like chaotic random noise. Atonality is a condition of music in which the constructs of the music do not live within the confines of a particular key signature, scale or mode. So statement 2 is explaining what atonality is. Statement 1 has a negative tone. It is saying when you hear atonal music, it seems random, chaotic, and even for that matter, I heard atonal music, there is no rhythm, there is no scale. It does seem random and chaotic. So statement 3 says, after you realize the amount of knowledge, skill and technical expertise required to compose or perform it, your tune may change, so to speak. So this is a positive tone. They are saying initially you might feel, to an uninitiated listener, you might feel it is chaotic or random. But once you try to realize the expertise that is required to create it, then you will try to appreciate it. However, atonality is one of the most important movements in 20th century music. Again, this is a positive tone. One key word to take note here is however. See, however, whenever however comes, it will be a transition from a negative tone to positive tone or a positive tone to negative tone. So here if you observe, the author will say that to an uninitiated listener, it is random, chaotic. Then you go on to say it is one of the most important. So we can start the parasymple by say statement 2, it is initiating, it is introducing the idea of what atonality is, then following which you will have the statement 1, because both of these statements are positive. It is going against the theme of when the author says it is random or chaotic. So we will have statement 1, and following this you might think that 3 can also come, 3 might come, but again 4 cannot come because 3 and 4 both of them have a positive tone. So this should have been, if 3 is positive, if you use a word however, then if the sentence has a negative tone, then you might use 4 at the end. So the naturally correct order will be 2, 1, 4, 3. First he will introduce the idea, then he will say it might seem like random, noise or chaotic, but again he says however it is one of the most important, and then he justifies by saying that it requires so much knowledge and skill even though it seems random and chaotic. So the correct order is 2, 1, 4, 3.
Google search Cracku CAT formulas PDF, click on the first link, you will get a list of topics for CAT. Click on one of the topics, download the PDF to get a list of formulas for the topic.
Let's look at this parajumble. This is a parajumble from CAT 2019. This is a slightly dubious parajumble, although you can arrive at solution by eliminating other possible options or going through the chain of thought. If you are able to figure out what is the chain of thought, then you can certainly arrive at the final solution. Let's look at the question. Statement 1 says living things, animals and plants typically exhibit correlational structure. So animals, plants, they exhibit correlational structure. That is, a human is similar to a chimpanzee. In terms of, say, even sometimes our memories, both of us exhibit memories, cognitive abilities or physical appearance. Humans are similar to chimps. Statement 2 says adaptive behavior depends on cognitive economy, treating objects as equivalent. So cognitive economy, simply put, we can say it is logic or rationale. Adaptive behavior, that is the capacity to adapt or the adaptability of a species, how a species adapts in different circumstances. Adaptability, we can say it as adaptability. Adaptive behavior depends on cognitive economy, the rationale behind how well we are able to characterize, treating objects as equivalent. That is, equivalent we can simply put it as similarity, similar. How well we are able to characterize other objects or other species. Let's say we identify that chimpanzees are similar to us, so we make them our allies. If we compare lions, lions are very dissimilar to us. We cannot make good friends with them, something like that. So basically, how well a species is able to adapt depends on how well you are able to characterize other species, who is similar to us and who is not similar to us. So that forms statement 2. Statement 3 says the information we receive from our senses from the world typically has structure and order and is not arbitrary. So the information we receive from our senses, that is when we see or when we hear things or when we smell things, each animal, plant or object, each of them have their own specific structure and order. That is, they have their own unique identity. So if you are able to link these two, here they say that animals and plants typically exhibit correlational structure, while in statement 3 says that each of them have their own unique identity. A plant has its own unique identity based on their structure and order. So 3-1 you can make a logical connection. Statement 3 says that we can clearly distinguish between plants, animals, objects based on their structure and order, and also then you go on to say that animals and plants, they typically exhibit correlational structure. Structure is unique for everyone, but if you go further, animals and plants have similar structure. So 3-1 will make a logical order. First you introduce the idea of structure and then you say that there are these plants and animals, some plants and animals which have similar structure. And then statement 4 says to categorize an object means to consider it equivalent to other things is in that category and different along some salient dimension from that things that are not. So here they are basically describing what equivalent is. To categorize an object, let's say the category of physical appearance. In terms of physical appearance, I can say humans are similar to chimpanzees. So in this salient feature, humans are similar. Then I say I will compare with rats. Humans are not similar to rats. So this is how you are categorizing. They are elaborating on the idea of equivalent. So the flow of thought is statement 2 says that how well a species adapts depends on how well it is able to characterize, how well it is able to identify which species is equivalent or which one is not, and then they are describing what equivalent is. Equivalent is identifying that in a specific category, in a specific trait, so a species is equivalent to me and that specific trait it is not equivalent. So they are explaining. So 4 is basically elaborating on 2, 2-4 makes a logical block, 3-1 makes a logical block. Then if you look at the coherence of ideas, 4 describes that if we are able to categorize this way, we pick up a specific category and then we categorize, they are similar and they are not, then we have very good adaptability. So but how do we categorize who is similar to us, who is not? How? If we are asked the question how, then naturally we will get the answer as option 3. 3 says that based on our senses, the information we receive from our senses, every plant, animal or object, they have different characteristic. They have their unique identity based on a specific structure and order. But if we extrapolate it further, then specific animals and plants have a similar structure. That is the flow of thought. So 2-4-3-1 will be a coherent paragraph. This is a parajumble from CAT 2019 slot 2. We can classify this parajumble as a difficult one. It has been taken from a research paper. I will give you a brief background about the research paper to give you context so that you can understand what they are speaking about. So here they speak about two things. One is caring time and the other one is clock time. Clock time is basically a perspective when you are highly efficient with your time or you are highly scheduled. Even in the paragraph they say clock time, they draw equivalence with time is money or economic rationalism. So you are highly scheduled. Let's say you want to do task 1, you calculate you assess the merits of the task and allot 15 minutes or 30 minutes. You are highly scheduled, rigid, and it is sort of linear. And on the other hand, if you consider caring time is when your time or schedule is interdependent. For example, let's say you have a certain schedule today, but your friend comes along and he asks, can you help me with this? And you go along with it. That is your schedule, your time is fluid. While in clock time, it is highly rigid. Here in caring time, you adapt to your time. You make up your own schedule as and when you go. For example, if you take homemakers, our mothers for example, then they care for children, they do the household chores. So they adapt their timings as and when they go, they make their own schedule. But in terms of clock time, it is highly linear. You have dedicated this much time for a specific task and you don't deviate from it. And then finally the author concludes that either of them, if it is too much, either you are too fluid or you are too rigid, either of them doesn't work. He finally gives that you should involve in multiple times. That is, you also have some portion of caring time and some portion of clock time. That he says, he makes a research on various working men and women and then he draws this conclusion. Again, this predisposed information you wouldn't have. So how do we look at it standalone? Let's say we do not know any of this information, then how do we go about it? Let's try to solve it like that. Statement 1 says conceptualizations of women's time as contrary to clock time and clock time as synonymous with economic rationalism are two of the deleterious results of this representation. So they are using the demonstrative pronoun of this representation. So naturally it will connect to, it will have a predecessor to which you can connect similar flow of idea, or what is this representation, we will have to look for it. And here they are saying that they are equating clock time with economic rationalism. That is, it makes sense. If I speak with this guy for 20 minutes, that makes sense. If I want to close this deal, then I can spend say 1 hour, something like that. And women's time is contrary to this. Women's time, they are not so efficient, or so they don't have the economic rationale when it comes to distributing time. So these two are the deleterious results they are saying. We'll have to look for what is this representation. 2 says, while dichotomies of men's time, women's time, clock time and caring time can be analytically useful, this article argues that everyday caring practices incorporate a multiplicity of times and both men and women can engage in these multiple times. While is such a connective which can either start the paragraph or it can be somewhere in the middle, it can even be the conclusion of the paragraph. It is very fluid, you can fit it wherever you want. But if you look at the sentence overall, it says that while contrasting things like men's time, women's time, clock time, all these things can exist, the author drives a certain point. He says that in terms of caring practices, both men and women can engage in caring practices. So I would expect that either you already talk about caring practices and then drive this point, or you start off with this and then go on to say go on to describe further. And another thing to observe is they are telling like while dichotomies, contrasting things like all these things can exist. So maybe they have already spoken about all this, or in the future lines they will speak about all this. Either of the two things is possible. Statement 3 says, when the everyday practices of working soul fathers and working soul mothers are carefully examined to explore conceptualizations of gendered time, it is found that caring time is often more focused on the clock than generally theorized. So if we try to summarize this, here they are saying that they are sensitive to time when it comes to caring. That is, working class people, they are often sensitive to time when it comes to caring. Working classes sensitive to time. That is, they are almost they are consciously aware as to how much time they are dedicating to caring. That is, say household chores or taking care of children. They are consciously aware how much time they are spending for caring practices. Working class is sensitive to time when it comes to caring. Statement 2 we already saw. Statement 2, the author drives a point. He says that everyone can engage in caring practices. Everyone can engage in multiple times, everyone can engage in caring practices. So both statement 2 and 3 are talking about caring practices. So naturally we can expect that these two are connected somehow. So 2, 3 are maybe connected. Then 4 says clock time has been consistently represented in feminist literature as a masculine or artifact representative of a time is money perspective. So as soon as you read it, you will be able to frame a logical block of 4-1. Because this representation cannot be connected to anything else. Both of these are speaking about caring time, while here 4 is saying that clock time is a masculine artifact, and in feminist literature they are criticizing men. They are saying that this is a masculine artifact where you use it as time is money, or you use it as economic rationalism, and then you falsely say that this is contrary to women's time. Women's time is not as economically prudent or not as time is money perspective. So 4-1 becomes a logical block. Now if you look at 4-1 and 3-2, both of them are different ideas. 3-2 is talking about caring practices. It is saying everyone is can engage in caring practice, and everyone is also quite time sensitive when it comes to caring practice, while 4-1 is saying that clock time has often been used by men to say that time is equivalent to money, while women's time are not as valuable. This is a criticism, while this is describing caring practice. Both of them are disconnected ideas. So do we put 3-2 before 4-1 or after 4-1? So there are two things, guys. See, in both the sentence 3 and 2 you have the words like while and when. These are good connectives. You can use them almost anywhere. So if you want to introduce a new idea, you can start off by saying while or when, but say you will first talk about caring time and then suddenly you introduce clock time has been consistently, then that doesn't fit in. And one more thing is 4-1 is it's a very harsh criticism. When you are driving a criticism, the previous points will be leading towards it. You will say, you will give a background and then make a criticism. But here on the other hand, the caring practices is totally unrelated. You say something unrelated and that suddenly you bring up criticism, that doesn't make sense. So you start off by criticizing something and then you go on to a tangential, you go on to a different idea. So there are two things possible. One is either 4-1-3-2 or 4-1-2-3. Statement 2 makes for a better conclusion. If you look at the wording of the statement, it is more of a suggestion. It is saying everyone can engage in caring practices, while all the other three, you are making a criticism, then you say working class people are sensitive to caring time, and then you make a suggestion that everyone can engage in these multiple times. And also, guys, the statement says that while contrasting things like men's time, women's time, clock time, caring time can be analytically useful, all these things can exist. So naturally you should first speak about caring time, then you will say while all these things can exist. That would make more sense. And there is third connective, and the third connective is, if you read the third point, when the everyday practices of fathers and mothers are carefully examined to explore conceptualizations of gendered time. This gendered time is the connect with the block of 4-1. So 4-1 says that men have often used clock time as time is money perspective, as economic rationalism, and women's time as contrary to this. And then third point says, if you further explore gendered time, then we can come to know that caring practices are always people are very sensitive to caring practices. So this is the link between 4-1. So that's 4-1-3. And finally you conclude by saying that both men and women can engage in both clock time as well as caring time. So if you just observe the language here, 2 is going off to a tangent, it is a suggestion, while 4-1-3 is more of a description / opinion. 2 is a tangent. So 4-1-3-2 makes more sense. That is the correct answer. Let's look at this odd one out. It's a fairly easy one. Okay. Statement 1 says ocean plastic is problematic for a number of reasons, but primarily because marine animals eat it. So they are saying primarily. So this is likely to be in the initial stages of the parajumble, if we look at it as a parajumble. 2 says the largest numerical proportion of ocean plastic falls in small size fractions. So huge amount of plastic will be concentrated in small areas. That is what they are trying to say. And also these two ideas are sort of disconnected. So I would say maybe one of them is odd one out. And again, this is saying how ocean plastic is distributed, and this is talking about the consequence of ocean plastic, how it harms animals. So even if this is not an odd one out, 2 would probably come before 1. 3 says aside from clogging up the digestive tracts of marine life, plastic also tends to absorb pollutants from the water column. So observe the language, aside from clogging up digestive tracts. So naturally you should expect that the previous sentence says the plastic clogs up the digestive tracts of marine animals. Aside from clogging it up, then you say it also absorbs pollutants. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. 4 says plastic in the oceans is arguably one of the most important and pervasive environmental problems today. This is a wholesome sentence. This should be the first sentence. We can expect it to be opener. 5 says eating plastic has a number of negative consequences such as the retention of plastic particles in the gut for longer periods than normal food particles. So, if you remember, 3 said apart from clogging up of digestive tracts, while 5 says that plastic particles are retained in the gut for longer than normal. So, this is normally 5 and 3 are connected. 5 says plastic particles are retained for longer, 3 says apart from that clogging up, it also absorbs pollutants. So, 5, 3 become a block. Then statement 1 talks about how ocean plastic is harmful. It says it is harmful for marine animals. 5.3 says how it is harmful for marine animals. It is going into more detail. It is saying it clogs up their digestive tracts. So, first you have to introduce the idea that it is harmful to marine animals. So, naturally 4.153 will be a good paragraph. So, the flow of thought here is statement 4 is saying that ocean plastic is harmful. Ocean plastic, you are saying it is harmful. Then statement 1 says why it is harmful. Why it is harmful? Because marine animals eat it. Then you go on to details of how it is harmful for marine animals. Because it clogs up their digestive tracts, it also attracts pollutants. Then you also go into larger details that how it attracts pollutants. So, this is details. So, this is the flow of thought. If you look at statement 2 says that the clogging up of plastic is huge proportion in small areas. So, this is disconnected to the entire parajumble. So, 2 is the correct answer. Such a belief in the harmony of nature requires purpose presumably imposed by the goodness and wisdom of a deity. So, such a belief represents that there is a preceding statement which speaks about a certain belief about nature, and this point says that for a belief about nature to exist, you need a purpose, and this purpose is given by a deity. So, if there is a succeeding statement, that should likely be speaking about the purpose, what the purpose is. These parts all fit together into an integrated, well-ordered system that was created by design. So, these parts, again this cannot be an introductory statement. These parts, the preceding statement will speak about what this part is. Statement 3 says, historically, the notion of a balance of nature is part observational, part metaphysical and not scientific in any way. So, looks like a good wholesome statement. It is introducing the concept of balance of nature. Statement 4 says it is an example of an ancient belief system called teleology. The notion that what we call nature has a predetermined destiny associated with its components parts. So, there are two things you should observe here. One, it is saying it is an example of. So, again this cannot be introductory. So, naturally there is only one possible introductory statement, that will be 3, and then it is saying it is associated with its component parts. So, if you look at statement 3, it is saying these parts. So, both are clearly connected. So, 4-2 will necessarily become a logical block. Let us look at the flow of idea here. Statement 3 says, it talks about balance of nature. Balance of nature is like over time everything will reach towards equilibrium. Let us say there is too much forest cover, there will be bushfires. There is too little forest cover, then there will be natural calamities. So, over time, the too much is also not good, too little is also not good. So, every time over time it will converge to something that is equilibrium. That is what is balance of nature. So, author introduces that balance of nature, it is more observational and not scientific in any way. And then 4.2 says that this is an example of an old belief system called as teleology. Again, you need to observe the term belief system, and it says that according to this belief system, every natural part is has a predetermined destiny. It will go towards the predetermined destiny, and it says these parts, all of them fit together, which is created by design. Everything has a predetermined destiny. And then if you look at statement 1, such a belief in the harmony of nature requires a purpose presumably imposed by gods. So, again you are saying such a belief. As soon as you say such a belief, you will refer to this belief system word. Unless you introduce that belief system, you cannot talk about such a belief. So, 1 should come after the statement 4. So, 3 or 4 to 1 will be a logical block. Let us look at this parajumble. Socrates told us that the unexamined life is not worth living, and that to know thyself is the path to true wisdom. So, in the first line there is no pronoun, that is there is no connective here. So, it can be an introductory statement as well. The crux of the line is knowing yourself is the way to achieve knowledge. This is what Socrates believes. If you want to go through the path of true wisdom, then you need to know thyself or know yourself. So, the following lines are likely to describe this further, how knowing yourself can help you achieve knowledge. Okay. Statement 2 says it suggests that you should adopt an ancient rhetorical method favored by the likes of Julius Caesar and known as Illeism, or speaking about yourself in the third person. So, key word to observe, it suggests that. What does it refer to? Statement 1 talks about Socrates. Socrates believes it talks about. So, had statement 2 been he suggests that, then naturally you could have connected 2 1. Now, that is not the case. So, we will have to look for what does it refer to, and then it says it suggests that there is a method called as Illeism, that is speaking about yourself in third person. That is, suppose you have a conflict with your friend, you and your friend have a conflict, then you can make better decision. Let us say you look at yourself from third person, you are person X and your friend is person Y, then you do not have the personal bias or the selective bias that we usually have, and you can make better decision. That is what they are trying to illustrate here, Illeism. Okay. Statement 3 says research has shown that people who are prone to rumination also suffer from impaired decision making under pressure and have substantially increased risk of depression. Okay, so they are introducing a new concept here. Here they spoke about Illeism, here they are speaking about rumination. They are saying people who are prone to rumination will suffer from impaired decision and they will also suffer from depression. Another thing to observe, they are saying research has shown that. So, naturally you can say 2 3 can form a block because it can refer to research. Research suggests that you should adopt a method called as Illeism. So, that is one possibility, we will keep that in mind. Statement 4 says simple rumination, the process of churning your concerns around in your head, is not the way to achieve self realization. Okay, so here they are describing what rumination is, or any given situation. If you think about it a lot, we can say it is rumination. So, statement 4 describes rumination and then the author says it is not a way to achieve self realization. If you observe, statement 3 is describing the effects of rumination. It says people who are prone to rumination will suffer from impaired decision making, they will also suffer from depression. Okay. Statement 5 says the idea is that this small change in perspective can clear your emotional fog, allowing you to see past your biases. So, where does this refer to? The small change in perspective, immediately it should strike that they are talking about Illeism. The change in perspective is referring to yourself in third person. When you look at yourself from third person, the selective bias or the emotional fog which is attached to you, that goes away and you can see past your biases. So, naturally 2 5 becomes a logical connect, and there is no other line 1 3 or 4, they do not talk about Illeism or that concept. So, 2 5 is a block, there is no separating that. Then statement 2 says it suggests that, we already saw it cannot refer to statement 1, had it been he suggests that, then we could have connected 1 2. Then statement 4 says it is describing simple rumination, it is saying thinking a lot or churning concerns in your head, that is simple rumination. Simple rumination suggests that you need to adopt something called Illeism. See, that does not make any logical sense. Simple rumination is a concept, they have explained the concept, it suggests that. There is a lack of coherence there. So, if you take 3 and 2, 3 is saying research suggests that people prone to rumination suffer from decision making. Research also suggests that you can adopt a new method, that is a solution to this problem of rumination. So, naturally 3 2 makes sense, 3 2 is a good connect, and then here 3 is speaking about the effects of rumination. So, naturally before you speak about the effects of rumination that makes us impaired decision making or depression, you initiate the concept of rumination, you talk about what rumination is. So, again you will start off with 4, in 4 you are describing the concept of simple rumination, then in 3 you go on to say the effects of rumination, that is depression, and then you are suggesting a solution. Research suggests a solution, that is Illeism, looking at yourself from third person perspective and you are elaborating on that solution. You are saying that if you look at that in that way, then the emotional fog is lifted and you look apart from your biases. So, why doesn't 1 fit in anywhere? If you look at the idea of 1, statement 1 is saying that knowing yourself is the way to achieve knowledge. So, there is only one other statement which is talking along the lines of self realization, that is 4. 4 says that thinking too much will not help you in self realization. So, if you observe, both of these are contradicting ideas. 1 is saying that knowing yourself is the way to achieve knowledge. 4 is saying thinking too much is not the way to self realization. See, although there is a commonality of self realization and true wisdom, the idea is totally different. One is positive and the other one is negating that. There is no chain of thought, there is no good flow of thought. So, you can put 1 here, but 1 4 do not make for a good block. So, 4 3 2 5 makes for a good coherent paragraph, that is the we can put it aside. 1 is the odd one out here. It's an odd one out question. Statement 1 says stat signaled something measurable, matic advertised free labor, tron above all indicated control. So the statement 1 is describing three different word units. Statement 2 says it was a totem of high modernism, the intellectual and cultural mode that decreed no process or phenomenon was too complex to be grasped, managed and optimized. So statement 2 is saying it was a totem. Totem means symbol. So it was symbolic of high modernism. It is also symbols that there is nothing that is too complex to grasp. Everything can be grasped, managed and optimized. Third one says, like the heraldic shields of ancient knights, these morphemes were painted onto the names of scientific technologies to proclaim one's history and achievements to friends and families alike. Morpheme means a unit of language. So all these three, stat, matic and tron, they can be classified as morpheme. It is a unit of language. So they are saying that these morphemes were named after some scientific technologies, inventions to show off to their friends and enemies alike. So this is something they are taking pride of. Statement 4 says the historian Robert Proctor at Stanford University calls the suffix tron along with matic and stat embodied symbols. Okay. Statement 5 says to gain the suffix was to acquire a proud and optimistic emblem of the electronic and atomic age. See, we can see that suffix is there in statement 4 as well as in statement 5. So those two are connected in some way. Then we can see that statement 1 and statement 4, both of them speak about stat, matic and tron. So 1 and 4 are connected. We can also see that 5 is talking about pride in those suffixes, and then 3 is an extension of that pride. So they take pride and show it to friends and family alike. So 3 and 5 is also connected. So naturally 2 is the odd one out. 2 is like it is talking about high modernism and something that is difficult to grasp. There is nothing that is difficult to grasp. So totally unrelated to the other 4 sentences. So the right answer is 2. Let's look at, if we look at it as a parajumble, then first statement that we'll start with is 4. The opening statement is 4, that because this is the only statement where there is no pronoun. If you look at statement 3, it says that like the heraldic shields. So naturally there is something preceding that statement. Fifth one says to gain the suffix was to acquire. So again this is something is preceding this, and this is more like a description. So this would be a better starting statement that says that the historian at Stanford University calls the suffix embodied symbols. Okay, we are opening and they are saying they are embodied symbols. And after that statement 5 says to gain the suffix was to acquire a proud and optimistic emblem of the electronic and okay, 5 will come after 4, and then it is saying this is something to take pride about. If you look at option 3 is building on this pride. It is saying that like the heraldic shields of ancient knights, these morphemes were painted on scientific names. So they are explaining how we take pride in it. It is building on that. So 5 and 3 are a natural block. It is explaining how they take pride in it. And then where will 1 fit in? 1 is saying that it is explaining these terms. So naturally if you put 1 at the last, it is not fitting. You will first explain the terms and then you will say how you take pride in it. So it might seem like suffix is here, so these two are connected. That wouldn't work. First you will open the statement with 4, then you will explain what these 3 terms mean, and then you will talk about the consequence, and you will elaborate about the consequence in statement 3. So the right choice is 4, 1, 5, 3. Let's look at the next question. Let's look at this parajumble. People with dyslexia have difficulty with print reading, and people with autism spectrum disorder have difficulty with mind reading. So the author is saying talking about 2 different disorders, one associated with print reading and mind reading. This is sort of a negative intonation, or speaking about contrast. Let's see what connective is there associated to it. An example of a lost cognitive instinct is mind reading, our capacity to think of ourselves and others as having beliefs, desires, thoughts and feelings. So here is saying that one of the lost mental faculties is mind reading. Mind reading is if there are collection of people, then we are collectively able to think. I know that even he has some thought process, even I have some thought process, all of us have desires and beliefs. So that he is describing mind reading, but he says that we have lost this mental faculty. See, here he is describing mind reading. So naturally this should precede the option statement 1, because in statement 1 he is talking about a negative statement or something that is contrast of option 2. So option 2 will precede option 1. So we'll look at further options. Mind reading looks increasingly like literacy, a skill we know for sure is not in our genes since scripts have been around for only 5,000 to 6,000 years. Print reading, like mind reading, varies across cultures, depends heavily on certain parts of the brain and is subject to developmental disorders. So as soon as we see 3 and 4 should be a logical block. because there is a cue here. He says that print reading like mind reading, print reading like mind reading. So after mind reading is described, print reading is being described. And also at the end he says that both of these are dependent on they are subject to developmental disorders. But where does he speak about disorders? In option 1 he speaks about disorders. So, and there's one more cue also. You can speak about disorder or something that is negative only after you describe both of them. It is described, print reading is described only in 4. So only after it is described you can have option 1. So let's say he talks about disorder, and then we have option 1. Where does option 2 fit in? An example of a lost cognitive thought. This is more of an introductory statement. It is introducing to mind reading. He is saying what is mind reading, and then in option 3 he says that he compares it to literacy and says it is a more or less recently discovered construct or recently introduced construct. So 2 is a very good introductory statement. So logical block will be 2, 3, 4, 1. So to summarize, the author in option 1 speaks about 2 different types of disorders. In option 2 he introduces one of the lost mental faculty, that is mind reading, and he describes it. Option 3 is a continuation of what mind reading is. It says it is a more or less recently constructed, and then option 4 goes on to describe print reading. The connecting part between 3 and 4 is like mind reading, and lastly it says both of them are subject to developmental disorders. So as soon as it speaks about disorder, then option 1 it is where will connect to disorders. So this will be the logically coherent order. It's a 4-question parajumble question. Statement 1 says metaphors may map to similar meanings across languages, but their subtle differences can have a profound effect on our understanding of the world. Okay. Statement 2 says Latin scholars point out carpe diem is a horticultural metaphor that, particularly seen in the context of its source, is more accurately translated as plucking the day, evoking the plucking and gathering of ripening fruits or flowers, enjoying a moment that is rooted in the sensory experience of nature, unrelated to the force implied in seizing. Okay, we all know what carpe diem is. Carpe diem means seize the day. It is a very famous phrase. Statement 3 says the phrase carpe diem, which is often translated as seize the day, and its accompanying philosophy has gone on to inspire countless people in how they live their lives and motivate us to see the world a little differently from the norm. So as soon as you see 2 and 3, it is a logical block. You will say first 3 comes, then 2 comes. That is because first he is saying what carpe diem is, and then he is saying the intricacies. If you look at it in its native language, how there is a subtle difference, that is what is captured in statement 1. So these two will be a logical block. And statement 4 says it's an example of one of the more telling ways that we can translate the metaphors from one language to another, revealing in the process our hidden assumptions about what we really value. So it's an example. When he says it's an example, these two combine form an example. It is an example for what? It is an example for metaphors having subtle different meaning when it is interpreted in different languages. So again 4 will come after 3 to 4 are a logical block. Where will 1 come? 1 can be a introductory statement saying that metaphors have different meaning in different languages, subtle differences, or it can be a concluding statement as well. So it can fit either in opening statement or concluding statement. The final answer key as per released by CAT was 3241, but we feel that either way it makes sense. Both of them are correct. So but the final answer as per CAT was 3241. We'll all live under mob rule until then, which doesn't help anyone. So when they say until then, they are speaking about something specific. Until that happens, we'll live under mob rule. We'll look for that. Statement 2 says perhaps we need to learn to condense the feedback we receive online so that 100 replies carry the same weight as just one. So if there are 100 comments or 100 feedback, we take it as 1. So does it help in reducing mob mentality? It seems disconnected. Let's look at statement 3. As we grow more comfortable with social media conversations being part of the way we interact every day, we are going to have to learn how to deal with legitimate criticism. So this is very true. 20 years ago there was no social media. Now social media is getting naturalized. It is a part of our life. So they are saying that we need to learn to deal with legitimate criticism. A new norm will arise where it is considered unacceptable to reply with the same point that dozens of others have already. So this is a passage, if you are able to understand, then you can logically fit it. You need not look for pronouns or anything. See, initially they are saying that this is a good introductory statement. Initially they are saying that social media is becoming a part of our life. It is getting naturalized. So you need to learn to deal with legitimate criticism. Then they say that how can you deal with legitimate criticism? Second option says perhaps we need to condense the feedback. If there are too many comments, too many criticism, we make 100 replies into one reply. So they are talking about this. But statement 1 says, even though this on a personal level, this addresses that how we can deal criticism, how do we solve the mob mentality, the mob frenzy attitude. They say a new norm will arise where having the same opinion, same criticism, even I will say the same criticism, another person will tweet the same criticism, that will be unacceptable. So they are saying this new norm will arise. So that is the specific thing they are speaking about. We will live under mob rule until then, which doesn't help anyone. So until then refers to until the new norm arises where the same kind of criticism is unacceptable. So once this is a new norm arises, then the mob rule will go away. That's what they are saying. So 4-1 will form a logical block and 3-2 will form a logical block. And the proper coherence is, first they will introduce the paragraph by saying social media is a part of our life, and then they say we need to learn how to deal with legitimate criticism. In option 2 it says perhaps we need to learn, again it's a cue that 3 and 2 are connected, and then they say that a new norm will come where this is considered unacceptable. Until then we will still live in mob rule. So this is again one of the easy parajumbles. The right option is 3-2-4-1. Let's look at the next question. His idea to use sign language was not a completely new idea, as Native Americans used hand gestures to communicate with other tribes. Statement 2 says ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle, for example, observed that men who are deaf are incapable of speech. So these two seem superficially they seem disconnected. The statement 2 talks about how deaf people are not able to speak, they can't speak, and statement 1 talks about a sign language as to what is the origin of sign language. And let's look at statement 3. People who are born deaf were denied the right to sign a will, as they were presumed to understand nothing, because it is not possible that they have been able to learn to read or write. So statement 3 speaks about discrimination. How the people who are deaf, who are born deaf, they can't read or they can't write, so they are not allowed to sign a will. Statement 4 says pushback against this prejudice began in the 16th century when Pedro Ponce de Leon created a formal sign language for the hearing impaired. So as soon as you see this prejudice, statement 3 speaks about the discrimination, the prejudice that was against the deaf people. So they are saying this prejudice was overturned or it was rolled back, and this was done by Pedro Ponce, who introduced a formal sign language. As soon as we see in sign language, we can remember that the first statement says that it was not his idea, it was already used by Native Americans. So again we can say 4 and 1 are somehow connected. The last statement says for millennia, people with hearing impairments encountered marginalization because it was believed that language could only be learned by hearing the spoken word. So as soon as you see this is a very generic statement. They are saying for millennia, this is a general statement. It is a very good beginner. So the statement will begin, the paragraph will begin with 5. It starts by saying that for millennia these people are marginalized, and then they go on to give an example. They say that the people who are deaf, they are not allowed to sign a will, and they say that this was remediated by Pedro Ponce de Leon by introducing a new sign language. And then the sign language is connected to statement 1, where they say that the sign language is not his original idea. It was, in fact, it can be dated back to Native Americans who used it to communicate with other tribes. So 5, 3, 4, 1 will be a very good logical parajumble. But what about statement 2? Statement 2 also talks about deaf. This is somewhat an enticing option because it talks about deaf. But again, Aristotle, it is totally unrelated. This is also a generic statement where it says that Aristotle believed that deaf are incapable of speech. If you take this as an opening statement, then there cannot be any statement that comes after this, because statement 3 talks about an injustice. There is no coherence, there is no relation. So this is out of context, you can say. So the odd man out here will be statement 2. Let's look at this parajumble. If you have seen a little line of text on websites that says something like, customers who bought this also enjoyed that, you have experienced this collaborative filtering firsthand. So what is this? As soon as you see this, it is some pronoun. It is referring that there is some preceding statement to that. Also, this is a common phenomenon. If you have, we have all seen on Amazon, Snapdeal, if you like this, you may also like this. So they are talking about that. Going to second statement, it says that the problem with these algorithms, again, these refers to that these two cannot be the opening statements. They are referring to something preceding to it. The problem with these algorithms is that they don't take into account a host of nuances and circumstances that might interfere with their accuracy. So they are talking something negative about the algorithms. So let's look at statement 3. If you just bought a gardening book for your cousin, you might get a flurry of links to books about gardening recommended just for you. The algorithm has no way of knowing you hate gardening and only bought the book as a gift. So they are saying that if you buy something, the algorithm will think that you are essentially like such kind of products. Even if you are bought it to someone else and you don't like it, the algorithm cannot distinguish about it. So this is necessarily an example of the flaw. Initially in statement 2, you can observe that they say that this algorithm has some flaw. It doesn't take into account certain circumstances. So that is clearly they have given an example. So it looks like 2, 3 are a natural block. Let's look at statement 4. Statement 4 says that collaborative filtering is a mathematical algorithm by which correlations and co-occurrences of behaviors are tracked and then used to make recommendations. So if you remember in statement 1, we had used something like this collaborative filtering first hand. So naturally 4.1 will become a logical block 4.1 because this is an introductory statement. They are saying that what is collaborative filtering. They are introducing the idea and they are giving an example. If you have seen something like this online, then that is collaborative. We have experienced it first hand. And we also know that 2, 3 is also again a logical block because 2 is saying one problem in collaborative filtering, the problem in those algorithms, and then 3 is giving an example of it. So this is one of the easiest parajumbles in slot 1. So the right option is 4.123.
Google search Cracku free cat mock. Click on the first link. You can attempt a free mock test which was attempted by 30,000 cat aspirants in the actual exam format. After completing the test, you get detailed solutions, analysis and percentile along with your scorecard to gauge your All India performance. Click on the solution to get video solutions from our expert faculty.
His idea to use sign language was not a completely new idea, as Native Americans used hand gestures to communicate with other tribes. Statement 2 says ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle, for example, observed that men who are deaf are incapable of speech. So these two seem superficially they seem disconnected. The statement 2 talks about how deaf people are not able to speak, they can't speak, and statement 1 talks about a sign language as to what is the origin of sign language. And let's look at statement 3. People who are born deaf were denied the right to sign a will as they were presumed to understand nothing because it is not possible that they have been able to learn to read or write. So statement 3 speaks about discrimination. How the people who are deaf, who are born deaf, they can't read or they can't write, so they are not allowed to sign a will. Statement 4 says pushback against this prejudice began in the 16th century when Pedro Ponce de Leon created a formal sign language for the hearing impaired. So as soon as you see this prejudice, statement 3 speaks about the discrimination, the prejudice that was against the deaf people. So they are saying this prejudice was overturned or it was rolled back, and this was done by Pedro Ponce, who introduced a formal sign language. As soon as we see in sign language, we can remember that the first statement says that it was not his idea, it was already used by Native Americans. So again we can say 4 and 1 are somehow connected. The last statement says for millennia, people with hearing impairments encountered marginalization because it was believed that language could only be learned by hearing the spoken word. So as soon as you see this is a very generic statement. They are saying for millennia, this is a general statement. It is a very good beginner. So the statement will begin, the paragraph will begin with 5. It starts by saying that for millennia, these people are marginalized, and then they go on to give an example. They say that the people who are deaf, they are not allowed to sign a will, and they say that this was remediated by Pedro Ponce de Leon by introducing a new sign language. And then the sign language is connected to statement 1, where they say that the sign language is not his original idea. It was, in fact, it can be dated back to Native Americans who used it to communicate with other tribes. So 5, 3, 4, 1 will be a very good logical parajumble. But what about statement 2? Statement 2 also talks about deaf. This is somewhat an enticing option because it talks about deaf. But again, Aristotle, it is totally unrelated. This is also a generic statement where it says that Aristotle believed that deaf are incapable of speech. If you take this as an opening statement, then there cannot be any statement that comes after this, because statement 3 talks about an injustice. There is no coherence, there is no relation. So this is out of context, you can say. So the odd man out here will be statement 2. It's an odd one out question. So let's look at it. Statement 1 says one argument is that actors that do not fit within a single well-defined category may suffer an illegitimacy discount. So what is this illegitimacy discount? So basically they are stereotyping actors. If you say this actor only fits in action role or he fits in comic roles, if they do not have a well-defined category, then they suffer something called as illegitimacy discount. Statement 2 says others believe that complex identities confuse audiences about an organization's role or purposes. So on the hindsight, as soon as you look at it, it will be visible that here they are speaking about organization, that complex identities of organization is sort of confusing, while here they speak about actors. So both are disconnected. And also we can say that this is a negative statement. Here they are saying that others believe that. This should also be a cue for something. When you say that others believe that, it means that few people believe in theory A, others believe in theory B. So it should usually be contradicting. So if this is in negative tone, we can infer that there will be a positive tone statement somewhere. It will be upcoming. Statement 3 says some organizations have complex and multi-dimensional identities that span or combine categories, while other organizations have narrow identities. So again, this is sort of a generic statement. It is defining that organizations either have a broad identity or they have a narrow identity. Statement 4 says identity is one of the most important features of organizations, but there exist opposing views among sociologists about how identity affects organizational performance. So this is a wholesome starting statement, you can say. So they are starting off by saying what they are defining what identity is. They are saying it is one of the important features of an organization, and they also say there is contrasting opinions about the identity of an organization. We can already see there is a negative view about identity, organizational identity. Statement 5 says those who think that complex identities are beneficial point to the strategic advantages of ambiguity and organizations' potential to differentiate among competitors. So they are pointing to the benefits. They are pointing to the benefits of complex identity in organization. So this is a positive aspect, and immediately after this will be followed by 2. So these two are a natural block. So 5 points to the benefits of complex identity in the organization. 2 points to the it says it is confusing. And then if you look at 4 is a very good introductory statement. It is introducing the idea of identity, and then it is saying there are opposing views. But if you look at 3 can either fit in the middle or it can come at as a conclusive statement. 3 is not a conclusive statement. 3 is again a more generic statement. After we introduce the idea of identity, they are saying that it is either broad or it is narrow. So again 3 will fit in somewhere here. It will fit in between the logical block of 5-2 and the introductory statement. So this will be the correct coherence, logical coherence. And why is 1 the odd man out? The right answer is 1. That is because this entire thing is speaking about organization. Even if you are not able to form the parasymbol, this is speaking about organization and this is speaking about actors. So it is totally unrelated, out of context. So the right option will be option 1.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. We have been given an odd one out here. So there are 5 jumbled up sentences related to a topic which are given below. 4 of them can be put together to form a coherent paragraph. So we have to identify the odd one out and key in the number of sentences that we find as the correct answer. So let us read the individual statements first. 1. For feminists, the question of how we read is inextricably linked with the question of what we read. 2. Elaine Showalter's critique of the literary curriculum is exemplary of this work. 3. Androcentric literature structures the reading experience differently depending on the gender of the reader. 4. The documentation of this realization was one of the earliest tasks undertaken by feminist critics. 5. More specifically, the feminist inquiry into the activity of reading begins with the realization that the literary canon is androcentric and that this has a profoundly damaging effect on women readers. So we understand that this particular chain of statements is associated with some mechanism of reading as perceived by feminists and some form of criticism that is associated with it. So I identify that statement 1 serves as a good opening statement, or it can serve as an introduction, that for feminists the question of how we read is linked somehow with the question of what we read. So there are 2 elements. How we read is associated with what we read. And then 1 helps transitions into 5. So 5 is basically giving us additional information in this regard, that more specifically the feminist inquiry concerning reading in the activity of reading It begins with a specific realization, and this realization is that the literary canon is androcentric, and that this has a damaging effect of on women readers. So basically, the author is stating that for feminists there is a specific perception that they have associated with reading, and that is that how we read is associated with what we read, and more specifically, they associate the activity of reading with the realization that the literary canon is androcentric. And then there is some information concerning what androcentric literature is, but it might seem out of place here. If we place it after this, there is no proper continuation for this particular paragraph. So after 5, the next best statement that follows it is 4, because there is mention of a realization here, and statement 4 talks about the documentation of this realization and states that this was one of the earliest tasks that was undertaken by feminist critics. So they decided to document or write on this particular realization that the literary canon is androcentric. So till now we see that 1, 5 and 4 form a coherent arrangement. Moving forth, the example of one such documentation is presented in 2. So Elaine Showalter's critic of literary curriculum is an exemplary of this work. So what does this work here indicate? It is talking about the documentation of this realization, and this realization was earlier mentioned here in statement 5. So we see that 1542 forms a logical arrangement. We can make this into a paragraph and it makes sense. However, statement 3 here, it might deviate or it might diverge from the discussion that is being undertaken. It is giving us an example, or it is defining or elucidating on the androcentric literature or what it means and what it constitutes of. So of the given statements, we observe that 3 is the odd one out. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. We have 4 sentences given below, which when properly sequenced would yield a coherent paragraph. So we have to decide on the proper sequencing of the order of sentences and write the correct sequence of the 4 numbers. So let's check the statements. Statement 1. Relying on the narrative structure alone, indigenous significances of 19th century San folktales are hard to determine. 2. Using their supernatural potency, benign shamans transcend the level of the San cosmos in order to deal with social conflict and to protect material resources and enjoy a measure of respect that sets them apart from the ordinary people. Statement 3. Selected tales reveal that they deal with a form of spiritual conflict that has social implications and concern conflict between people and living or dead malevolent shamans. 4. Meaning can be elicited and the tales contextualized by probing beneath the narrative of verbatim original language records and exploring the connotations of highly significant words and phrases. So we notice that this particular parajumble, quite difficult, introduces us to a predicament that we face, that there is a difficulty in understanding the indigenous significances of 19th century San folktales, and this particular element is introduced to us in the first statement. So we notice that in the original arrangement, one has to be the introductory statement, because it is talking about the problem that we are facing, that the narrative structure alone does not help us understand the indigenous significances of a particular kind of folktales, San folktales, and there are other elements that we need to consider, or there are additional variables that needs to be considered while understanding, or while our endeavor to understand the indigenous significances of San folktales. So narrative structure alone won't help. So what else helps us? So the fourth point actually elaborates in this regard. It states that meaning can be elicited and the tales can be contextualized by probing beneath this particular narrative, or narrative of the verbatim, and we can understand certain meanings by exploring the connotations of words and phrases. Hence it is elaborating in this particular aspect, and the outcome of this methodology is then presented in 3 and 2. So for now let us write 1 and 4. So this forms a logical pair, and next 3 and 2 elaborates in this regard. So it says that selected tales which has been probed using this methodology It tells us that it deals with a form of spiritual conflict which has certain social implications, and it discusses about shamans. So shamans are basically what do we say, a kind of priests, or they are certain figures, mystical figures associated in this particular folktale. So the author is now introducing us that using this methodology of probing beneath the narrative renders us with some selected tales, which helps us understand that there are malevolent shamans. And then the second statement talks about benign shamans. So malevolent shamans are negative ones and benign shamans are positive ones. So a sort of opposite elements are being presented in the third and second statements. So 3 and 2 follows the arrangement 1 and 4, and hence we have a coherent paragraph that we can form out of this particular arrangement. Thank you. Four sentences have been given below, which when properly sequenced would yield a coherent paragraph. So we have to decide on the proper sequencing of the order of sentences. Let us check the individual statements. 1. Tensions and sometimes conflict remain an issue in and between the 11 states in Southeast Asia, and the countries are being named. 2. China's rise as a regional military power and its claim in the South China Sea have become an increasingly pressing security concern for many Southeast Asian states. 3. Since the 1990s, the security environment of Southeast Asia has seen both continuity and profound changes. 4. These concerns cause states from outside the region to take an active interest in Southeast Asian security. So we observe that statement 3 serves as an apt introductory statement. So it is presenting a scenario that has been existent since the 1990s, that earlier on, like for the past decades, the security environment has been a bit shaky and it has seen certain changes. 1 then continues along these lines and it gives us additional information. It states that earlier on this was the case, and even now tensions remain in this particular region, and it lists the set of states which are a part of this region and which face these security concerns. And an example or an event has been cited, which is China's rise as a regional military power and its claim in the South China Sea. So this has been a cause of pressing concern for the countries, and it elaborates on the tensions that has been mentioned earlier in 3 and 1. And 4 then concludes the passage by stating that entities from outside the region have taken an interest because of these security issues or the turmoil in the region. So we notice that the arrangement 3, 1, 2, 4 forms a coherent paragraph. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 5 jumbled up sentences have been given. 4 of them can be made into a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the odd one out. So let us read the individual statements. 1. Talk was the most common way for enslaved men and women to subvert the rules of their bondage to gain more agency than they were supposed to have. 2. Even in conditions of extreme violence and unfreedom, their words remain ubiquitous, ephemeral, irrepressible, and potentially transgressive. 3. Slaves came from societies in which oaths, orations, and invocations carried great potency, both between people and as a connection to an all-powerful spirit world. 4. Freedom of speech and the power to silence may have been preeminent markers of white liberty in colonies, but at the same time, slavery depended on dialogue. Slaves could never be completely muted. 5. Slave owners obsessed over slave talk, though they could never control it, yet feared its power to bind and inspire. For as everyone knew, oaths, whispers, and secret conversations bred conspiracy and revolt. So we understand that statements 1, 2, 4, and 5 are talking about how freedom of speech was a significant facet associated with slaves. So they emphasize how this particular element was central to slavery in the past. And contrarily, statement 3 is actually tangential to this particular discussion. It takes a divergent route where it is talking about the potency of oaths, orations, and invocations. based on the origin of slaves. So as such, it does not make any sense in the arrangement that is given. So 1, 2, 4 and 5 can somehow be made into a coherent paragraph. However, 3 is the odd one out here. Since it does not touch upon any element that is discussed here, which is the freedom of speech or the aspect of making their voices heard for slaves. Hence, statement 3 is the odd one out. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 4 sentences have been given here. We need to properly sequence it. So let us read the individual statements. 1. Man has used poisons for assassination purposes ever since the dawn of civilization, against individual enemies but also occasionally against armies. 2. These dangers were soon recognized and resulted in 2 international declarations, in 1874 in Brussels and 1899 in The Hague, that prohibited the use of poison weapons. Statement 3. The foundation of microbiology by Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch offered new prospects for those interested in biological weapons because it allowed agents to be chosen and designed on a rational basis. 4. Though treaties were all made in good faith, they contained no means of control and so failed. So we understand that statement 1 serves as a general introduction to the topic, which indicates our inclination towards using poison or associated agents. The author is stating the utility of this particular element ever since the dawn of mankind. Following this, statement 3 is the next statement, which introduces or shows an advancement in this particular domain, that the foundation or the field of microbiology furthered the cause of poisons, and it provided new avenue for the zealots of this particular subject. And understanding the threat posed by this particular field, there were certain international declarations or certain safeguards that were put into place to counteract any such issues originating from this particular field. However, the author is stating that the treaties that were made, although it was made in good faith, they were not foolproof, or they were not properly put in place. So there were certain flaws in this safeguard. So we notice that 1, 3, 2, 4 forms a coherent arrangement, wherein the author is introducing the subject, he is presenting an advancement in the subject, and then transitioning into what was done as a cause, what safeguards were put, and did the safeguards work, or rather the author is presenting that there was a flaw in the safeguard. Hence 1, 3, 2, 4 is the right answer to this question. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 4 sentences have been given below, which when properly sequenced would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to decide on the proper order of sequencing of the sentences. Let us read the individual statements. 1. Complex computational elements of the CNS are organized according to a nested hierarchy criterion. The organization is not permanent and can change dynamically from moment to moment as they carry out a computational task. 2. Echolocation in bats exemplifies adaptation produced by natural selection. A function not produced by natural selection for its current use is exaptation. Feathers might have originally arisen in the context of selection for insulation. 3. From a structural standpoint consistent with exaptation, the living organism is organized as a complex of Russian Matryoshka dolls. Smaller structures are contained within larger ones in multiple layers. 4. The exaptation concept and the Russian doll organization concept of living beings deduced from studies on evolution of the various apparatuses in mammals can be applied for the most complex human organ, the central nervous system. So we notice, after reading these collection of statements, we notice that the overall discussion is something that is associated with the evolutionary influence on certain bodily apparatuses, and especially with regard to the CNS, how it can be extrapolated to the idea of CNS. So statement 2 serves as the introduction, since it is talking about certain evolutionary influences in the bodily mechanisms of mammals, and here the author is discussing something that is associated with bats. he talks about echolocation, which is an example of a function that is produced by natural selection, and he talks about exaptation, which is something that is not produced by natural selection, and then further extrapolates or extends this idea of exaptation in the fourth statement, wherein he is talking about how the studies or the observations that we understand from the studies of bats and Russian doll organization, an idea that will be subsequently discussed, how we can extend these observations to one of the most complex human organs, which is the central nervous system. So, associating the evolutionary influence to CNS. So, 2 and 4 form a logical pair. Post this, the author is elaborating on the Russian doll organization by stating that this is indicative of a specific kind of structural hierarchy, that is, smaller structures are contained within larger ones and multiple layers. So, a sort of structural hierarchy that is observed in such kind of evolutionary influences. And then one is further talking about this idea. It talks about the presence of a nested hierarchy criterion in the that is observed in the sub-elements or the complex computational elements present in the CNS. The author is saying that just as we notice in statement 3 that there are smaller structures contained within larger ones, a similar kind of organization can be observed in the CNS, and this particular organization is not permanent but rather dynamic. So, statement 1 definitely succeeds statement 3. So, 2, 4, 3, 1 forms a coherent paragraph and hence is the correct sequence. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 4 sentences have been given below, which when properly sequenced will yield a coherent paragraph. We need to decide on the proper sequencing of the order of sentences. Let us read the individual statements. 1. It advocated a conservative approach to antitrust enforcement that espouses faith in efficient markets and voiced suspicion regarding the merits of judicial intervention to correct anti-competitive practices. 2. Many industries have consistently gained market share, the lion's share, without any official concern. The most successful technology companies have grown into veritable titans on the premise that they advance public interest. 3. That the new anti-competitive risks imposed by tech giants like Google, Facebook and Amazon necessitate new legal solutions could be attributed to the dearth of enforcement actions against monopolies and the few cases challenging mergers in the USA. 4. The criterion of consumer welfare standard and the principle that antitrust law should serve consumer interests and that it should protect competition rather than individual competitors was an antitrust law introduced by and named after the Chicago School. So we understand that this particular discussion is about antitrust laws to prevent anti-competitive practices, and hence statement 4 serves as an apt introduction since it is mentioning the antitrust law and its origin and a few essential features attached to it. This followed by statement 1, which further describes a provision, that is a move to support an efficient market and curb certain anti-competitive practices, is forming a logical block. So 4 followed by 1 presents as the premise of this particular law as well as its provisions. This followed by 2, wherein the author is elaborating on the latter point of anti-competitive practices and is highlighting the relevance of this particular provision, that there are certain industries which have gargantuan market share on the basis that they advance public interest. So a sort of suspicious premise that they are using to gain advantage. So 1 followed by 2. And 3 then elaborates on this, further emphasizes the necessity of new legal solutions to deal with the elements that has been discussed in 2 and 1 earlier on. So it is talking about tech giants such as Google, Facebook and Amazon who have perhaps engaged in who pose a sort of anti-competitive risk, and the author is talking that the dearth in enforcement or the lack or scarcity in such legal provisions is what makes this particular antitrust law relevant. So 4, 1, 2, 3 sort of forms a logical arrangement which aptly explains the primary subject that this paragraph is presenting. Hence 4123 is the correct arrangement. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 5 jumbled up sentences related to a topic are given below. 4 of them can be put together to form a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the odd one out here. Let us read the individual statements. 1. Machine learning models are prone to learning human-like biases from the training dataset that feeds these algorithms. 2. Hate speech detection is part of the ongoing effort against oppressive and abusive language on social media. 3. The current automatic detection models miss out on something vital: context. 4. It uses complex algorithms to flag racist or violent speech faster and better than human beings alone. 5. For instance, algorithms struggle to determine if group identifiers like gay or black are used in offensive or prejudiced ways because they are trained on imbalanced datasets with unusually high rates of hate speech. We notice that this particular paragraph or the core subject of this particular discussion is about hate speech detection and the algorithms involved and the biases that these particular algorithms are prone to. So 1, 2, 4 and 5 is discussing about something associated with this particular subject, wherein 3 seems to be an odd topic of discussion. It is talking about context, which we cannot truly fit into the other discussion. We can form a sort of logical arrangement using 2, 4, 1 and 5, wherein the author is initially discussing about hate speech detection, 4 is presenting its utility, and 1 and 5 is talking about the biases that is present in this particular algorithm utilized for hate speech detection. So 2, 4, 1, 5 can be formed into a coherent paragraph, wherein 3 appears to be an odd one out since it is talking about something unassociated, which is context, and hence 3 is the odd one out. Thank you.
We at Cracku provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as IIFT, ZAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 5 jumbled up sentences related to a topic are given below. 4 of them can be put together to form a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the odd one out. Let us read the individual sentences. 1. The logic of displaying one's inner qualities through outward appearance was based on a distinction between being a woman and being feminine. 2. Appearance became a signifier of conduct. To look was to be, and conformity to feminine ideal was measured by how well women could use the tools of fashion and beauty industries. 3. The makeover-centric media sets out subtly and not so subtly good and bad ways to be a woman, layering these over inequalities of race and class. 4. The denigration of working class women and women of color often centers on their perceived failure to embody feminine beauty. 5. Women was considered a biological category, but femininity was a process by which women became specific kinds of women. So we notice that this particular discussion is about women and their appearance and its association with a measure of femininity. So the statement 1 talks about the logic of determining a woman's inner quality being described by a distinction between the perception of a woman being a woman or being feminine. So one could serve as an introduction. 5 then elaborates on what the author means by this. What qualifies as a woman and what qualifies as something feminine. So being a woman was a biological category, however being feminine was a process which was under the control of a woman. So 1 followed by 5 seems to be a logical block. Further, statement 2 continues on the manner in which this feminine beauty was or feminine ideal was measured, and the author says that this was dependent on the appearance of women. so 5 followed by 2, talks about how femininity was measured. And anyone who does not live up to this embodiment of femininity was berated or condescended. So that is the point that the author is putting forth in 4. So 1524 seems to talk about a particular element or a particular subject wherein women and them being feminine is being associated. Whereas statement 3 is talking about makeover centric media and their portrayal of women, which cannot truly be placed in any of these places with any of the other sentences, and talks about a tangential idea. Hence 3 is the odd one out here. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 4 sentences have been given below, which when properly sequenced would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to decide the proper sequencing of the order of sentences. Let us read the individual statements. 1. Each one personified a different aspect of good fortune. 2. The others were versions of popular Buddhist gods, Hindu gods and Taoist gods. 3. 7 popular Japanese deities, the Shichifukujin, were considered to bring good luck and happiness. 4. Although they were included in the Shinto pantheon, only 2 of them, Daikoku and Ebisu, were indigenous Japanese gods. So we notice that this particular collection of statements is talking something that is associated with the Japanese deities who are called as Shichifukujin and who are known to bring good luck. So 3 serves as an apt introduction, and 1 which follows 3 talks about the good fortune or the aspect of good fortune, that each of these 7 deities used to personify a different aspect of good fortune. So 3 and 1 form a logical block. Post this, 4 talks about the background of these gods. The author states that only 2 of these gods actually qualify as Japanese gods, while the rest of them were versions of Buddhist gods, Hindu gods and Taoist gods. So he's talking about the background. So 4 and 2 forms another logical block. So we notice that 3, 1, 4, 2 together forms a coherent paragraph and hence is the correct answer. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 5 jumbled up sentences related to a topic are given below. 4 of them can be put together to form a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the odd one out. Let us check the individual statements. 1. You can observe the truth of this in every e-business model ever constructed. Monopolize and protect data. 2. Economists and technologists have believed that a new kind of capitalism is being created different from the industrial capitalism as was merchant capital. 3. In 1962, Kenneth Arrow, the guru of mainstream economics, said that in a free market economy, the purpose of inventing things is to create intellectual property rights. 4. There is, alongside the world of monopolized information and surveillance, a different dynamic growing up: information as a social good, incapable of being owned, exploited or priced. 5. Yet information is abundant. Information goods are freely replicable. Once a thing is made, it can be copied and pasted infinitely. So we notice that this particular collection of statements is discussing something associated with information and its place in a free market economy. So statement 3 serves as an apt introduction, since it is introducing us to this idea that intellectual property is an essential part of free market economy. So basically, by stating intellectual property rights, the author is talking about something that is associated with protection of information and ideas. And in this same line, statement 1 serves as an apt continuation, since it is talking that we can observe this truth. So this truth is something that the author is discussing in statement 3, and the author is mentioning that we can observe this in many e-business model wherein they go for monopolization and protection of data. So this is something that is perhaps associated with intellectual property rights. Following this, the author states that despite all of this kind of protection of information, it is abundant and it is freely replicable. So despite any kind of monopolization and protection of data, it is still abundant. So we notice that 3, 1, 5 forms a logical pair. And furthermore, the author is stating that apart from this monopolized entity of information or presence of information, there is a different dynamic entity which is growing up alongside this aforementioned idea, which is information as a social good. So again, 3154 seems to form a coherent paragraph, wherein 2 discusses something which is tangential to the subject, which is merchant capitalism. So merchant capitalism is not something that we can easily associate with the other statements. So 2 is the odd one out. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 4 sentences have been given below, which when properly sequenced would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to decide on a proper sequencing of the order of sentences. So let us read the individual statements. 1. But the attention of the layman, not surprisingly, has been captured by the atom bomb, although there is at least a chance that it may never be used again. Statement 2. Of all the changes introduced by man into the household of nature, controlled large-scale nuclear fission is undoubtedly the most dangerous and most profound. 3. The danger to humanity created by the so-called peaceful uses of atomic energy may, however, be much greater. 4. The resultant ionizing radiation that has become the most serious agent of pollution of the environment and the greatest threat to man's survival on Earth. So we notice that this particular paragraph is discussing something associated with atomic energy. Statement 2 serves as an introductory statement wherein it is discussing or introducing us to the concept that controlled large-scale nuclear fission is something that is dangerous and profound, and it is one of the changes that is introduced by man. Statement 4 then further continues on this line. It talks about the aftermath of utilizing large-scale nuclear fission. It is talking about the resultant ionizing radiation that originates from such large-scale nuclear fission, and which turns out to be a serious threat to man's survival as well as an agent of pollution. So 2 followed by 4 appears coherent. Moving forward, the author is stating that despite this particular aspect, the attention of the layman is not on this specific issue associated with large-scale nuclear fission. Rather, it has been captured by the concept of atom bomb. So we notice that 241 forms a logical arrangement so far, and this followed by 3 concludes the paragraph. Since the author now transitioned into stating that the utility of the consideration of atomic energy as for peaceful uses might not actually hold up because it poses a serious threat to humanity. So statement 3 sums up the paragraph. So we notice that 2413 forms a logical arrangement and hence is the correct answer. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 5 jumbled up sentences related to a topic are given below. 4 of them can be put together to form a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the odd one out here. Let us read the individual statements. 1. The victim's trauma after assault rarely gets the attention that we lavish on the moment of damage that divided the survivor from a less encumbered past. 2. One thing we often do with narratives of sexual assault is sort their respective parties into different temporalities. It seems we are interested in perpetrators' futures and victims' pasts. 3. One result is that we don't have much of a vocabulary for what happens in a victim's life after the painful past has been excavated, even when our shared language gestures towards a future as the term survivor does. 4. Even the most charitable questions asked about the victims seem to focus on the past, in pursuit of understanding or the corroboration of painful details. 5. As more and more stories of sexual assault have been made public in the last 2 years, the genre of their telling has exploded. Crimes have a tendency to become not just stories but genres. So we notice that the subject here is about the narratives of sexual assault and the subsequent treatment of the victims. So this particular paragraph begins with statement 5, which serves as an apt introduction by stating that such sexual assault incidents have turned out to become not simply stories but has turned out to be a genre. So these narratives are now turning into a genre. Post this, statement 2 continues on this aspect of narratives. It states that a stark element within these narratives is that the general interest that we have in a perpetrator's futures and the victim's past. So the author is stating that we are bifurcating a particular narrative into these two segments, or we are grouping the elements of a particular story into these two segments. So 5 and 2 seems to be a logical pair. Post this, statement 3 is describing the outcome of the latter element, that when we focus too much on the victim's past. And again, statement 1 is also something in this regard, wherein the author discusses about the attention that the past of a victim gets concerning their past. So again, 3.1 or 1.3 is again on the subject of this particular narrative. So we notice that of this given set of statements, statement 4 stands out, not because it is not on a similar subject. It seems to be on the same kind of subject. However, we cannot place it in the above arrangement since it diverges into a topic of asking questions to survivor. So the primary focus here is on questioning the survivors and not on talking about the narratives as such. So of the given statements, we can form a coherent paragraph out of 5.2.3.1 or 5.2.1.3. However, we cannot say the same about statement 4. Hence, it is the odd one out here. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 4 sentences have been given below, which when properly sequenced would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to decide on the proper sequencing of the order of sentences. Let us read the individual statements. 1. It also has 4 movable auxiliary telescopes 1.8 meter in diameter. 2. Completed in 2006, the Very Large Telescope VLT has 4 reflecting telescopes 8.2 meter in diameter that can observe objects 4 billion times weaker than can normally be seen with the naked eye. 3. This configuration enables one to distinguish an astronaut on the moon. 4. When these are combined with the large telescopes, they produce what is called interferometry, a simulation of the power of a mirror 16 meter in diameter and the resolution of a telescope of 200 meter. Now we notice that this particular passage is talking about telescopes, and 2 serves as a apt introduction since it is presenting us with the very first idea of VLT and 4 of its reflecting telescopes. This followed by 1 is stating that it has an additional feature. It has additional or auxiliary telescopes which are 1.8 meter in diameter, apart from the earlier ones which are 8.2 meter in diameter. And statement 4 is talking about this combined configuration of telescopes, and the author states that when combined they produce what is called an interferometry. And post this, statement 3 is presenting us with its utility or the extent of its utility, stating that this particular configuration of the combination of these two setups enables us to distinguish something as small as an astronaut on a moon. So we notice that 2.1.4.3 seems to form a coherent paragraph. This was an easy parajumble. I hope the arrangement is clear. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 4 sentences have been given below, which when properly sequenced would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to decide on the proper sequencing of these sentences. Let us check the individual statements. 1. While you might think that you see or are aware of all the changes that happen in your immediate environment, there is simply too much information for your brain to fully process everything. 2. Psychologists use the term change blindness to describe this tendency of people to be blind to changes though they are in the immediate environment. 3. it cannot be aware of every single thing that happens in the world around you. 4. Sometimes big shifts happen in front of your eyes and you are not at all aware of these changes. So we notice that this particular discussion is about change blindness, wherein we are not able to process the information around us, and it often causes us to not notice certain things happening around us. So statement 1 serves as a apt introduction, wherein it is talking about this particular phenomena, wherein we are not able to perceive the changes that happen in our immediate environment due to the excess of information available. And 3 follows as a logical block, since it is talking about the brain here. So the author is discussing that there is simply too much information for your brain to process everything. And 3 continues on this line by talking about the brain, by saying that every single thing that happens in the world cannot be something that the brain can be aware of. So 1 and 3 forms a coherent block. This followed by 4 and 2 seems to make a complete passage, since 4 is talking about the continues on the shifts that takes place around us and us not being aware of it or not noticing it, and 2 sums up the entire phenomena by stating that this tendency that it is talking about, the elements in 4, it is stating that this tendency is called as change blindness. So 2 sums up the entire paragraph. So 1, 3, 4, 2 seems to be a coherent paragraph, and hence it is the correct answer.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 5 jumbled up sentences related to a topic are given below. 4 of them can be put together to form a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the odd one out here. Let us read the given collection of statements. 1. There is a dark side to academic research, especially in India, and at its center is the phenomenon of predatory journals. 2. But in truth, as long as you pay, you can get anything published. 3. In look and feel thus, they are exactly like any reputed journal. 4. They claim to be indexed in the most influential databases, say they possess editorial boards that comprise top scientists and researchers, and claim to have a rigorous peer review structure. 5. But a large section of researchers and scientists across the world are at the receiving end of nothing short of an academic publishing scam. So we notice that one of the key themes here is about predatory journals. The author talks about how these journals are different from the normal ones, and he talks about certain attributes associated with predatory journals. So he perhaps we can say that 1 is the introduction here, because the author says that there is a dark side to academic research. So a very broad point which is apt as an introduction. And then he goes on to say that especially in India, the center of this dark side is something that we can tag as predatory journals. So this is primary claim here. And he then goes on to talk about certain assertions that these individuals or this community associated with predatory journals make. So he says that they claim that they are indexed in the most influential databases, or they have very reputed or prestigious editorial boards which involves top scientists and researchers, and they also claim that they have a very rigorous peer review structure. So all of these are claims that predatory journals make. And the author says that in look and feel, they are exactly like any other kind of reputed journal, because all of these attributes are something that we can associate to a reputed journal. And the author says that the predatory journals, the kind of claims that they make us feel that they are exactly like any other reputed journal, but in truth. So here is the primary contradiction that the author presents. He says that in reality, you are able to get anything published as long as you pay. So it's based on the kind of payment that you make, that your academic work or your research work is being published here. So this is why he says that this is the dark side to academic research, especially in India. And he's talking specifically about predatory journals. Even 5 has a contradiction, or it is presenting some kind of contrasting idea, and it is rather talking about an academic publishing scam, something across the world. We notice that the discussion here is deviating, so there is a difference in scope. The author is focusing on India and more specifically on predatory journals in India, and 5 here is diverging. It's taking this discussion on a global scale and is talking about an academic publishing scam. Now, are predatory journals part of this academic publishing scam? is something that is not made clear to us. So as such, we notice that of the given statements, we can form a coherent paragraph using statements 1, 2, 3 and 4. But 5 as such doesn't match in scope. It has certain elements that is unclear or vague to us so far. And we notice that from India, now the focus is on the world, and from predatory journals, we are now focusing on academic publishing scams. So there is a difference in the kind of topics and the kind of underlying elements that will be discussed under these. So far we notice that 5 is likely to be the odd one out because of this mismatch in scope, and we can form a coherent paragraph using statements 1, 4, 3 and 2. 1 here is talking about the dark side. 2 academic research, especially in India, talks about predatory journals. It introduces us to this primary subject. 4 elaborates on the attributes associated with predatory journals. He says that these are the claims that predatory journals make. What is the consequence or implication of this? The author says that it makes us feel that it's just like any other reputed journal. But in reality, what is the reality? The author discusses this in 2. He says that in reality, as long as you are paying, you will be able to publish any kind of academic work. So 1432 forms a coherent paragraph which is specifically talking about predatory journals in India. Statement 5 deviates from this topic largely, primarily because it is talking about an academic publishing scam at a global level. So there is definitely a mismatch in scope, which is why we identify 5 as the odd one out here. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 4 sentences are given below, which when properly sequenced would yield a coherent paragraph. We have to identify the correct order of sentences. 1. The work is more than the text, for the text only takes on life when it is realized, and furthermore, the realization is by no means independent of the individual disposition of the reader. 2. The convergence of text and reader brings the literary work into existence, and this convergence is not to be identified either with the reality of the text or with the individual disposition of the reader. 3. From this polarity, it follows that the literary work cannot be completely identical with the text or with the realization of the text, but in fact must lie halfway between these two. 4. The literary work has 2 poles, which we might call the artistic and the aesthetic. The artistic refers to the text created by the author, and the aesthetic to the realization accomplished by the reader. So across the given statements, we notice that there are certain marker words that we can form a link with, such as text, individual disposition, realization. These are words that have been recurrently used across these sentences. There are also certain transition words, such as this one. The author says that from this polarity. Now, what does this polarity refer to? It refers to this idea in 4, wherein the author has talked about 2 poles with regard to literary works. So this helps us to link these 2 statements. We notice that in 4, the author is putting forward this idea about literary works being composed of 2 poles or 2 ends. One pole is called the artistic, another is called the aesthetic. When the author talks about artistic, he elaborates that by artistic what he is referring to is the text of that literary work, and by aesthetic he is talking about the realization of that particular text, which involves the reader. So these are the 2 components which, according to the author, is critical when it comes to, let's say, understanding how a literary work comes into existence. So there is the text and then there is the reader, and the author says that these are 2 poles. So one pole is the text, one pole is the reader, and in 3 he is elaborating on this idea by telling us that the origin or the identity of that literary work has to lie midway, somewhere between the text and the reader, in a way to imply that it's neither the text nor the reader, or the realization of the text by the reader, that can be equated to the literary work. So he's trying to say that the literary work has a totally different identity, disjoint of the text and the reader. So this is what he's trying to convey via statements 4 and 3. In 4, he tells us that we have 2 poles, the text and the reader, equal to artistic and aesthetic, and the literary work is something more than just the text and the disposition of the reader. So this is what he's trying to convey here. We notice that 1 and 2 have to be linked as well, because there are these words such as disposition of the reader. The author is repeating this particular idea. And what he is trying to convey via these two statements is the convergence of the text and the reader. So in one, the author says that the work, the literary work, is greater than the text. So this is something that he has already iterated in statement 3. So he's trying to say that work is more than the text, because this work comes to life only when it is realized by the reader. So it is, again, this realization, according to the author, is something that is dependent on the reader. So it might vary from person to person, and by realization, the author is trying to talk about perhaps the kind of interpretation that we are looking at, or perhaps the kind of understanding that every reader has of that particular text. So the author is trying to highlight, he earlier on touched upon this topic of how the literary work must lie somewhere between the text and the reader, and in one he is elaborating on this idea by telling us that the work is definitely greater than the text. It is something that we can call as an amalgamation of the text and the reader. So he's trying to say that it's a mixture of these two entities, because the work inherently is greater than the text, but again the reader has to understand and realize this text in order for the literary work to come alive. So this is the point that the author is trying to emphasize here. What this process describes is the convergence that the author specifies here in statement 2. So the author is trying to say that there is this convergence that takes place between the text and the reader, which is what brings the literary work into existence according to him. So again, we have to be very careful to not equate the literary work to either the text or to the disposition of the reader according to the author. So in this regard, we notice that 1, 2 also forms a coherent block. We had already created a logical block using statements 4 and 3. It was very easy for us to create a link between 4 and 3, primarily because of this word here, this marker word here, this polarity. It refers to the poles that the author has described in statement 4, which refers to the artistic pole and the aesthetic pole, both of which refer to text and the reader respectively. The author tells us that we should not mistake the literary work for either the text or the disposition of the reader, because it is basically a mixture of these both. So the author says that the work becomes alive primarily because the reader is able to realize what's written in that text. So in a way, the author is trying to say that we should not equate the literary work to the text. The work is definitely greater than the text, and it comes alive only by the realization of the reader. And again, the realization is dependent on the disposition of the reader. So it's a bit vague, a bit abstract idea, but this is the overall picture that the author is trying to paint. So in this regard, the correct answer to this question is 4312. This forms a coherent paragraph from the given statements. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 5 jumbled up sentences related to a topic are given below. 4 of them can be put together to form a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the odd one out here. Let us read the given collection of statements. 1. The legal status of resources mined in space remains ambiguous. And while the market for asteroid minerals is currently non-existent, this is likely to change as technical hurdles diminish. 2. Outer space is a commons and all of it is open for exploration. However, space law developed in the 1950s and 60s is state-centric and arguably ill-suited to a commercial future. 3. Laws adopted by the US and Luxembourg are first steps, but they only protect firms from competing claims by their compatriots. A Chinese company will not be bound by US law. 4. Critics say the US is conferring rights that it has no authority to confer. Russia in particular has condemned this, citing the US's disrespect for international law. 5. At issue now is commercial activity, as private firms rather than nation states look to space for profit. So we notice that one common theme or common idea here is about space exploration, and especially about mining some kind of minerals in outer space. And the author is also talking about space law. He wants us to understand the inadequacy associated with space law. He's saying that the existing laws, they are not sufficient, at least when it comes to commercial activity regarding outer space. So there are some kind of laws associated with space. The author talks about how US and Luxembourg do have some kind of laws that they have adopted. And he says, however, that there is some kind of inadequacy associated with these laws. So that is one of the primary highlights of the discussion. So one point that we come across is this aspect of the legal status of
resources mined in space. So this is one of the concerns that the author first presents. So in this regard, 1 is likely to be a good introduction, because this is the key issue that the author wants to talk about, the legality associated with these resources in outer space. And he says that currently the scenario is that there is not much of a market for asteroid minerals, but this is bound to change with time, because many of the technological hurdles that we face at this point in time will be counteracted, and we will see some kind of technical advancements which will enable us to identify this particular market, this demand for asteroid minerals. So this will definitely go up according to the author. So 1 is first introducing us to this topic, that there is this issue associated with legal status, and he says that he's reiterating this issue in statement 5, wherein he's saying that commercial activity is something that we need to look at, primarily because now private firms are involved. So that aspect of how private elements are involved is changing this entire scenario associated with the legal status of these resources. So he's saying that it's no longer countries or nation states that are involved. It's not just US or China or India that is involved. It's certain firms within these nations as well. So there are certain firms, such as we can look at SpaceX or certain other space explorations which are private firms, certain other space exploration firms which are private. So all of these are involved in this particular activity of looking for resources in space. So now the primary concern that we need to look at is the legal status or the legal framework that is present to govern this kind of mining or space exploration. So this is the author's primary issue. So he's saying that, okay, if we look at statements 1 and 5 together, we notice that the legal status of resources mined in outer space is something that remains unsure for us. We are ambiguous about it. We do not have some kind of definitive framework for it. So this is primary issue. He gives us certain instances wherein there are certain laws that had been deployed earlier on. So one such case is when he says that there were certain space laws which were developed in 1950s and 60s, but these were state-centric. So this is something that the author already mentions. He says that it's not useful for us because now we look at private firms who are looking to space for profit. So private firms are being involved in this aspect of resource mining. So as such, we cannot apply these space laws which were developed for nation states to these private firms. So it's quite difficult for us. This is why he's saying that it's arguably ill-suited to a commercial future. So if we want to spur this kind of, or if we look at a scenario wherein in the future there is some kind of technological advancement and there is improvement or there is a spur in commercial activity regarding these resources mined in space, then we need some kind of legal framework. This is the primary argument that is being made here. And 3 here is elaborating on the point in 2. The author says that US and Luxembourg did adopt certain laws. So he's just supplementing his claim. He's saying that if a company that is present in China, a private firm from China, it is not bound by the US laws. So just because you have some kind of legal framework associated with nation state does not mean that you can apply it to private firms. This is the primary concern here. 4 here, however, appears to be a deviation. It is talking about the ability of US to confer rights, especially in an international scenario. So the author is talking about how Russia is not happy with it or how other nations might not be happy with it. But what kind of international disrespect regarding international law or what kind of rights is being discussed here is a bit difficult for us to determine. Especially because the topic is about how there is a requirement of legal framework associated with space exploration or resources in outer space. That is the key beef that the author has here. And statement 4 is not even touching upon that subject. So we can notice that 4 is the odd one out here because the other statements 1, 5, 2, 3, all of these are talking about the inadequacy of the existing legal framework pertaining to resources in outer space, while statement 4 is talking about certain issues that say Russia or other nations have in conferring that the US is conferring rights in a place where they don't have an authority to. So this is perhaps a discussion about outer space, but it's not clear to us so far. We can definitely find a link between 1, 2, 3 and 5, but we cannot see how 4 fits this entire discussion. So 4 is the odd one out here. Thank you.
Google search Cracku CAT formulas PDF, click on the first link, you will get a list of topics for CAT, click on one of the topics, download the PDF. to get a list of formulas for the topic.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 4 sentences are given below, which when properly sequenced would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the correct sequence here. Let us read the given collection of statements. 1. In the central nervous system of other animal species, such a comprehensive regeneration of neurons has not yet been proven beyond doubt. 2. Biologists from the University of Beirut have discovered a uniquely rapid form of regeneration in injured neurons and their function in the central nervous system of zebrafish. 3. They studied the Mothner cells, which are solely responsible for the escape behavior of the fish and previously regarded as incapable of regeneration. 4. However, their ability to regenerate crucially depends on the location of the injury. So we notice here that the discussion is about a specific discovery in zebrafish. So the author says that these biologists from the University of Beirut, they discovered something. They discovered that certain kinds of cells within the central nervous system of zebrafish, they are able to undergo regeneration. So the author is giving us what this discovery is. So 2 has to be the introduction, because this is where this particular aspect of regeneration in the central nervous system of zebrafish is being highlighted to us. So 2 is the introduction. And what did they study? This question is being answered here in 3. So they here is referring to the biologists from the University of Beirut. So the author says that they studied this specific kind of cells called as Mothner cells. So 3 is the extension of the introduction presented to us in statement 2. So he's saying that they studied these cells, and what was the role of these cells? It had a specific role earlier on, and it was believed that these cells were incapable of regeneration, but now this new discovery is totally mind-boggling to us. That is the idea being presented here. The author also talks about the central nervous system of other animal species. He says that such kind of comprehensive regeneration has not been proven beyond doubt, but then we won't be able to place statement 4 anywhere in the arrangement. So as a consequence, we notice that 4 has to follow 3, because here it is still talking about this discovery. It is still highlighting how this discovery is crucial. So the author says that this regeneration is also dependent on the location of injury. So this location of injury is another important variable. So all in all, we notice that statements 2, 3 and 4 are talking about the discovery done by the biologist from the University of Beirut, and how it's important to some extent. And then 1 is concluding the discussion, because now we are transitioning from zebrafish to other animal species. And the author says that such kind of comprehensive regeneration of neuron is not something that we have observed in other animal species, which is why this entire discovery is important. So 1 is concluding the discussion, 2, 3, 4 is talking about the discovery, and in this regard 2, 3, 4, 1 forms a logical paragraph here. Hence it's the correct arrangement. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 4 sentences are given below, which when properly sequenced would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the correct sequence. Let us read the given collection of statements. 1. A popular response is the exhortation to plant more trees. 2. It seems all but certain that global warming will go well above 2 degrees. Quite how high, no one knows yet. 3. Burning them releases it, which is why the scale of forest fires in the Amazon basin last year garnered headlines. 4. This is because trees sequester carbon by absorbing carbon dioxide. So we notice that the discussion is about global warming and trees. Trees are the focal point here. The author says that a popular response is the exhortation to plant more trees. So someone is responding to some kind of claim with the exhortation that we need to plant more trees. So this is their response to something specific. And we notice that the only response of planting more trees would be to the aspect of global warming going about 2 degrees. So this response that we need to plant more trees is a potential solution or a potential way for us to mitigate global warming and to ensure that this 2-degree rise does not take place. So 2 and 1 forms a logical block because 2 is a claim and 1 is a response, the popular response to this, that we need to plant more trees.
Similarly, we notice certain marker words, burning them releases it, and this here, all of these are certain points associated with the previous sentences that we just discussed. So burning them releases it. So what is it here referring to? It is talking about carbon dioxide that is being mentioned in 4. The author is saying that why do people say, or why do people exhort that we need to plant more trees? So he is giving us a reason. This is because trees sequester carbon by absorbing carbon dioxide. So the author is saying that planting more trees will help us reduce carbon, because trees absorb carbon dioxide for certain physiological processes, and the author says burning them releases it. So it here is referring to carbon dioxide. He's saying that burning them, so them is referring to the trees. He's saying that if you burn trees, it will release carbon dioxide, and this is one of the cases which we noticed last year when the Amazon basin was sort of facing forest fires, and this is why it garnered headlines. So something that is attached to this, but not of much significance to us in identifying the arrangement here. So we notice that 4-3 also forms a link here, primarily because 4 is referring to this exhortation that we need to plant more trees. What is the reason? That reason is being highlighted in 4. That this is because trees sequester carbon. So it is reducing carbon by absorbing carbon dioxide. And 3 is referencing 4. The author is trying to highlight that burning trees will release this kind of carbon dioxide, and this has certain implications. Implication is presented here in 3, that okay, the forest fires in Amazon basin, it attracted so much headline because of this particular aspect, that a lot of carbon dioxide was being released into the atmosphere. So 2, 1, 4, 3 forms a logical paragraph. Quite simple here, because 2 is talking about a specific scenario or a specific claim. 1 is presenting us with a response to this claim. 4 is presenting a reasoning to this claim as to why should we plant more trees, and 3 is talking about a specific idea associated with 4. So 2, 1, 4, 3 forms a coherent paragraph and is the correct arrangement here. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The 4 sentences given below, when properly sequenced, would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to decide on the proper sequencing of the order of sentences. Let us read the given collection of statements. 1. But today, there is an epochal change to rethink and reconstitute the vision and practice of development as a shared responsibility, a sharing which binds both the agent and the audience, the developed world and the developing, in a bond of shared destiny. 2. We are at crossroads now in our vision and practice of development. 3. This calls for the cultivation of an appropriate ethical mode of being in our lives, which enables us to realize the global and planetary situation of shared living and responsibility. 4. Half a century ago, development began as a hope for better human possibility, but in the last 50 years, this hope has lost itself in the dreary desert of various kinds of hegemonic application. So we notice that this discussion appears to be somewhat difficult to discern as to what the primary subject is, but we notice that development, this focus on development, is one of the recurring ideas, and there is some discussion about sharing responsibility as well when it comes to such kind of development or some kind of specific mode of being here in statement 3. The author is saying that here, if you notice in statement 4, he is saying that half a century ago things were different. And in the last 50 years, things are even more different. So he says that earlier on, development began as hope for better human possibility, but in the last 50 years, this hope is no longer existent because of certain reasons. We do not know what these reasons are. The author says that because of various kinds of hegemonic applications, so some kind of political or socio-economic reasons. And he says that here we notice but. So what is this contradicting? There is quite a possibility that it is contradicting one of the given statements. Here in but, the author is presenting this contrasting viewpoint that this aspect of reconfiguring the vision and practice of development. So we come across this topic about development again as a shared responsibility is quite challenging. And the author says that
various agents and the audience. So the author is trying to highlight that all kinds of interest groups are having a shared destiny. And then there is this discussion about sharing of responsibility here in statement 3 as well. So we can notice that 1 and 3 might be a continuation. This primarily because there is this discussion about having a shared destiny when it comes to this challenge of reconfiguring the practice and vision of development. And then in 3, the author is talking about what this is actually about, or what he actually means by this. He says that in this aspect of shared destiny, there are certain things that we need to look at, and he talks about this ethical mode of being in our lives which enables us to realize this global and planetary situation. So he's trying to highlight this aspect of certain shared living and responsibility that we have when it comes to restructuring this practice of development. We as such do not know what this practice of development is. Maybe he's talking about the aspect of changes that we look at in the society in general. Nevertheless, we notice that 1 and 3 has to be some kind of link, because 1 is first talking about this shared destiny, and 3 is further elaborating on this. So this here is actually referring to this aspect of shared destiny or this shared responsibility. So 1 and 3 is definitely a block. We are left with determining where 2 and 4 fits. And in this regard, we notice that 4 is a good, it's a much more of a general comment wherein the author is talking about this development aspect or this development idea. He's saying that half a century ago so and so was the situation of development, but in the last 50 years something has come up, or there is some kind of change that is happening here. Nevertheless, so this chronological order is something that we come across. So we notice that 4, 1, 3 has to form some kind of chain here. This is because we notice that the author is coming from the past to the present. So he's saying that half a century ago ABC was the situation, in the last 50 years XYZ was the situation, and today this is the situation. So this is the idea that he's trying to convey. So 413 is forming a sort of chronological arrangement. We are left with placing 2 and 2 here. So 2 would be a good introduction, primarily because it is foreshadowing this discussion that the author is presenting here. The author is trying to say that we are at a crossroads now in our vision and practice of development. So we know that vision and practice of development is something that the author has stated in 1. So this aspect has to be introduced earlier on for us to understand, because if it is being introduced here first, then it is very difficult for us to place 2 again somewhere in the arrangement. For example, can we place 2 here? It wouldn't make much sense, because the author has already talked about how this aspect is quite challenging. So if the author is talking about the vision and practice of development and how this is a challenging part as to restructuring this vision and practice of development, then he has to first state that, or he has to at least first foreshadow that this is something that that appears to be the subject of the discussion. So 2 here at the beginning makes much more sense, because then the author would say that this is one of the things that is undergoing some kind of transformation, vision and practice of development. And then he goes on to say that half a century ago so and so was a situation, now it is changing. So in 4 he is already saying that in the past this was the situation with regard to vision and practice of development, but today we are facing a challenge when it comes to this topic. So he cannot introduce this topic in 1, because it has to be introduced at least earlier on, so that we are able to make sense out of, or we are able to make a coherent paragraph out of this given set of statements. So 2413 appears to be a coherent paragraph here, and wherein in 2 we are saying that we are at a turning point when it comes to the vision and practice of development. This aspect of development is quite vague to us, but as such we are just tasked with we are just tasked with finding the actual sequence of these statements. So we won't delve deep into what it means or what kind of interpretation we can derive. We'll just understand that 2 here is the introduction, because it is first stating that we are at a turning point when it comes to this particular topic. And then in statements 413 we are justifying this. So the author is justifying this claim that why are we at turning point, because certain things are changing. So he says that in the past we had certain ideas, or there were certain changes when it came to the vision and practice of development, but today there is a totally different idea which is about shared responsibility. And then in 3 the author elaborates about this concept of shared responsibility in certain terms. So that is all that we have to draw here.
So 2413 is the correct arrangement for this given question. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 5 jumbled up sentences related to a topic are given below. 4 of them can be put together to form a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the odd one out here. Let us read the given collection of statements. 1. The care with which philosophers examine arguments for and against forms of biotechnology makes this an excellent primer on formulating and assessing moral arguments. 2. Although most people find at least some form of genetic engineering disquieting, it is not easy to articulate why. What is wrong with re-engineering our nature? 3. Breakthroughs in genetics presents us with the promise that we will soon be able to prevent a host of debilitating diseases and the predicament that our newfound genetic knowledge may enable us to enhance our genetic traits. 4. To grapple with the ethics of enhancement, we need to confront questions that verge on theology, which is why modern philosophers and political theorists tend to shrink from them. 5. One argument is that the drive for human perfection through genetics is objectionable, as it represents a bid for mastery that fails to appreciate the gifts of human powers and achievement. So a recurrent theme that we come across when we read these statements is about genetic engineering and the ethical dilemma that we face concerning genetic engineering. So the author says here in 3, at least I notice that 3 can be an introduction, because the author says that breakthroughs in genetics is both promising and problematic, because it gives us the promise of dealing with certain difficult diseases which we do not have any cure for at the moment, but at the same time it presents us with a predicament, a difficulty or a challenge with regard to how we are planning to use this genetic knowledge that we have gained. We will be able to enhance our genetic traits, and this is something that has become a center of debate for many set of individuals or interest groups. So this is one point that the author is presenting here, and he says in 2 also he is repeating this idea. He is saying that for many people this aspect of genetic engineering is quite disquieting or distressing for them, and it is not easy for them to present a reason for this. Why is it a bit difficult for them to deal with genetic engineering? So it's very difficult for them to articulate it. This question, what is wrong with re-engineering our nature, is something that they sometimes find challenging or tricky to answer. So it's very difficult for them to cope with the idea of genetic engineering. So the author is repeating this point that he is making in statement 3. So in 3 he's highlighting this aspect that it's both promising and disquieting at the same time. The author says that it's very difficult for people to articulate why it's disquieting for them. So we notice that 3 and 2 has to form some kind of chain. But nevertheless, the common theme is understood by us. It's genetic engineering and the ethical problems. Similarly, the author says that one argument that is presented by individuals who sort of support the idea of genetic engineering, who find it disquieting, is that you are not appreciating the human powers and achievements if you are planning to enhance humans. So this point of human enhancement is something that we might attach to genetic engineering, or something that is also mentioned in statement 4, wherein the author says that this ethics of enhancement, which entails genetic engineering, is difficult for many philosophers and political theorists, because you have to then touch upon the topic of theology. So you have to question God, perhaps. That is the kind of idea that the author is presenting here. So all in all, we notice that statements 2, 3, 4 and 5 have their centerpiece as genetic engineering, while statement 1 diverges a bit from this topic. Although it does talk about biotechnology, what it is trying to convey here is that we can use the debates that we see in the domain of biotechnology as a primer or as a substrate for formulating and evaluating moral arguments. This is the point that he wants to say. So now we are shifting from the primary subject of genetic engineering to the assessment of moral arguments. So this is not something that we need in our discussion. Most of these statements are touching upon the topic of genetic engineering and the moral dilemma associated with it. So for example, 3 is talking about how genetic engineering is both promising and troublesome. 2 is elaborating on this particular idea by saying that many people are finding it difficult to say why it is troublesome for them, as to they cannot answer the question what is wrong with re-engineering our nature. And the author says that what happens is that one argument that people give in this regard is that we are not appreciating human achievements and power. And similarly, 4 is another reason why people find it tricky to answer. The author says that you have to touch upon the topic of theology if you want to answer certain questions associated with this moral dilemma. So we notice that 3 to 4 and 5 in some particular arrangement is talking about genetic engineering and the ethical issue that we face when it comes to genetic engineering. What is the problems or troubles we face with the ethics of enhancement? So this is something that people struggle with. While statement 1 we notice is diverging from this. What is the focus here in statement 1? It is talking about the aspect of formulating and assessing moral arguments. So evaluation of moral arguments is now taking the center stage. So we notice that 1 is digressing from the main subject, and it is in this regard that we identify that statement 1 has to be the odd one out here, because it does not correlate with any of the other statements which are talking about genetic engineering. It is going on a tangent about the assessment of moral arguments. So 1 is definitely the odd one out here. It sticks out like a sore thumb. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 5 sentences are given below. They are related to a specific topic. We need to identify the odd one out here. Let us read the given collection of statements. 1. It has taken on a warm fuzzy glow in the advertising world, where its potential is being widely discussed and it is being claimed as the undeniable wave of the future. 2. There is little enthusiasm for this in the scientific arena. For them, marketing is not a science and only a handful of studies have been published in scientific journals. 3. The new growing field of neuromarketing attempts to reveal the inner workings of consumer behavior and is an extension of the study of how choices and decisions are made. 4. Some see neuromarketing as an attempt to make the art of advertising into a science, being used by marketing experts to back up their proposals with some form of real data. 5. The marketing gurus have already started drawing on psychology in developing tests and theories, and advertising people have borrowed the idea of the focus group from social scientists. So here we notice that one of the recurrent ideas is neuromarketing. The author labels it as a new growing field, and the purpose of neuromarketing is to reveal the inner workings of consumer behavior. And the author says that basically you are studying how choices and decisions are being made, and consumer behavior is the focus here. So neuromarketing is being introduced to us in statement 3. And then we notice that there are certain opinions associated with neuromarketing that is being discussed in statements 1 and 2 as well. So the author says that there is this transition, this particular marker word here, which is it. So it here is referring to neuromarketing, wherein the author is saying that the concept of neuromarketing has taken the center point in the advertising world. Why is that the case? Because they feel that it has a lot of potential and it is the undeniable wave of the future. So in the future, we will be largely depending on neuromarketing, and this is the opinion of individuals in the advertising world. Additionally, the author also talks about the scientific opinion, or the opinion of individuals in the scientific realm. So he says that for them, marketing is not a science. So this entire concept of neuromarketing is not very lucrative for them. Also, there is just handful of studies published in in scientific journals about this particular subject on the choices and decisions of consumer behavior. All of these ideas are just presented in just a handful of studies according to the people in the scientific domain. So for them, they are not very enthusiastic about neuromarketing as such. We also notice another key opinion about neuromarketing here in statement 4, wherein the author says that he's perhaps talking about some of the scientists in the scientific arena. He's saying that some of the scientists or individuals, they feel that this introduction of neuromarketing as a domain was done to transform the art of advertising into some kind of science. So currently marketing or advertising is labeled as an art, but they wanted to transform it to science. And the purpose for this is that many of the marketing experts felt that their marketing agenda will be much more compelling, or it will be much more sort of
attractive if it is backed up with some kind of real data, which is why they are leaning on neuromarketing. So they feel that if you are able to somehow present that this advertising is based on certain scientific data, then it will have a lot of weight. This is the belief of some marketing experts, and many of the scientists or many of the individuals in the public domain, they feel that neuromarketing is just an attempt so that they can transform this art of advertising into some kind of science for a specific agenda. So all in all, we notice that this predominant segment of discussion is about neuromarketing, wherein the author is first introducing the term neuromarketing. He's saying what is neuromarketing about, and then he goes on to present various opinions about this particular domain. He says that in the advertising world, it is being looked at with a lot of appreciation. That is not the case in the scientific domain, however. They are not very enthusiastic about it because very few studies are actually being published about consumer behavior. So this is not something very attractive to them. The author also talks about another underlying agenda behind neuromarketing, or the sort of publicizing of neuromarketing. He's saying that it is just an attempt by many of the marketing experts to sort of change the perception around advertising. They don't no longer want people to see that it's the art of advertising. They want to consider it as the science of advertising. So all of these are different opinions, and we notice that statement 5 is something that is disjoint. It doesn't attach itself to the discussion because it is talking about psychology. Now we know that the key discussion here is about neuromarketing. So the role of psychology as such might be a part of this. It might be a subset of this, or this entire area of neuromarketing might fall under psychology, but this is not well defined to us. So it's very vague as to what statement 5 is doing in this collection of sentences, because the author here is talking about how marketing gurus are using psychology and how advertising people have borrowed certain ideas from social scientists. So we do not know how this is fitting into the discussion, which is about neuromarketing. So we are being we are told about neuromarketing in 3, and then 1, 4 and 2 are talking about certain opinions associated with neuromarketing, while 5 is talking about psychology. So definitely 5 sticks out like a sore thumb because it is talking about a totally different domain. Neuromarketing is the focus, while 5 is talking about psychology. So 5 is definitely the odd one out here in this given collection of statements. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The 4 sentences below, when properly sequenced, would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the correct sequence of these statements. 1. Look forward a few decades to an invention which can end the energy crisis, change the global economy, and curb climate change at a stroke. Commercial fusion power. 2. To gain meaningful insights, logic has to be accompanied by asking probing questions of nature through controlled tests, precise observations, and clever analysis. 3. The greatest of all inventions is the Uber invention that has provided the insights on which others depend, the modern scientific method. 4. This invention is inconceivable without the scientific method. It will rest on the application of a diverse range of scientific insights, such as the process transforming hydrogen into helium to release huge amounts of energy. So we notice that there is a link that we can draw between certain statements. For example, 4 has to either succeed statement 3 or statement 1 because it is referring to some kind of invention. And we know that there are 2 kinds of invention that the passage discusses. One is the commercial fusion power as an invention, which is quite transformative according to the author. It will help us end energy crisis. It will change the global economy or how it works, and it will change. It will also affect the climate change dynamics. So all of these are impacts of commercial fusion power, and the author calls it as a transformative invention. So 4 could actually reference this primarily because it is talking about this aspect of converting hydrogen into helium and releasing huge amounts of energy. So something that is part of fusion power. But before drawing such conclusions, we also notice that the author discusses another invention. He says that the greatest of all inventions is the modern scientific method. So this is a crucial point in the discussion because it helps us to understand that the author says that the idea that he wants to convey via the discussion holistically is the point that without modern scientific method as an invention, we wouldn't be able to create other inventions. This is the point that he wants to convey here. So when he says that the greatest invention is the modern scientific method, he also elaborates on this. What does he mean by modern scientific method? So this is being done in statement 2, wherein he says that the process that entails modern scientific method is so and so. So he mentions point A, point B, point C. All of these are parts of the modern scientific method. So statement 2 and 3 definitely form a link. So 3-2 forms a chain, wherein the author says that the modern scientific method is one of the most significant inventions, and then he says that so and so are the processes involved in the modern scientific method, or that form or constitute the modern scientific method. And then he says that if you look a few decades to an invention wherein which can help us with so and so problems, it is commercial fusion power, and he says that this invention would be inconceivable without the scientific method. So by this we understand that the author is trying to highlight that without this invention, this other invention would not be possible. This is the idea that he wants to convey, and this is how we draw this conclusion that statements 1 and 4 has to form a chain, and it has to follow statements 3 and 2, because in 3 the author is introducing us to the modern scientific method. In 1 he's talking about this another invention, and then in 4 he's saying that without this scientific method it would be difficult for us to even conceive this invention of commercial fusion power, because this very aspect, without the scientific method we would not be able to break down the underlying processes or phenomenon that govern commercial fusion power, and this is the point that he discusses subsequently. So all in all, we notice that the author's primary agenda here is to present the modern scientific method as the most significant invention, without which other inventions would be inconceivable, something that we come across in statement 4. So the correct arrangement would be 3-2-1-4. We have certain marker words which will enable us to draw this arrangement. One of the first points is about scientific method. We notice that this invention is inconceivable without scientific method. So we notice that 4 has to be something towards the end of the discussion, because without scientific method being discussed earlier on, we cannot place 4 anywhere. Aside from that, this invention also helps us to connect it to either statement 3 or 1, and we notice that 1 is the better candidate here, because the author is trying to talk about commercial fusion power here in this latter half of statement 4. So we notice this link between 1 and 4, and then we are left with statement 2. We already noticed that statement 2 is an extension of statement 3, because it is elaborating on the modern scientific method. And another critical idea is that 3-2 has to precede statement 1 and 4, or the logical block 1 and 4, because scientific method is being discussed in 4. So we have to introduce this topic of scientific method before 1 and 4. So 3-2-1-4 is the correct answer to this particular question. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The 4 sentences below, when properly sequenced, would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to decide the proper sequencing of the order of sentences. Let us read the given collection of statements. 1. The US has long maintained that the Northwest Passage is an international strait through which its commercial and military vessels have the right to pass without seeking Canada's permission. 2. Canada, which officially acquired the group of islands forming the Northwest Passage in 1880, claims sovereignty over all shipping routes through the passage. 3. The dispute could be transitory. However, as scientists speculate that the entire Arctic Ocean will soon be ice-free in summer, so ship owners will not have to ask for permission to sail through any of Northwest Passage routes. 4. The US and Canada have never legally settled the question of access through the passage, but have an agreement whereby the US needs to seek Canada's consent for any transit. So we come across this particular dispute between US and Canada. This is something that is being referred to here in statement 3. The author says that this dispute has not been legally settled ever, and it continues to persist, but there is a way around it, because many of the scientists, they are speculating that the ice will clear up in this particular strait or in this particular passage, and that people would no longer have to ask Canada's permission to travel through this particular region. So this appears to be the gist of the discussion, that Canada has a right over a specific a trade route or a specific shipping route, and the US also goes through this particular route, but they don't feel that they need to ask Canada for permission. And similarly, there is this, as a consequence, there is this dispute that exists between the two nations, but it has never been settled legally, according to the author. And the author says that this dispute as such might not require any settlement because in the summer the Arctic Ocean might clear up, and then no nation would have to ask for Canada's permission to pass through this particular passage. So this is the overall idea that is being conveyed here. We notice that the author is first talking about this Northwest Passage here, wherein he attaches the ownership of this passage to Canada. He says that in 1880, Canada actually acquired this group of islands that forms the Northwest Passage, and as a consequence it claims sovereignty over all the shipping routes through this passage. So 2 appears to be the introduction here, because this is where we are first told about the Northwest Passage. And then the author says that even the US has long maintained that it is an international strait, and then there is this talk about disputes and how US and Canada has never legally settled this. So 4 and 3 appears to be a logical block, primarily because the author says that US versus Canada is a reality, and they have never legally settled this particular problem. But this wouldn't phase us anymore. This is the claim here, because the dispute could be transitory. So the author is trying to highlight that given that there are certain developments in the Arctic Ocean in the summer, it will become ice free, and we wouldn't require much permission from any nation whatsoever. So there's the claim that these scientists have. So the author is saying that though it is this dispute existing, no one talks about it, and it has never been legally settled. But this dispute could be transitory; it wouldn't exist for too long because of XYZ reason. So this is what is being claimed here in statements 4 and 3. So 4 and 3 has to form a logical block, because the dispute here mentioned in 3 is first mentioned in statement 4, that there is this problem between US and Canada regarding this Northwest Passage. So 4 and 3 definitely has to form a block. We are introducing the discussion with 2 because this is where the Northwest Passage is first being discussed, or the actual information with regard to Northwest Passage is being provided to us, and how Canada is attached to this particular passage is being discussed. So 2 has to be the introduction. It appears to be an apt introduction. We are left with placing 1 somewhere in this arrangement, wherein it could be 2431 or 2143. We are left to identify where we need to place 1, and we notice that 1 would be much better placed if it is after 2. This is primarily because the author is yet to talk about this skirmish with Canada, and he's trying to highlight that US has a specific stance when it comes to Northwest Passage. They are not big on asking for Canada's permission to pass through that particular channel. So the author will definitely talk about this dispute after he's talking about US's stance. So he'll first present that this is what US believes in, and as a consequence, since US does not feel that it requires Canada's permission, it has Canada is also not it's not agreeing with this kind of attitude that US has, which is why they have a dispute between the 2 of them. So 1 has to be discussed before statements 4 and 3 so that this entire passage makes sense to us. So 2 here is discussing or introducing Northwest Passage and how Canada is the owner of this particular passage and claims sovereignty over all the shipping routes in this passage. 1 is elaborating how the US does not respect this kind of sovereignty. It feels that this shipping route is much more of an international strait, and it doesn't require Canada's permission to pass through this particular strait. This is US's opinion. As a consequence, they have this conflict that exists, although it has never been legally settled according to the author. So they have never legally settled this, but they have an agreement whereby US needs to seek consent at least for any transit. But the author says that this kind of dispute is transitory because scientists have certain speculations. They feel that in the summer the Arctic Ocean will clear up and all the ice will melt, and then there won't be much of a restriction when it comes to the waterways in this particular region. So this is their belief. So 2143 forms a coherent paragraph wherein the author talks about the passage. He talks about US's attitude towards this passage, how this has led to a conflict between the 2 nations and how it has never been legally settled. And 3 states how this dispute could be temporary because of certain reasons. This is the gist of the discussion here. So 2143 is the correct arrangement in this given question. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 4 sentences are given below. When properly sequenced, these would yield a coherent paragraph. We have to find the correct order of these sentences. 1. Businesses find automation such as robotic employees a big asset in terms of productivity and efficiency. 2. But in recent years, robotics
has had increasing impacts on unemployment, not just of manual labor, as computers are rapidly handling some white collar and service sector work. 3. For years, politicians have promised workers that they would bring back their jobs by clamping down on trade, offshoring, and immigration. 4. Economists, based on their research, say that the bigger threat to jobs now is not globalization but automation. So we notice that this discussion is about the employment or the aspect of employment and how automation is affecting the employment sector. So the author is trying to highlight how robots are replacing employees, and not just in manual labor but also in white collar jobs or service sector jobs. So this appears to be the primary discussion, and in this regard we notice that 4 is something that hints at this subject. So it is stating that economists are saying that there is a bigger threat to jobs now, and it's not globalization but it is automation. So there has to be some kind of comparison that is taking place here, because the author says that A is a bigger threat to than B. So this comparison is being presented. So the author is saying that it's not globalization but automation that is the bigger threat to us here. So what is this comparison about? So there is some discussion about trade, offshoring, and immigration. So this appears to be tangential to the topic of automation, and the author says that this problem with regard to lack of jobs or unemployment has persisted, and for years politicians have told workers that they'll try to reduce or mitigate the effect of globalization, and this is by clamping down on trade, offshoring, and immigration. So we notice that this discussion about trade, offshoring, and immigration has to refer to globalization, and in this regard statement 3 has to precede statement 4, because here the author is highlighting that automation is a big threat compared to globalization. It's a bigger threat compared to globalization, and by globalization the author is referring to some prior discussion that okay, there has been this promise on part of the politicians wherein they have stated that they will try to alleviate the impact of trade, offshoring, and many other issues that are associated with globalization, and how these are adversely impacting the availability of jobs. So this is something that the politicians have tried to promise workers. So 3 and 4 has to form a block wherein it is talking about this new trouble that we are facing, which is automation. And then we notice that statements 1 and 2 are elaborating on this topic. So the author is trying to say that the prominence of automation is because businesses find certain utility. They feel that it improves their productivity and efficiency to automate their processes. And the author says that that this increasingly impacts unemployment, because it is not just replacing manual labor, but even many of the white collar jobs are being lost. So this appears to be the arrangement of the passage 3, 4, 1, 2, wherein the author is first talking about how instead of globalization our focus should be on automation, which appears to be the new threat to availability of jobs. And in 1 and 2 the author is presenting or further elaborating or extending on this idea. He's saying that businesses are leaning towards automation because of XYZ reasons. And this has an adverse impact on unemployment, and it is not just impacting manual labor but is also impacting other say executive type jobs. So 3, 4, 1, 2 appears to be the coherent arrangement here. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The 4 sentences below, when properly sequenced, would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the proper sequencing of the order of sentences. Let us read the given collection of statements. 1. It is regimes of truth that make certain relationships speakable. Relationships, like subjectivities, are constituted through discursive formations which sustain regimes of truth. Relationships are nothing without the communication that brings them into being. Interpersonal communication is connected to knowledge shared by interlocutors, and scholars should attend to relational histories in their analysis. 3. A Foucauldian approach to relationships goes beyond these conceptions of discourse and history to macro-level regimes of truth as constituting relationships. 4. Reconsidering micro-practices within relationships that are constituted within and simultaneously contributors to regimes of truth acknowledges the central position of power knowledge in the constitution of what has come to be considered true and real.
So we notice that the discussion is pretty complicated for us to decipher as such. But one of the recurrent points here is relationships. We also notice that there is another keyword, regimes of truth, which has appeared in various places, such as in statement 1, statement 3, and in statement 4. However, we notice that the discussion, the predominant part of the discussion is about relationships, and the author is trying to break down as to the essential elements associated with the conception of relationships. So we notice that 2 is a good introduction here. Why is that the case? Because we notice that the author wants us to talk here. He's introducing the idea of relationship and the importance of communication within this. He says that interpersonal communication is something that is very important for us to understand, because people engage in some kind of discussions or discourses. And he also adds that scholars should put more emphasis on this particular kind of communication to understand it better. So 2 might be a good introduction here. Apart from that, we also notice that 3 is another point, a conception wherein the author is saying that we can look at the Foucauldian approach. Now, we do not know what Foucauldian approach is, but we understand that here the conceptions, it goes beyond the conceptions of discourse and history to what? To macro level regimes of truth. So this is one of the places wherein he is talking about regimes of truth for the first time, because he says that from this particular conception, from A we are going to B, and what is B? B is regimes of truth according to him. So we notice the 3 and 1 might form a good pair, because 3 is talking about regimes of truth here, and 1 is elaborating on what the author means by regimes of truth. So we are no experts in this domain, but we understand that 3 and 1 has to form a chain, because it is in 3 that the author is first talking about this aspect as to something being about macro level regimes of truth. So he's saying that beyond the certain XYZ conceptions that we have to look at this one particular point, which is regimes of truth. Then he goes on to say what does he mean by regimes of truth in 1. So he's saying that by regimes of truth we have to make that we have to understand that relationships are constituted through discursive formations and so forth. So this is the kind of ideas that he's trying to say. He says that it enables us to sustain regimes of truth. So 3 and 1 has to form a pair, and we identify that 2 is a good introduction, because it is first talking about relationships and what is important for relationship. In this case, he's talking about interpersonal communication. So we notice that these conceptions here in 3 has to be preceded by some kind of conceptions that the author has discussed earlier on, which is why we identify that 2 is an introduction, because it has to precede 3. Because in 2 the author is talking about one such conception. By discourse and history, we notice that this is a reference to histories and discourse that is taking place in 2. So the author says that when you engage in interpersonal communication, you are definitely engaging in a discourse. And he also talks about how scholars should look at these kind of relational histories. So that point is also mentioned here. So all of these are marker words for me to map this entire discussion so far, at least. I am left with statement 4, which also has this topic about regimes of truth. So can 4 be a precursor to 3? It's very difficult for us to understand this, because here if you notice carefully in 4, the author is saying that A and B together is allowing me to do something. So he's saying that when I look at A, for example, he's saying that reconsidering micro practices within relationship that are constituted within and simultaneously contributors to regimes of truth acknowledges the central position of power in the constitution of what has come to be considered as true and real. So this is the key observation that we get when we look at A and B together. That is the main point. So we can break this entire statement down into A and B. And we notice that for the author to mention B together with a particular point A, he has to first talk about this point B. So we notice that it is being discussed in statements 3 and 1. So 4 has to come after statements 3 and 1, because the author says that okay, we have looked at this point B in statements 3 and 1. This together with another point, micro practices within relationships, if perhaps referencing to 2, he's saying that when we look at all these points together, we come to an observation XYZ. This is the point he's trying to highlight here. So we notice that via breaking down these segments, irrespective of whether we are understanding what this discussion is about, we can form a correct arrangement here wherein we are forming a coherent paragraph. So 2 is the point wherein the author is introducing the subject of relationships and certain conceptions associated with relationships. he talks about interpersonal communication as a crucial aspect of relationships and how more emphasis should be given to this by scholars. Then he talks about regimes of truth, and he encompasses this idea within the Foucauldian approach. He says that another conception that we can look at is through the Foucauldian approach, which is going beyond this idea that I already stated into. This is the author's claim. And then he goes on to say that this involves an idea called as a regime of truth, macro level regime of truth. And he says that what this is. So he discusses about this in 3 and 1. And then finally in 4, he sort of concludes the discussion by saying that now that we have discussed regimes of truth, if we look at point A, which is something about micro practices, and point B, which is about regimes of truth, we come to a specific observation, which is XYZ. So we notice that statements 2, 3, 1, 4 forms a coherent paragraph, and if rather than putting too much emphasis on the kind of complex idea that is being discussed, if we just break down the statements based on the marker words that we have, we'll be able to arrive at this particular arrangement. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 5 jumbled up sentences related to a topic are given below. 4 of them can be put together to form a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the odd one out here. Let us read the given collection of statements. 1. A typical example is Wikipedia, where the overwhelming majority of contributors are male. So the available content is skewed to reflect their interests. 2. Without diversity of thought and representation, society is left with a distorted picture of future options, which are likely to result in augmenting existing inequalities. 3. Gross gender inequality in the technology sector is problematic, not only for the industry-wide marginalization of women, but because technology designs embody the values of their makers. 4. While redressing unequal representation in the workplace is a step in the right direction, broader social change is needed to address the structural inequalities embedded within the current organization of work and employment. 5. If technology merely reflects the perspectives of male stereotypes, then new technologies are unlikely to accommodate the diverse social context within which they operate. So we notice here that the discussion or one of the recurrent idea is with regard to technology and representation of women in the technology sector, and the author is trying to highlight that there is this existing gap or existing disparity in how women and men are represented in the technology sector. The author is highlighting that this inequality has an impact on the kind of design that is coming up in the technology sector, and it is in this regard that majority of the statements are oriented. So he presents this idea first in statement 3, wherein he's saying that there is this problem that we are facing about with regard to gender inequality in the technology sector, and he's saying that it's not just problematic for the for women, but it's problematic for the sector in its entirety. Why is that the case? Because he feels that the designs will often embody the values of their makers. So by this he's trying to highlight that whenever a particular design is created in the technology sector, it is imprinted with the values of its creator. So if it is, for instance, created by a male, then the kind of design that we'll look at will have certain tinges of this particular representation, and this is the kind of idea that the author is conveying in the rest of the statements 1, 2 and 5. Even 4 is talking about this unequal representation, but we notice that it diverges from this topic or the scope of the topic, which is specifically limited to the technology sector, to a much more broader topic of work and employment. So the author is here diverging from the topic of representation in workplace or remedying this problem in workplace to a requirement of social change. So it's a bit broader topic, and it fails to encompass, or it fails to align with the topic with regard to technology sector. For instance, if you look at statement 3, it is first talking about this problem about gender inequality in the technology sector and how it has certain ramifications or certain consequences. The author specifies that this is one of the consequences. And then if you notice in statement 5, the author is continuing on this. What does he mean when he says that technology designs embody the values of their maker? So he's saying that if it is merely reflecting the perspective of male stereotypes, so if it is just men who are creating these designs, then the new technologies will be unable to accommodate diverse social context. So it wouldn't be able to capture the perspectives of women in the technology sector. So this is one of the ideas or extensions of the ideas that the author has already presented in statement 3. So we notice that 3 and 5 has to form some kind of block here. And similarly, if you notice statement 1 and 2, 1 is giving us an example. So it is saying that a typical example wherein the major contributors are male, and the content is skewed to some extent because of this is Wikipedia. So he's giving us an example that is aligning with this discussion in 3 and 5. And 2 is also talking about this. He's saying that because of this lack of diversity, the picture that we have, or this kind of design that we look at, is often distorted, and this is in turn again having a much more serious consequence. So he's saying that the result of this is that the existing disparity is being widened. So that is the issue that we are facing. So all in all, statements 3, 5, 1 and 2, they are cumulatively talking about this issue with regard to technology sector and how perhaps we need to look into this problem. Statement 4 on the other hand is discussing a much more wider or a much more broader topic. It is talking about how social change is imperative in addressing such kind of inequalities or gaps in workplace or in the employment sector. So all in all, we notice that statement 4 is the odd one out here because it does not match in scope with the other statements, or it's very difficult for us to fit statement 4 in any of the possible arrangements. While we can form a arrangement 3, 5, 1, 2 here, wherein in 3 the author is talking about this problem that we are facing. In 5 he is extending on this topic that okay, this is one of the consequences that we need to be mindful of. In 1 or rather he's elaborating on this example. He's saying that one example that we can look at is Wikipedia, wherein the majority contributors are male, like we discussed here in statement 5, and this in turn is distorting the sort of viewpoint that is present. And the author is saying that what is the consequence of this? He's elaborating on this consequence in statement 2. He's saying that because of this, there is this distorted picture of the future designs that will come across, and this is already sort of worsening or exacerbating the existing inequalities in this tech sector. So 3, 5, 1, 2 is forming a coherent paragraph, while statement 4 is the odd one out here. It does not fit or match in terms of scope because it is talking about a much broader topic of social change and how it will impact this inequality. While the rest of the topic, rest of the statements are very specific. It is specifically related to the tech sector. So in this regard, statement 4 is the odd one out here and the correct answer. Thank you.
Google search Cracku free cat mock. Click on the first link. You can attempt a free mock test which was attempted by 30,000 cat aspirants in the actual exam format. After completing the test, you get detailed solutions, analysis and percentile along with your scorecard to gauge your All India performance. Click on the solution to get video solutions from our expert faculty.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 5 jumbled up sentences related to a topic are given below. 4 of them can be put together to form a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the odd one out here. Let us read the given collection of statements. 1. They often include a foundation course on navigating capitalism with Chinese characteristics and have replaced typical cases from US corporates with a focus on how Western theories apply to China's buzzing local firms. 2. The best Chinese business schools look like their Western rivals but are now growing distinct in terms of what they teach and the career boost they offer. 3. Western schools have enhanced their offerings with double degrees popular with domestic and overseas students alike and boosted the prestige of their Chinese partners. 4. For students, a big draw is the chance to rub shoulders with the captains of China's private sector. 5. Their business courses now largely cater to growing demand from China Inc., which has become more global, richer and ready to recruit from the Sinocentric student body. So we notice that a common trend here or a theme that that is recurrently appearing is this change that that Chinese business schools are undergoing. So the author is talking about this transformation that is happening in these business schools, especially with regard to their curriculum, their culture. And in this regard, statement 2 is a good introduction. It is presenting us with this viewpoint that that Chinese schools look like their Western counterparts, and they are although there is this similarity that is existing in terms of curriculum, it is now growing distinct. So they are introducing certain new elements which is quite distinct from the Western rivals or Western schools. And this kind of distinct elements or this new introductions that the Chinese business schools have presented is being further elaborated in other set of statements, such as if you look at 1 and if you look at statement 5, both of these are talking about new elements in the curriculum of these Chinese business schools. For example, the author says that they include foundation courses on navigating capitalism, and this is specifically pertaining to the Chinese market. And the author says that they are also trying to incorporate how we can utilize certain cases or certain perspectives from US corporates or certain Western theories, and how we can apply it to China. So all of these are new traits or new attributes that is being added to the curriculum of these business schools. And similarly, the author also shows how these business courses are now catering to a specific audience. So he's saying that they are more intent on trying to capture the cynocentric student body, or trying to cater to this particular audience of cynocentric student body. So this is a change or a transformation that we are looking at. So 2 is definitely the introduction here, which is trying to highlight this change that we are looking at when it comes to Chinese business schools. Majority of these statements are related to this. Even statement 3 is talking about how these Chinese partners are being incorporated, but we notice that the focus here is shifting from China to the Western schools. So while the remaining set of statements are talking about how the Chinese business school curriculum has transformed, statement 3 here is sort of channeling the focus towards Western schools. So there is this shift that we are looking at. We'll see if this is actually fitting any of the arrangements that we come up with. Even statement 4 is a elaboration or a change that the author is trying to highlight here with regard to Chinese business school. He's saying that an advantage of this transformation that we are looking at when it comes to these Chinese business schools is that students are having a favorable condition to grow properly, and this is primarily because they are able to interact with many of the prominent business leaders of China's private sector. So they are getting a tremendous opportunity to learn from such kind of leaders. So this is one of the advantages that students have. So this is the benefit that the author is trying to highlight with regard to how this with regard to this transformation that Chinese business schools are undergoing. So we notice that statement 2 is the introduction here, while statements 5 and 1 has to occur in some format. I notice that 5 is a much more better statement to continue from statement 2, because the author is saying that the business courses, so there here is actually referring to the Chinese business school. So he's saying that their business courses now largely cater to a specific target audience. So 2 and 5 form a better block as compared to 2 and 1, and then we can continue this with 1 by saying that they here is now talking about how these business schools are including certain courses on navigating capitalism with Chinese characteristics and so on and so forth, and how they are incorporating certain Western theories to deal with the Chinese market. So 251 is definitely a block concluded with 4, because even this is talking about the benefit that the students are reaping from this transformative process. Statement 3 here is the odd one out, because it is refocusing on Western schools as compared to Chinese business schools. So if we had to form a proper arrangement, we can include statements 2, 5, 1 and 4 and form a coherent paragraph that is specifically talking about Chinese business schools and how they are transforming, while statement 3 here is talking about Western schools and not about Chinese business schools. So 3 here is the odd one out and the correct answer. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The 4 sentences below, when properly sequenced, would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to find the correct order of sentences. Let us read the given collection of statements. 1. Restitution of artifacts to original cultures could face legal obstacles, as many Western museums are legally prohibited from disposing of their collections. 2. This is in response to countries like Nigeria, which are pressurizing European museums to return their precious artifacts looted by colonizers in the past. 3. Museums in Europe today are struggling to come to terms with their colonial legacy. Some taking steps to return artifacts but not wanting to lose their prized collection. 4. Legal hurdles notwithstanding, politicians and institutions in France and Germany would now like to defuse the colonial time bombs and are now packing the return of part of their holdings. So here we notice that the discussion is about how many of the museums in Europe want to return certain artifacts back to the nations that they once colonized. So, for example, example of Nigeria is given here. The author is saying that the European institutions which have certain artifacts belonging to Nigeria wants to return it to them. So, this is what the author is also calling as a colonial time bomb. So, what happened is that many of the European nations have colonized countries in the past, and the author is saying that they have looted a lot of artifacts. They have taken back a lot of artifacts, for example, the Kohinoor from India. And now the author is saying that there has been some kind of pressure, or rather there might have been some kind of realization among these European nations that they need to return these kind of artifacts to the original nations. And this is what the discussion is about, and this is what it is highlighting here. The author talks about one obstacle that might occur, and this is with regard to the legality of such kind of return. So the author says that most of these nations, these Western museums, they have certain legal obligations. They are not allowed to dispose of their collections or to give away their collections. So this is one of the legal aspects involved. And we notice that 4 is also talking about this legal hurdle. So he's saying that in spite of this legal hurdle, many of these politicians in countries such as France and Germany, they are considering this task of returning the artifacts back to these nations. So this is the idea that is being conveyed here, and in this regard I feel that 1 and 4 has to be a logical block. They have to appear together, because in 1 the author is talking about this legal barricade that is present, and in 4 the author is continuing. He's saying that irrespective of whether these legal obligations are present or not, we are planning to return these artifacts back to their original owners. That is the idea being conveyed via 1 and 4. And now we are left with determining where 3 and 2 fits in this arrangement. 3 appears to be a general statement. It is talking about this this situation that is existing at the current in the present day. So the author is trying to say that many of these museums in Europe, they are trying to come to terms with their colonial legacy, and they want to return these artifacts, despite them not wanting to lose this prize collection. So they are planning on this aspect of returning the artifacts. So this is what the author calls as restitution. So 3 is a good introduction here, because it is talking about this topic. It's introducing us to this topic, that this is what the European museums are deliberating upon. And now we are left with determining where 2 fits. Will 2 fit at the end of the discussion? So it might, because this here has to refer to something prior to it. So it's definitely not an introductory statement. So the author here is saying that this is in response to countries like Nigeria. So what is in response? Is it is the emphasis on the aspect of these nations such as France and Germany wanting to return the artifacts, or is it about this change in mind that European museums are feeling, that this pressure that they are feeling that, okay, we need to return these artifacts? Which of these 2 points is statement 2 pointing towards? This is what we have to determine. So I notice that the discussion here is about how Nigerian government might be pressurizing the European museums. So it might be referring to the statement in 3, which is much more broader in sense. It is talking about European museums at large. While in statement 4, we notice that the focus is specifically on 2 European nations. So a sort of very specific interest group, rather than a larger group such as European museums. So 2 would be much better if it is placed after 3, because now it is referring to this sense of urgency that European museums are feeling because of the pressure on the part of Nigerian government. So this is what is also being conveyed here in statement 2. So we'll begin the passage by saying that museums in Europe today are struggling to come to terms with so and so things, and they are planning to return artifacts, but they, at the same time, they do not want to lose their prize collection. And this feeling is, or this sense of pressure or urgency is due to what? It is as a response to countries like Nigeria, which are pressurizing European museums to return their precious artifacts. So it's not as if this is just because they have a realization. It is also because there are nations that are pressurizing these past colonialists to return their artifacts, prized artifacts that they looted earlier on. So 3 and 2 forms a better block than 1, 4 and 2. So 3, 2, 1, 4 forms a coherent paragraph wherein the author first introduces us to the subject. He talks about a reason that is relevant to the subject, and then in 1 and 4 he talks about certain hindrances that are present, and the steps that these nations might take despite the presence of this hindrance. So 3, 2, 1, 4 is the correct answer to this particular question. Thank you.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular video, we are taking a look at a parajumble which is based on how shorter commutes are the right way to go about having people come back to office. As such, how longer commutes kind of kill productivity, and work from home is also not good for productivity. So let's take a look at the sentences. Some company leaders are basing their decisions on locating offices to foster innovation and growth, as the best performing inventors suffered the greatest productivity losses when their commutes grew longer. Shorter commutes support innovation by giving employees more time in the office and greater opportunities for in-person collaboration while removing the physical strain of a long commute. This is not always the case. Remote work does not automatically lead to greater creativity and productivity, as office water cooler conversations are also very important for innovation. Some see the link between long commutes and productivity as support for work from home scenarios, as many workers have grown accustomed to their commute-free arrangements during the pandemic. So basically, you see a link between 4 and 3. 4 says that many people are seeing that, okay, because of the long commutes and the drop in productivity, you know what works best? The work from home works best. And during the pandemic, they saw that they had a commute free time. So that basically, they feel that, okay, instead of having all those long commutes, what would be better for productivity is us working from home. But 3 says, but this is not always the case, because for innovation and for productivity, you also need people to come in the office and for there to be in-person collaboration, for there to be office cooler conversation, etc. Remote work does not automatically lead to greater creativity. So 3 essentially is a rebuttal to 4. So 4 and 3 should be together as such. But 4 essentially comes this, see the link between, some see the link between, basically this link is established in 1. That one, we see that there's a link between productivity losses and longer commute. So essentially this link is given in 1 and that link is expanded in 4. So 1 should precede 4 and 3. The conversation about how shorter commutes are the right way to go essentially introduce this topic of how shorter commutes are good for collaboration, for removing the physical strain, and the overall objective is basically innovation and productivity as such. So 2 introduces the topic, 1 gives you what was observed, 4 says that, okay, you know what, this essentially says that, okay, maybe we should go for work from home, but 3 says that is not the right way, shorter commutes would be the better idea. So the order of the sentences should be 2, 1, 4, 3. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. In this particular video, we are taking a look at a parajumble which tells you about the importance of creative element in product design and how this is like this industry is widely expanding. Its importance is increasing as such. So let us take a look at the sentences. The creative element in product design has become of paramount importance as it is one of the few ways a firm or an industry can sustain a competitive advantage over its rivals. In fact, the creative element in the value of world industry would be larger still if we added the contribution of the creative element in other industries such as the design of tech accessories. The creative industry is receiving a lot of attention as its growth rate is faster than that of the world economy as a whole. It is for this reason that today's trade issues are increasingly involving intellectual property, as Western countries have an interest in protecting their revenues along with freeing trade in non-tangibles. So if you see, there's a link between 1 and 4. 1 says that this is product design, the creative element in product design is of paramount importance because the IP of your product is there in the product design as such, and basically like the Western countries want to protect their IP by essentially copywriting the product design that they have, and essentially then they can protect their IP. So 4 is a consequence of the fact mentioned in 1, that creative element gives them a way in which it can sustain its competitive advantage because there's intellectual property in it, and that is why they are so interested in it as such. So we see a link between 1 and 4. We also see a link between the creative industry is receiving a lot of attention today and it is growing at a fast scale. And if we consider the fact that it is also involved in like design of tech accessories, its value in the world would be even more as such. So 2 essentially adds detail to what is mentioned in 3 as such. So 3, 2 are also paired. They together describe the growing importance of the creative industry in the world's economy, and it would in fact be even greater if we consider the design of tech accessories and other parts of the world's economy. And 1, 4 basically say why is it important, because basically the IP is there. So 3, 2 introduces the topic of the importance of the creative industry. 1-4 says that why it is more important is because all the IP about like having a product or developing a product comes from its design, and that is the creative element of it. So 1-4 gives you further explanation. So 3-2-1-4 forms a coherent paragraph. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. In this particular jumble question, we have the idea of using fish collagen for bandages, etc. So let us take a look at the sentences and let's try to see how to order the sentences. Fish skin collagen has excellent thermostability and tensile strength, making it ideal for use as bandage that adheres to the skin and adjusts to body movements. Collagen, one of the main structural proteins in connective tissue in the human body, is well known for promoting skin regeneration. Fish skin swims in here as diseases and bacteria that can affect fish are different from most human pathogens. The risk of introducing disease agents into other species through the use of pig and cow collagen proteins for wound healing has inhibited its broader application in the medical field. So you see that, okay, 3 says that, okay, this is why fish skin comes in. Why does it come in? Because you can't use cow and pig collagen because you will be introducing diseases from pig and cow into human skin. But we can use fish skin because the pathogens that attack fish are different from human pathogens. So the limitations of pig and cow collagen, that you would get diseases from pigs and cows into the human body, that is overcome by using fish collagen. So 4 introduces a problem with using collagen as a bandage in the medical field, and 3 tells you a way to overcome that shortcoming. But the first introduction should be about how collagen is of value as such. So collagen basically is of value because it promotes skin regeneration. So that is why it has value in the medical field as such, because it can be used for band-aids as such. So 2 introduces the topic of using collagen. 4 tells you a potential shortcoming that we can't use pig or cow collagen, but fish collagen can be used. And then the properties of fish collagen have to be given. So why would it make a very good bandage? Because it would allow for movement, it is thermostable, it has tensile strength, etc, etc. So 2 tells you, okay, the value of collagen. 4 tells you can't take just any collagen. 3 tells you that fish collagen would make sense, and then 1 tells you the advantages of fish collagen. So together this tells you about why fish collagen is a good idea. So the order of the sentences should be 2, 4, 3, 1. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. In this particular parajumble question, we have a paragraph which tells you about the evolution of the word cheer and how it impacts not only, it essentially is not just a word explaining how you feel, but it has impact on the self itself. So let us take a look at the sentences. The trajectory of cheerfulness through the self is linked to the history of the word cheer, which comes from an old French meaning face. The translations of the Bible into vernacular languages expanded the noun cheer into the more abstract cheerfulness, something that circulates as an emotion and social quality, defining the self and a moral community. When you take on a cheerful expression, no matter what the state of your soul, your cheerfulness moves into the self. The interior of the self is changed by the power of cheer. The people in medieval Canterbury tales have a piteous or a sober cheer. Cheer is an expression and a body part lying at the intersection of emotions and physiognomy. So the fact that people in Canterbury tales have a piteous or a sober cheer means what? It means that they have a piteous or a sober face. Essentially, cheer in this particular case refers to the face, and it also is an expression, it is a body part. It is something that is both something that is felt as well as something that is part of your physiognomy as such, which essentially is expanding that it comes from the body, it is felt on the inside. It starts off from your face, but it is felt on the inside, and the whole part of like the cheerfulness from like the face or the word cheer, which refers the face to what you feel, that link is being traced. So essentially first let us introduce a topic about the take on a cheerful expression, that the cheerful expression itself has a power. It is not something that it's not just something on your face, but it moves inside of you to your soul. It changed, your interior of yourself is changed by the power of the cheer. So basically first, before we tell why the piteous and sober cheer were used, we have to say what cheer meant initially, and cheer meant that it was face. So 1 and 4 are essentially a pair which explain how the word cheer then became cheerful. So 3 tells you this cheerful starts off telling you about cheerfulness, and essentially it talks about the power of the cheer. So, and from cheerful, to understand the cheerfulness, you have to understand cheer. It began by like when you see that it started with the old French word meaning cheer, which means faith, and then that is why people in Canterbury Tale said, okay, he has a sober cheer or a piteous cheer. And this was then translated, when you're translating the Bible, the noun cheer was changed into cheerfulness, which is an abstract quality as such. So this should come after 1-4, and 1-4 basically tell you about the start of cheerfulness, which was started as the word cheer, which meant face, and 2 tells that when you were making vernacular translations of the Bible, this cheer transformed into cheerfulness. So you first introduce cheerfulness, and 1-4-2 takes a look at the trajectory of from cheer to cheerfulness as such. So the order of the sentences should be 3-1-4-2. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. In this particular video, we'll be discussing the paragraph which is about how we framed the choice of eating healthy. We made it as an individual choice as such, rather than a societal level consideration. So let us take a look at the sentences. Women may prioritize cooking because they feel they alone are responsible for mediating a toxic and unhealthy food system. Food is commonly framed through the lens of individual choice. You can choose to eat healthy. This is particularly so in a neoliberal context where the state has transferred the responsibility for food onto individual consumers. The individualized framing of choice appeals to a popular desire to experience agency but draws away from the structural obstacles that stratify individual food choices. So the first topic, that food is now framed as an individual choice, something that you can choose to eat healthy. So this topic is introduced in 2. So 2 should be the first sentence because it introduces the topic that is being considered. So the author says that this individual framing tells you that, okay, you are in power, but essentially it also obfuscates the fact that there are systemic issues with being able to make healthy choices. Not everyone is able to make healthy choices. There are structural obstacles to that. So when you say you have to choose to be healthy, it kind of ignores the fact that some people don't have the ability to eat healthy choices, especially the poor. For the poor, healthy food might be out of reach as such. So this individualized framing helps us feel that, okay, we are in control and we are in power. But the fact is that this individualized framing has a downside also. It makes what is not an individual choice look like an individual choice. And the author says that this is particularly true in the neoliberal context, where basically the state says this is not my power, this is not my problem, I should not have any say in what you eat, this is your responsibility as such. So this individualized framing is especially the case in neoliberal societies. So 4 and 3 basically should be a pair which tells you that what is the problem that is there. That there is this individualized framing of the choice to eat healthy, and more so in neoliberal context where the state feels it has no right to decide what anybody eats. But the problem is that there are structural problems or structural obstacles to eating healthy. Now, the responsibility of the food is on individual consumers, especially women. Women feel that it is their responsibility to cook healthy food because there's a toxic system, and if you have to take care of your family, it is your responsibility as a woman to make the right choices as such. So, 3 talks about this responsibility being transferred to individual consumers, and 1 talks about who most keenly feels this responsibility to navigate the food system. So, 1 should be the last sentence. So the order of the sentences should be 2, 4, 3, 1. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. In this particular video, we'll be discussing a parajumble about how the issues of environmental collapse require not just technological solutions but broader political solutions as such. So let us take a look at the sentences. From chemical pollutants in the environment to the damming of rivers to invasive species transported through global trade and travel, every environmental issue is different and there is no single tech solution that can solve this crisis. Discourse on the threat of environmental collapse revolves around cutting down emissions, but biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse are caused by myriad and diverse reasons. This would require legislation that recognizes the rights of future generations and other species, that allows the judiciary to uphold a much higher standard of environmental protection than currently possible. Clearly, our environmental crisis requires large political solutions, not minor technological ones. So instead of focusing on infinite growth, we could consider a path of stable state economies while preserving markets and healthy competition. So the author is talking about how for preventing a lot of discussion about the environmental collapse is that we have to cut down emissions. But environmental collapse can happen for a myriad reasons, and those reasons are given over here: chemical pollutants, invasive species, damming of rivers, etc. So 2 says that there are myriad reasons that could cause ecosystem collapse, and 1 lists out the other reasons other than emissions as such. So 2-1 necessarily form a pair. 1 also says that no tech solution can solve this, and clearly we need a large political solutions. So no single tech solutions would solve these problems, but instead we need large political solutions. So the next sentence should be 4. 4 says that we need large political solutions and not technological solutions, so that instead of focusing on this, we would need we should consider path for stable state economies while preserving markets and healthy competition. And how would we achieve that? That is mentioned in 3. We would require legislation, we would require judicial power to actually make sure that this works. So the 2-1 tell you a problem, 4-3 give you a potential solution for it. So the order of the sentences should be 2-1, 4-3. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular para jumble question, we have a paragraph about how the author's mother wanted the author to go outside and play in the sun and not spend the entire day inside. So let's take a look at the sentences. If I wanted to sit indoors and read or play Sonic the Hedgehog on a red hot Sega Mega Drive, I would often be made to feel guilty about not wanting to go outside to enjoy it while it lasts. My mom quite reasonably wanted me and my sister out of the house in the sun. Tales of my mom's idyllic sounding childhood in the Sussex countryside, where trees were climbed by 8 a.m. and streams navigated by lunchtime, were passed down to us like folklore. To an introverted kid, that felt like a threat, and that feeling has stayed with me. So what felt like a threat? This enjoy it while it lasts sounds like a threat, right? Like, why would you say enjoy it while it lasts? It sounds as if like at some point of time it's going to end, everything is going to end. So this threat felt like a threat refers to 1 as such. So we see that 1 and 4 are a pair, that the author wanted to stay at home. They were basically told that you have to go outside and enjoy it while it lasts, and it felt like a threat that you have to go outside and you have to enjoy it, otherwise everything is going to end. So this is basically explaining how the author's mom dealt with their wanting to stay inside on a sunny day as such. Now the fact is that you have to introduce what the author's mom wanted them to do. She wanted them to get out of the house and play in the sun. And she basically used to say that when I was your age, I used to actually go to these climb trees and streams, cross streams, etc, etc. So 2 basically introduces the topic that the author's mom wanted them out of the house, and 3 basically was how she used to encourage them to leave. And 1-4 basically tells you how she would react if they wanted to stay in. If they wanted to stay in, she would basically make them feel bad about it. So 2 tells you or introduces you to the topic. 3 tells you how the mother used to try to convince them to go, basically telling about her own idyllic childhood in the sun. And 1-4 tells her response to them wanting to stay in. So the correct order of sentences is 2, 3, 1, 4. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. In this particular paragraph, we have a paragraph about how meritocracy is one of the main fundamental principles in all of our thinking. But recently we have started distancing ourselves from this particular concept. A lot of people have said that, okay, maybe it is not absolute in terms or have tried to distance themselves from the meritocracy concept. And the author is talking about how this might be a good thing as such. So let's take a look at the sentences. The more we are able to accept that our achievements are largely out of our control, the easier it becomes to understand that our failures and those of others are too. But the raft of recent books about the limits of merit is an important correction to the arrogance of contemporary entitlement and opportunity to reassert the importance of luck or grace in our thinking. Meritocracy as an organizing principle is an inevitable function of a free society, as we are designed to see our achievements as worthy of reward. And that in turn should increase our humility and respect with which we treat our fellow citizens, helping ultimately build a more compassionate society. If you see 4, what exactly is it talking about? And that in turn should increase our humility. What would increase our humility? If we see that our successes are not us alone, our failures are not us alone. So basically 1 basically says that our achievements are out of our control and so are our failures. And if you accept that, then you will be humble and you will be able to be more compassionate to others. So 4 is a result of 1. So 1-4 essentially forms a pair by saying that what happens when you reject the idea of meritocracy. You essentially say that, okay, my success is out of my hand, my failure is out of my hand. And 4 basically says that once you accept that idea, it allows you to be more humble and more compassionate as such. So 1-4 basically gives you the result of rejecting the idea of meritocracy. But firstly, you have to introduce the idea of meritocracy. So 3 basically introduces that it is an organizing principle, is an inevitable function of a free society. We are designed to see our achievements as worthy of our reward. So 3 tells you how ingrained meritocracy is in our mind. But 2 says that, you know what, but there's been a recent movement that has tried to move us away from it. The recent after a raft of recent books about the limits of merit is an important correction to the arrogance of contemporary entitlement and opportunity to reassert the importance of luck or grace in our thinking. So 3 basically says that meritocracy is very ingrained, but a recent spate of books is basically trying to remove that idea by saying that luck plays a role, grace plays a role, and all of these are something that are out of our hands. So 3 introduces the topic and 2 introduces the shift that is occurring. 1 introduces the consequences of the shift, that if you move away from the idea of meritocracy, what happens? So 3-2 essentially started by saying that, okay, there's a move away from meritocracy. 1-4 tell you the result of the move away from the meritocracy. So 3-2-1-4 give you a coherent paragraph.
We at Cracku provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as IIFT, ZAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular paragraph, para-jumble question, we have a paragraph about the use of beacons for measuring the distances between the customer and to identify and locate customers as such. So let's take a look at the sentences. Various industrial sectors such as retail, transit systems, enterprises, educational institutions, event organizing, finance, travel, etc. have now started leveraging these beacon solutions to track and communicate with their customers. A beacon fixed to onto a shop wall enables the retailer to assess the proximity of the customer and to come up with a much targeted or personalized communication like offers, discounts and combos on products each shelf. Smartphones or other mobile devices can capture the beacon signals and distance can be estimated by measuring received signal strength. Beacons are tiny and inexpensive micro-location based technology devices that can send radio frequency signals and notify nearby Bluetooth devices of their presence and transmit information. So if you see 4 introduces you to the technology of beacons, how the beacon technology works, and 3 basically tells you what is receiving that particular technology. Beacon is transmitting this information and 3 is the smartphones or Bluetooth enabled devices which are essentially capturing that and telling you how basically helping locate the signal or locate the smartphone by depending on how the signal strength is. So 4-3 together explains the beacon technology as such. 1 and 2 essentially give you the application of the beacon technology. 1 essentially starts by saying this beacon technology has been, these beacon solutions have been leveraged. So essentially 1 has to be after 4 and 3 in some way as such. Either it should be 4-3, 2-1 or 4-3, 1-2 as such. If you see these 2 particular orders as such, 1 gives you the general overall possible applications, that there is retail, transit systems, many applications, and 2 gives you one specific application of a retail store. So it goes from general, 1 is general to the specific in 2. So the order should not be 4-3-2-1, it should be 4-3-1-2. Where 4-3 gives you the technology, the description of the technology, 1 tells you all the applications and 2 gives you a detailed description of one application, that is the retail application. So the order of the sentences should be 4-3-1-2.
Displacement in Bengal is thus not very significant in view of its magnitude. So displacement, it can be displacement of people, displacement of artifacts. We'll have to look for what is this displacement about. Okay, in Bengal is not very significant in view of its magnitude. That is, it is not a huge proportion. The displacement of whatever it is not a huge proportion. One of the key words here is thus. The author is saying thus not very significant. So it can come in 2 ways. One is the author will go on a descriptive mode. He will explain the displacement in Bengal, and finally we can draw a conclusion that Thus, it is not very significant with respect to magnitude. It is not a huge proportion. Or it can also be an opening sentence. You will make this remark and then followed by which it will go on either a tangential idea or you will go on an explanatory mode. Okay, we'll look for that. Statement 2 says, a factor of displacement in Bengal is the shifting course of the Ganges leading to erosion of river banks. Now he is giving reasons for displacement. So from this we can understand that it is displacement of people. One of the factors of displacement is the erosion of Ganges. Whenever the Ganges river erodes, then the people who are living in the banks, they are compelled to move to a different location. That is what they are referring to displacement. And if you look at the tonality of the line, this is a descriptive line. He is mentioning it as a fact. One of the factors of displacement is the erosion of the Ganges. It is not in an explanatory mode. It is not explaining as to why it is not very significant. The magnitude is not very significant. It is just giving out facts. Statement 3 says, the nature of displacement in Bengal makes it an interesting case study. So this has to be an opening sentence. The author is saying there is an interesting case study that is based on the displacement in Bengal. It is introducing this idea and then you will go on to describe it. So after that, the most coherent order would be, you will say that one of the factors of displacement is the erosion of the Ganges river. It's likely that 3-2 makes a block. We'll keep that in mind. Statement 4 says, since displacement due to erosion is well spread over a long period of time, it remains invisible. So this is, as soon as you read it, you can make a connect with 1 and 4. Both of them have the same idea. Here the author is saying, since the displacement has spread out over a long period of time, the proportion is very insignificant or it is invisible. The same idea is perpetrated in 1 as well. 1 says displacement in Bengal is very insignificant with respect to its magnitude. So perhaps 4-1 is a likely possibility. Statement 5 says rapid displacement would have helped sensitize the public to its human costs. So here in 4 we saw that the displacement has spread out over a long period of time. The author says here rapid displacement, if the displacement happened in a very short span, then it would have helped sensitize the public to its human cost. So 4-5 is also a possible idea. We'll try to make a paragraph out of this so we can figure out which is the odd one out here. So naturally the only possible opening sentence is statement 3. It is introducing the idea of the displacement in Bengal about the case study. And then the only possible statement after 3 is 2. That is because if you look at 1 and 5, 1 is a remark or a conclusion, 5 is also a remark that it was sensitized people. However, if you look at 4, 4 is speaking about erosion. So if you want to speak about 4, naturally you should have already introduced the statement 2. So statement 2 is the only possible second statement. It is saying one of the factors of displacement in Bengal is the erosion of the Ganges river. After 2, naturally we will have statement 4. 2 and 4 have a good flow of thought, as 4 says that this erosion has been spread over a long period of time and hence it remains invisible. So there are two possibilities here, either statement 4-1 or the block of 4-5. Let's take 4-5. Statement 4 says that since displacement of people due to erosion has spread over a long period of time, it remains invisible. That is, it happened in short bursts over a long period of time. It is almost insignificant. It is not visible. 5 says rapid displacement would have helped sensitize the public to its human costs. So this is a new idea they are introducing here. So this gives a false notion or false inference that when it was spread over a long period of time, humans or the public was not sensitized to the human costs, which is out of context. It is not given. This is a new idea which they are introducing. They are saying that rapid displacement would have helped sensitize the public to human costs. However, we can't infer that long period displacement doesn't sensitize people. Maybe the passage goes like we'll talk about 4, and over the course of next few lines he'll say that in case of long period diffusion, humans are not sensitized to the suffering or the human costs, and then he will go on to say eventually that however in case of rapid displacement this wouldn't have happened. But those things are clearly missing. 5 might come much later in the passage. Or if you look at 1, 4 says that since it happened over a long time, it remains invisible. Thus, in terms of magnitude, the displacement in Bengal is rather insignificant. So 4-1, a clear connect can be established. In case of 4-5, it is introducing a new idea, sensitize the public to its human costs. It is out of scope. It has not come in the passage yet. So 5 is the correct answer here.
This is a question from CAT 2017. To me, a classic means precisely the opposite of what my predecessors understood. So, right off the bat, the author is saying that his understanding of classic is opposing to the understanding of his predecessors. Okay, a work is classical by reason of its resistance to contemporaneity and supposed universality by reason of its capacity to indicate human particularity and difference in that past epoch. Let's go word by word. A work is classical by reason of its resistance to contemporaneity. Contemporaneity encompasses a set of qualities that showcases the present. So here the author is saying a classical work resists contemporaneity, that is the existing fashion or trends, the current qualities of the current era, those things are avoided. Classic resists contemporaneity and suppose universality. Universality means an art or any work that can be enjoyed by everyone across the globe, entire humanity. Here he is saying that classic resists universality and by reason of its capacity to indicate human particularity. He says it is not universal, it is very particular to individuals. For example, let's say we are depicting the story of the Maratha king Shivaji. So this is very particular to Indians. This is something that Indians will enjoy. This is not universal. Not everyone will enjoy. So he says classic is a work that represents a different era and it is very particular to individuals. It is not universal. And he says it does not represent contemporary era, the existing time. The classic is not what tells me about shared humanity, or more truthfully put, what lets me recognize myself as already present in the past. What nourishes me in the illusion that everything has been like me and has existed only to prepare the way for me. Clearly, the author is being slightly critical here. He's saying a classical work does not give the illusion that everything has existed the way it is right now. He says a classic does not recognize myself as already present in the past. So he says I am the human being in the current era is not the center of the universe. You don't portray that everything has existed the way it is. Instead, he says, instead the classic is what gives access to radically different forms of human consciousness for any generation of readers and thereby expands for them range of possibilities what it means to be a human being. So he says it does not show that the world has existed the way it is. Instead, it shows the radical forms of human consciousness, how different humans were back in the time, and particular humans how they were. That is being represented in classic. If you were to pick three important points to summarize the paragraph, one, the author says classic resists contemporaneity and universality. Two, he says that classic doesn't make him the center of the universe. It does not give the illusion that world has existed the way he is. And three, he says instead it depicts the radically different forms of human consciousness. Okay, let's look at the options. A classic is able to focus on the contemporary human condition and a unified experience of human consciousness. So in the very start, he says classic resists contemporaneity and it also resists the supposed universality. It is resisting both. Clearly, it is contradicting. Option A is out. Option B says a classical work seeks to resist particularity. So he says it is not universal, it is particular to individuals, it is particular to set of groups. It does not resist particularity and temporal difference even as it focuses on a common humanity. Even this line is also wrong. It does not focus on a common humanity. It is particular to individuals. So again, B is out. Option C says a classic is a work exploring the new, going beyond the universal, the contemporary, and the notion of a unified human consciousness. So this might be a little confusing. A classic is a work exploring the new. This might give the impression that it is contemporary. See, classic is a work exploring the new indicates that it is a current work. It is a work that has been done in the present era, but this work goes beyond the universal. It goes beyond the contemporary. It does not represent the current time, but it has been done now. It has been created now, and the notion of a unified human consciousness. So there is nothing fallible here. It looks like it is almost encompassing all the important points. Let's look at statement D. A classic is a work that provides access to universal experience of the human race as opposed to radically different forms of human consciousness. So it is completely inverse. The author says classic makes us experience the radically different forms and it does not give us a universal experience. They have inverse it here. So D is clearly out. Just by eliminating, we can pick C. C is the only possible option. That is the correct answer here. A translator of literary works needs a secure hold upon the two languages involved, supported by a good measure of familiarity with the two cultures.
Okay, so a person, if he is translating a Sanskrit work to German, then he needs to be familiar with both the languages. He needs a good hold, and also he should be familiar with the two cultures associated with the languages. Okay, for an Indian translating works in an Indian language into English, finding satisfactory equivalents in a generalized Western culture of practices and symbols in the original would be less difficult than gaining fluent control of contemporary English. When a Westerner works on texts in Indian languages, the interpretation of cultural elements will be the major challenge rather than control over the grammar and essential vocabulary of the language concerned. So here the author is underlining the challenges faced while translating an Indian work to English. Initially, he says when it comes to an Indian, it is easy for him to find appropriate symbols or equivalent symbols in English language to Indian culture. However, he finds difficulty in gaining fluent control of contemporary English. In case of Westerner, his fluency is very good, his grammar, vocabulary are good. However, his cultural interpretation, the cultural aspects is not so appropriate. There are few errors. So, for example, if you take the meaning of the word dharma, a literal translation by a Westerner would be truth or honesty. However, from an Indian cultural perspective, dharma encapsulates a lot of other traits, lot of other characteristics. So, an Indian is much more suited to understand these cultural nuances as compared to a Westerner. Let's look further. It is much easier to remedy lapses in language in a text translated into English than flaws of content. So here he is associating the misunderstanding or misinterpretation of cultural aspects as flaws of content. He says that if an Indian is translating, then the content is foolproof. However, the language might not be so apt or so accurate. He says it is easier to remedy these lapses in language than flaws of content. Since it is easier for an Indian to learn the English language than it is for a Briton or American to comprehend Indian culture, translations of Indian text is better left to Indians. So he says there are two problems while Indian work is being translated to English. One is a good fluency of the English language. The other is the proper interpretation of the Indian culture. So the author says which one is easier to fix? He says an Indian can easily learn an English language instead of a Briton or American trying to comprehend the Indian culture, which is so complex. So he says there are two problems. This can be fixed by an Indian trying to learn the English language. So it is better off that Indians translate the Indian text themselves. Let's look at the options now. While translating, the Indian and Westerner face the same challenges. Do they face the same challenges? We see that Indians do not have a very fluent control over the English language. However, the Americans or the Britons, they are not able to properly represent or find equivalent symbols. The cultural aspects, they are not interpreting it properly. The challenges faced by each of them are different. They don't face the same challenges. The first part of the sentence itself is wrong. So, you can negate A. Option B says, as preserving cultural meanings is the essence of literary translation, Indians' knowledge of the local culture outweighs the initial disadvantage of lower fluency in English. As preserving cultural meanings is the essence of literary translation. Can we understand this anywhere in the passage? The author initially he says both of them are important. He says understanding both languages, fluency over both languages, and familiarity of both cultures is important. And even at the end he says, how can we remedify? Either the Westerners learn our culture or Indians learn the English language. He says Indians learning English language is easier. He doesn't say that since Indians have the cultural knowledge, they are better suited to make the translations. He doesn't draw a comparison that someone who has better knowledge of culture is more suited to translate a work than someone who has fluency in English. He doesn't make such a comparison. He tries to remedify and he says Indians trying to learn English is a much better solution. Just gives an opinion there. So option B is wrong because they are trying to make a false comparison here. Indian translators should translate Indian text into English as their work is less likely to pose cultural problems. So the author gave a comparison between Indians and Westerners. We saw that Westerners were slightly misinterpreting the Indian cultural aspects as they were not able to appropriately find equivalence between various symbols of Indian cultures. However, Indians were better placed in these aspects. So we can interpret the first line. Indian translators should translate Indian text as their work is less likely to pose cultural problems, okay, which are harder to address than the quality of language. Again, the author says there are two types of problems. It is easier to remedify by Indians learning the English language than a Briton or English American trying to comprehend English culture. So clearly, the author believes this also. He says which are harder to address than the quality of language. So there is no problem with option C. Let's look at option D. Westerners might be good at gaining reasonable fluency in new languages. Can we understand this? The author says Westerners have a very good hold on grammar, vocabulary, fluency in English language. Can we understand that Westerners might be good at gaining reasonable fluency in new languages? That is out of context. That is not given in the paragraph. Again, option D is out. Just by way of elimination, we can come to option C, which almost covers all the important points in the passage. So C is the correct answer. This is a CAT question from 2017. It's a fairly easy one. For each of the past 3 years, temperatures have hit peaks not seen since the birth of meteorology and probably not for more than 110,000 years. So the author is saying that lately the average global temperature has been very high. Okay, the amount of carbon dioxide in the air is at its highest level in 4 million years. Now he is saying that even the carbon dioxide level in the air is also very high, not seen in 4 million years. So perhaps this is a passage related to global warming. This does not cause storms like Harvey. There have always been storms and hurricanes along the Gulf of Mexico, but it makes them wetter and more powerful. As the seas warm, they evaporate more easily and provide energy to storm fronts. As the air above them warms, it holds more water vapor. For every half a degree Celsius in warming, there is about a 3% increase in atmospheric moisture content. Okay, so here the author is saying that storms and hurricanes have always existed. He is especially saying that along the Gulf of Mexico. However, due to warming of seas, when seas warm, the evaporation happens more faster. There is more evaporation. This makes the storms wetter. When the storms get wetter, they are more powerful. So he's saying that storms have always existed, but due to warming, seas get warm, there is more evaporation and storms get wetter. So they become more destructive or more dangerous. Okay. And he's also giving a certain relation here. He's saying that for every half a degree Celsius in warming, when there is half degree rise in temperature, then there is about a 3% increase in the atmospheric moisture content. And this scientists call this the Clausius-Clapeyron equation. This means the skies fill more quickly and have more to dump. This is on point. So if there is a rise in temperature, then there is also, we can see that the atmospheric moisture content increases. So if there is a rapid increase in moisture content, then the skies have more to dump. So that is why the storms and hurricanes are more pronounced, or they are more effective. Okay. The storm surge was greater because sea levels have risen 20 centimeter as a result of more than 100 years of human related global warming, which has melted glaciers and thermally expanded the volume of seawater. So the author is suggesting one more reason here. The storm surge, that is the effectiveness of storm has increased for one more reason, that is the sea levels have increased. So we know that due to global warming, the glaciers have melted. When the glaciers have melted, the sea level has risen. As the sea levels has risen, the water content in the seas, the total volume has risen. So when the total volume has risen, naturally there is more water content available for evaporation. So he is saying this is also one of the reasons. Since the water level has risen, this is also contributing towards storm surge. Okay. So we can summarize the paragraph as, initially the author says that the temperature, global temperatures are very high, even carbon dioxide at its peak level. Then he comes to the main point that he wants to discuss. He says that although storms and hurricanes have always existed, due to global warming, due to warming of seas, that is the one reason he gives. He says due to warming of seas, the storms and hurricanes have become more powerful. Then he also goes on to say that this storm surge is greater. It is greater because of the rise in sea levels. This is also one of the reasons. This is also a consequence of global warming itself. As a result of global warming, there is melting of glaciers. There is an expansion of water. When there is more water available, naturally the evaporation is also greater. So these are the two reasons that are contributing to making these storms and hurricanes much more powerful. Let's look at the options now. Option A says the storm Harvey is one of the regular annual ones from the Gulf of Mexico. First of all, this passage is not central to Storm Harvey. The author is saying this does not cause storms like Harvey. Storms and hurricanes have always existed. So he is using Harvey as an example. The passage is not central to Harvey. So Storm Harvey is one of the regular annual ones from the Gulf of Mexico. Global warming and Harvey are unrelated phenomena. This is again incorrect. We see that with global warming, Harvey or any other storm becomes more powerful. So we can't say they are unrelated. They are related. There is some relation between them. So option A is clearly wrong. Option B says that global warming does not breed storms but makes them more destructive. The Clausius-Clapeyron equation, though it predicts potential increase in atmospheric moisture content, cannot predict the scale of damage storms might wreak. See, until here, the option is absolutely fine. Initially, the option says that global warming does not breed storms. That is right. It does not cause any storms because storms or hurricanes have always existed, but makes them more destructive. It becomes more wetter and it becomes more destructive. The Clausius-Clapeyron equation, though it predicts potential increase in atmospheric moisture content. So the Clausius-Clapeyron equation draws an equivalence between the atmospheric moisture content and rise in temperature. So, though it predicts potential increase in atmospheric moisture content, cannot predict the scale of damage storms might wreak. So, this is out of scope. We don't know if Clausius-Clapeyron equation can predict the scale of damage or it cannot predict the scale of damage because it has not been mentioned in the paragraph. It is out of scope. So, even if there is one logical inadequacy in the option, we'll have to ignore it. So, option B is incorrect. Option C says global warming melts glaciers resulting in seawater volume expansion. Okay, this enables more water vapor to fill the air above faster. Thus, modern storms contain more destructive energy. This option covers 2 points, that is, storms and hurricanes are more powerful or destructive, and one of the reasons the author is citing is the rise in sea levels. The glaciers melt, the total sea volume increases. As a result of which, there is more water evaporation, which makes the storms powerful and destructive. However, it is missing one crucial point that the storms become powerful even because of the warming of the seas itself. Okay, but there is no logical inadequacy here. Compared with A and B, C looks much better. We can keep it in contention. Option D says it is naive to think that rising sea levels and the force of tropical storms are unrelated. It is naive. This is not a critical paragraph where the author is criticizing someone that that they are unaware of the relation between storms and the rising sea level. This is more of a descriptive paragraph. Even though he is unhappy about the happenings, this is a descriptive paragraph. He is not criticizing anyone. So naive is sort of an exaggeration. Okay. Harvey was destructive as global warming has armed it with more moisture content, but this may not be true of all storms. Again, this is also incorrect. The author says that in general, storms and hurricanes are equipped with more destructive power due to the warming of seas and due to the rise in sea levels. He uses Harvey as an example and he doesn't limit it to Harvey itself. So even this part is incorrect. So D is logically incorrect. So C is the better option here. C is the correct answer. This is a question from CAT 2017. North American walnut sphinx moth caterpillars, Amorpha giglandis, look like easy meals for birds, but they have a trick up their sleeves. They produce whistles that sound like bird alarm calls, scaring potential predators away. So there is a specific species of moth caterpillars. They are often easily preyed upon by birds, but the author says they have a trick up their sleeves. What is that trick? They say that these moth caterpillars, they produce whistles that sounds like bird alarm calls. This scares the predators away. Okay, at first scientists suspected birds were simply startled by the loud noise, but a new study suggests that a more sophisticated mechanism, the caterpillar's whistle, appears to mimic a bird alarm call, sending avian predators scrambling for cover. So they are reiterating the point. The author says that at first scientists believe that it was because of the loud noise that these moth caterpillars produce, but instead after new studies they have found that they have a sophisticated mechanism, according to which these caterpillars, they produce whistles
which mimic a bird alarm call. So this scares the predators, this scares the birds, and these avian predators, they run for cover. When pecked by bird, the caterpillars whistle by compressing their bodies like an accordion and forcing air out through specialized holes in their sides. The whistles are impressively loud. They have been measured at over 80 decibel from 5 centimeter away from the caterpillar, considering they are made by a 2-inch long insect. So when the caterpillar is pecked by these birds, they are explaining the mechanism. They say that they have a sophisticated mechanism through which they mimic the bird alarm call. The way they do it is they compress their bodies in the form of an accordion. Accordion is a musical instrument. They compress their bodies and the air is forced out through specialized holes. This creates a loud noise. They also give the sound level as 80 decibel. 80 decibel from an insect that is 2-inch long. That's pretty loud. Okay, let's look at the options now. North American walnut sphinx moth caterpillars will whistle periodically to ward off predator birds. They have a specialized vocal tract that helps them whistle. So there are two problems with this. They whistle periodically. We have not come across the word or reference that they whistle periodically. They say that they whistle in order to shoo away their predators, so that the predators run for cover. We have not come across this periodically. And also the second problem is they have a specialized vocal tract that helps them whistle. They say that they compress their bodies like an accordion and force air out through specialized holes in their sides. There is no reference to vocal tracts. These two are totally unrelated, so clearly option A is out. Option B says North American walnut sphinx moth caterpillars can whistle very loudly. That is right. The loudness of their whistles is shocking as they are very small insects. Okay, see again they say that considering they are made by a 2-inch long insect, they are producing sound that is pretty loud. But that is not the central point here. The central point is they are mimicking the sound of bird alarm call, and this is shooing their predators away. That is what they re-emphasize in two different sentences. The statement option B is correct. There is nothing logically wrong, but that is not capturing the main essence of the paragraph. So we'll keep it in contention. C says the North American walnut sphinx moth caterpillars, in a case of acoustic deception, produces whistles that mimic bird alarm calls to defend themselves. So in a case of acoustic deception, acoustic is something related to sound or voice. So they are producing noise or sound that is deceiving their predators. That is right. Acoustic deception produces whistle that mimic bird alarm calls to defend themselves. Of course, they are doing it to defend themselves, by which the avian predators, they scramble or they run for cover. So C looks very fitting. Let's look at option D. North American walnut sphinx moth caterpillars, in a case of deception and camouflage, produce whistles that mimic bird alarm calls to defend themselves. Camouflage means trying to be indistinguishable in an environment. So let's say if they are residing amidst the birds and the birds are not able to distinguish between caterpillars and birds, that would be camouflage. They are not doing it to for camouflage. They are doing it just for the sake of deception or self-defense. They are not doing it for camouflage. It is incorrect. So C is the correct answer here. This is a para summary from CAT 2017. This is quite a tricky one. See, often in many para summaries, we look at the central point, we look at the specific points, but inherently para summary means what the author is trying to drive, what is the point that he is trying to drive. Even in this passage, I'll try to look at what the author wants to conclude using all the things that he says. Okay, both Socrates and Bacon were very good at asking useful questions. In fact, Socrates is largely credited with coming up with a way of asking questions, the Socratic method, which itself is at the core of the scientific method popularized by Bacon. The Socratic method disproves arguments by finding exceptions to them and can therefore lead your opponent to a point where they admit something that contradicts their original position. So they are saying Socrates came up with a method called as Socratic method, where he finds exceptions to rules. So let's say some person has a specific argument or theory, you find exceptions to it to a point that you make the opponent contradict their original position. and in fact this was popularized by Bacon. Okay, but why are they doing it? Is their primary objective to disprove somebody's argument? We look at the future lines. In common with Socrates, Bacon stressed it was as important to disprove a theory as it was to prove one. Okay, and real world observation and experimentation were key to achieving these both aims. So if you look at the flow of idea here, the author is saying that both Socrates and Bacon believed that it is as important to prove and disprove it. So since it is both are important, so this they also used a method called a Socratic method, where they disproved their opponents. It is not that their primary motivation is to disprove others, because they believe that in future lines we can see that Bacon also saw science as a collaborative affair with scientists working together, challenging each other. So in order for science to progress, they saw that scientists should always challenge each other. The way you do it is by either disproving a theory or proving a theory. So the author is saying that both Socrates and Bacon believed that proving and disproving theories are equally important, and real world observation and experimentation were key to achieving both these aims. Okay, let's look at the options. Option A says both Socrates and Bacon advocated clever questioning, that is right, of the opponents to disprove their arguments and theories. See, this will make the primary intention or primary motivation to disprove the arguments of opponents. See, they are doing it, but their primary intention is that proving and disproving both are important, not disproving alone. So this gives a false inference. Statement B says both Socrates and Bacon advocated challenging arguments and theories by observation and experimentation. See, this is again challenging arguments. What does this mean? So a person proposes a certain theory or an argument and you challenge it. When you are challenging it, naturally you are always contradicting it. You don't have an intention to prove it. It will always be challenging argument, means you are trying to disprove it. So again, this does not give the wholesome summary that they believe in both proving as well as disproving. Okay, still we can keep this in contention. Statement C says both Socrates and Bacon advocated confirming arguments and theories by finding exceptions. Again, here they are saying confirming arguments means arguments in support of something. So they have arguments to prove a certain argument. Again, this says that their primary motivation is to disprove something. Statement C says their primary motivation is to prove certain arguments or theories. Both of them are wrong. We can clearly see that the author has said for them proving and disproving both are equally important. Statement D says both Socrates and Bacon advocated examining arguments. Examining means this will give you an implication. So sometimes it might be good, so then you will support it. Sometimes it might be bad, then you will try to disprove it. So examining is a more neutral, more suitable word. Examining arguments and theories from both sides. So from both sides implies that one side wants to prove it, one side wants to disprove it. So you look at arguments from both sides and then come to a conclusion. So this is a more central idea. This is what the author is trying to drive. Although Socrates introduced the Socratic method where you disprove others, but their primary intention is that you do both the things, proving and disproving, because challenging each other in a scientific environment is very important. So D is a much better option logically. Although this is slightly a googly question, it is slightly dubious, but if you observe what the author is trying to drive, then D is the best suitable option here.
A fundamental property of language is that it is slippery and messy and more liquid than solid, a gelatinous mass that changes shape to fit. As Wittgenstein would remind us, usage has no sharp boundary. Oftentimes, the only way to determine the meaning of the word is to examine how it is used. So what is the first three lines basically telling us? It is telling us that language is not a fixed thing. It's not a hard, solid, well-defined thing. It is in fact a very fluid thing. And the only way for us to understand the meaning of the words is to see the context in which it is used. This insight is often described as the meaning is used doctrine. There are differences between the meaning is used doctrine and a dictionary first theory of meaning. The dictionary's careful fixing of words to definitions like butterflies pinned under glass can suggest that this is how language works. The definitions can seem to ensure and fix the meaning of words, just as a gold standard can back a country's currency. What Wittgenstein found in the circulation of ordinary language, however, was a free-floating meaning of currency of meaning. The value of each word arises out of exchange. The lexicographer abstracts a meaning from that exchange, which is then set within the conventions of the dictionary definition. So you see a curious example over here. So what is the initial part? That language is fluid. There is every word. To understand the word, you have to understand the context. And then the author basically introduces the main theory, which is the meaning is used doctrine. To understand the meaning of the word, you have to see how it is used. This is then contrasted with the dictionary first method, where the dictionary tells you that this word means something this. But that is not the case. The dictionary will tell you that this word has this fixed meaning. But in actual life, what you see is that the meaning of a word is derived from the context it is used in. Now, the author then gives you a similarity as such. Now, dictionary first basically method is like having fixed value. Fixed value basically means that like you have your currency system where you have the gold standard. It basically says that this thing has X value as defined by convention. But what is actually the case? That what is the fixed value or fixed meaning is never what is necessarily what is the value in the market. As you have free value of exchange, the value in the market might be different from the fixed value as such. Now the whole currency bit is basically just a example to explain. It is not core to the idea. What is core to the idea? The core part of the paragraph is this difference between meaning is used doctrine and the dictionary first method. And basically the author says that there is language is fluid. This dictionary first method gives you the idea that your dictionary, the definition or the use or meaning of the word is fixed in a dictionary, and then you have to use it as it is defined in a dictionary. But what do you actually see? That is not the case. The meaning is set by how it is used. And in fact, what happens in general life is that based on how it is used, that is basically abstracted and put into dictionary. So that flow is not from dictionary to actual life, but from actual life to dictionary. Now, once you understand the core concepts, what is the extra or details? The whole currency bit is details. The part where you have butterflies pinned under glass is also details. These are essentially descriptive parts. Descriptive parts are not part of the core message. They are essentially, you have to remove them immediately because they are not part of the core message. The core part is the difference between the meaning is used and dictionary first, and the author is saying that actual life has meaning is use is actually what is the case and not dictionary first. So if you absorb that, then you can go on and find out the correct option. So let's take a look at the options. Dictionary definitions are like gold standards: artificial, theoretical and dogmatic. Actual meaning of words is in their free exchange value. Now essentially over here, that entire example is given too much emphasis. The point is not that that this is the gold standard, this is artificial, theoretic and dogmatic. In fact, what is the dictionary definition is often abstracted from how it is actually used in life. So that part is also missing. That is, then whatever you have actually seen in use is abstracted away and in fact put in dictionary. So the author, what the author was trying to point out, that meaning is used is actually the case, and in fact from there flows the dictionary definitions to an extent. This misses that interconnectedness of those two parts. So, and also it emphasizes too much on something which is extraneous to the message as such. So because it misses most of the core message and focuses on the details, I can eliminate option A. Now let's take a look at option B. Language is already slippery. Again, is slippery part of the core message? No. There you have to be very clear what is the core message. Whenever you see that any unnecessary info is given, you have to be on your that this is not really needed. What is the core message is the how words derive their meaning. Words derive their meaning from use, not from dictionary definitions. In fact, from use you get the dictionary definition. Given this, accounting for meaning and use will only exacerbate the problem. That is why lexicographers fix meanings. This whole part, this part over here, this part that you should not use meaning and use will actually worsen the problem. Has it been given anywhere in the paragraph? Nowhere. The minute you read that, exacerbate the problem. Not at all given. Completely extraneous to the discussion. Very easy to actually remove this as eliminate this option. CS meaning is dynamic, definitions are static. The meaning and use theory helps us understand that definitions of words are culled from their meaning and exchange and not used vice versa. So this is telling you, this is the meaning in use theory versus definitions in dictionary, and how one flows into the other. Meaning in use flows into the dictionary, and words do not have a static meaning. To understand how they are used, you have to consider the context in which they are used in. Captures the core message, does not have any of the extraneous discussion of the currency, of the language being fluid, and any of the other extraneous things are absent. Only the core message is reworded and put, and because of that, this is the right option. Also, let's take a look at option D. The meaning of words in dictionaries is clear, fixed, and less dangerous and ambiguous than the meaning that arises when words are exchanged between people. Firstly, this part, less dangerous and ambiguous. These are not there in the actual paragraph. More importantly, this the fact that meaning in use is the actual meaning, that it is how things actually are versus how they are in the dictionary, as in real life versus how it is in the dictionary. That contrast is never drawn in this particular and it is very core to the actual message of the paragraph. So again, C is the right answer. When you have a very good whole of what is the core message, make sure that your option has that core message. Anything which has the same words, same examples, same logical format, anything of that but not the core message, you can safely remove. In fact, if you are like a paper setter, that is what you will do. Put in the words from the paragraph, sounds about right but is wrong. That is the way that paper setters generally go about finding the wrong options. You can't make a completely wrong option, right? For the wrong option, you will use some things from the paragraph. The first part will be right, but the second part will be wrong. All of these are essentially traps that as a paper setter, you know that they will be putting. So you also have to think like, okay, if I were a paper setter, I would just put in some words from the paragraph to make it sound like the right option. So always be careful of any option which has verbatim questions or phrases from the paragraph. Likely that it is a trap set by the paper setter.
This is a question from CAT 2018. Production and legitimization of scientific knowledge can be approached from a number of perspectives. To study knowledge production from the sociology of professions perspective would mean a focus on the institutionalization of a body of knowledge. Okay. So the author is saying that how knowledge is produced and how further it gains legitimacy. This depends on, there is a number of perspectives to look at this, and then he discusses one of the perspectives. He says, according to the sociology of professions perspective, would mean a focus on the institutionalization of a body of knowledge. So institutionalization basically means there is a proper coherent structure, or there is a hierarchy. That is, let's say if you want to study biology, then there is a top-down structure or there is a top-down hierarchy to study the field of biology. Okay. The professions approach informed earlier research on managerial occupation, business schools, and management knowledge. So they are saying the professions approach informed earlier. So this means they are suggesting that the sociology of professions perspective and the professions approach both are one and the same. And in this approach, they research on managerial occupation, business schools, and management knowledge. So they research on how knowledge can be managed. They look at how business schools operate. Okay. It, however, tends to reify institutional power structures in its understanding of links between knowledge and authority. So reify means further strengthen or concretize. What is being concretized? They are saying that the institutional power structures are being concretized. So whenever, naturally, when we say institutionalization, there is hierarchy. Whenever there is a hierarchy, the topmost person in the food chain, he has more power. This is being further concretized. That is, the power structure is even more being empowered. How is it being empowered? Knowledge production is restricted in the perspective of the selected members of the professional community, most notably to the university faculties and professional colleges. Power is understood as a negative mechanism which prevents the non-professional actors from offering their ideas and information as legitimate knowledge. So they are saying that in this professions approach perspective, the institutional power structures are being reified, they are further being concretized. How it is being concretized? Let's take the example of political science as a body of knowledge. Naturally, we have a lot of universities and faculties who are expert at political science. So the author is saying that these faculties, they come from a position of power and authority. So they are more predisposed to hold stance or argument regarding political science than a layman or someone who is is an activist, since they are non-professional actors. Even if they hold views, these cannot be held up as legitimate knowledge. That is what his contention is. He's saying in the professor's approach, there is institutionalization of knowledge. That is, there is a hierarchy of structure, and because of this institutionalization of knowledge, this is further, the power balance is further concretized, since they have more legitimacy or claim over a specific field of knowledge than a non-professional actor. Okay, let's look at the options now. Option A says profession's approach focuses on the creation of institutions of higher education and disciplines to promote knowledge production. The professor's approach focuses on creating institutionalizing body of knowledge, not institutions of higher education. And this is also missing many of the important points that is mentioned here. So this is clearly out that the professor's approach is about institutionalizing body of knowledge. B says the study of knowledge production can be done through many perspectives. This is right. This is a general statement. This is the opening statement that the author makes. Whenever there are specific statements, that makes for a good summary. That is the important point that the author wants to capture, or that the author wants to drive. This is a very generic statement. This is not the important one. So this is very likely not the correct answer. Statement C says the profession's approach has been one of the most relied upon perspective in the study of management knowledge production. So here we see that they conduct research on managerial occupation, business, schools, and management knowledge. There is just one line about this, and we cannot understand from this that the professor's approach is the most relied upon. That is an information that is not given. So this is out of context. So again, this is wrong. Statement D says professor's approach aims at the institutionalization of knowledge. That is right, but restricts knowledge production as a function of a select few. That is also correct. That is the summary of the last few lines. He says in the institutionalization of the body of knowledge, the faculties, the university faculties are more eligible to hold views or stances than non-professional actors. So it is a function of a select few. So D is the correct answer.
So the question is, the conceptualization of landscape as a geometric object first occurred in Europe and is historically related to the European conceptualization of the organism, particularly the human body as a geometric object with parts having rational three-dimensional organization and integration. So what exactly is given over here? The idea is that when did the conceptualization of landscape as a geometric object first start? When did it first start? It started in Europe, and it was related to how human body was considered as a geometric object. It was closely related to that idea. The European idea of landscape appeared before the science of landscape emerged, and it is no coincidence that Renaissance artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, who studied the structure of the human body, also facilitated an understanding of the structure of the landscape. Landscape, which has been the subordinate background to religious or historical narratives, became an independent genre or subject of art by the end of the 16th century or the beginning of the 17th century. If you see, the entire paragraph revolves around how landscape, the conceptualization of landscape, how did it actually come about? So firstly, that it came about, people started thinking of it as a geometric object first in Europe. Then you see that this the European idea of it appeared before the scientific idea appeared. The scientific idea is that it is a geometric object. The European idea of it as a art form appeared before, and was facilitated by the Renaissance artists. And this thing which was earlier relegated to the background, the landscape which was earlier relegated to the background, now became an independent genre or subject around that time, when the Renaissance artists essentially facilitated in the understanding of the structure and landscape. So essentially around that time, what happened with the landscape or landscape as an art area is essentially discussed. How did it become to the forefront? Who helped in its discovery? What exactly changed? And the European idea of it came before the scientific idea of it. So the core message is about how this change occurred in how the landscape was viewed around that time, which is around the Renaissance time. So now that you understand that the core focus is on this change in how landscape was viewed and how it, the idea of it developed as such, now you can take a look at the options. The three-dimensional understanding of the organism in Europe led to a similar approach towards the understanding of the landscape. Now, if you see this option, it is pitting the understanding of the organism at equal importance with the understanding of the landscape. But does the paragraph give equal importance to A and B? No, because the organism part was just given to like show how it was related to the concept of landscape, which is primary. Concept of the landscape is the most important part of it. So saying A and B are at equal level, is that right? Absolutely not. That is a clear distortion. The focus is not on both of these things, but clearly on one of these things. So this is incorrect. Landscape became a major subject of art at the turn of the 16th century. But how? How did it become just a major subject of art? And what essentially was the change essentially that occurred? It didn't become a major subject of art, not a major subject of art. It became an independent genre. When you say a major subject of art, you are saying that it became one of the primary movers of art or one of the biggest subjects. But in fact, that is not what is given. It is given that it was initially relegated to the background, but it came to the forefront. It became an independent genre of art, which is very different from what is given over here. It didn't become a major subject of art. It became an independent genre of art. So because of that, there's a distortion here also. The study of landscape as an independent genre was aided by the Renaissance artists. This is telling you that there was a change in how it was viewed and who helped bring about this change. And it also tells you when this occurred. If Renaissance artists brought about this change, it occurred around that time. So it gives you a lot of idea of how exactly things occurred. D is Renaissance artists were responsible for the study of landscape as a subject of art. Now firstly, the focus is not about their contribution. It is on the study of landscape as an art. And essentially, they were not responsible. They aided in it. They were not solely responsible for it. So D also gets the responsibility part wrong. See, in this, I would not say C is a very clear or very perfect answer. In fact, I would not say it's a very good summary at all. But of the given options, C is a much better summary because it is distortion free. B has a distortion, D has a distortion, A has a distortion. C is the only one which is distortion free. So because it is distortion free, even though it is not perfect, it does not capture the core message properly, still just on the fact that it is distortion free, I would say C is the right answer. B and C are both very close. Both of it get to the close to the core subject, which is introducing how landscape became a independent genre of art, what led to its idea or conceptualization, around what time it became. All of those things are very core to the subject as such. But B essentially hints at it, but it contains a distortion. Therefore, the right answer is C. In this kind of a case, I would be kind of torn between B and C. But essentially, it is very like, it's a small difference, right, between independent to major. If you can see that distortion, you would get the right answer.
We at Cracku provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as IIFT, ZAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
This is an easy question from CAT 2018. Artificial embryo twinning is a relatively low-tech way to make clones. As the name suggests, this technique mimics the natural process that creates identical twins. We are talking about an artificial embryo technique. This is a low-tech technique to create clones, and this mimics or imitates the way the natural process in how twins are produced. Okay. In nature, twins form very early in development when the embryo splits into two. Twinning happens in the first days after egg and sperm join, while the embryo is made of just a small number of unspecialized cells. So here they are explaining the natural process. They say that the egg and the sperm, they come together to form the embryo. Okay, and this embryo, in the first days, the embryo splits into two. This embryo is made of unspecialized cells. It splits into two, and these two will further go on to become the two healthy individuals. Each half of the embryo continues dividing on its own, that is, it continues to grow, ultimately developing into separate, complete individuals. Since they developed from the same fertilized egg, that is the same embryo, since both of them developed from the same embryo, the resulting individuals are genetically identical. So first, they are explaining the natural process. In the natural process, we see that the egg and sperm come together to form the embryo. And this embryo, in the first days of the embryo, formation of the embryo, in the early stages of the embryo, it splits into two. and then each half of the embryo continues to divide, that it continues to grow, and eventually they become two different healthy individuals. Since they came from the same embryo or the same fertilized egg, they are genetically identical. This is the natural process. However, the author says that artificial embryo twinning, this is a low tech method to produce clones. This mimics the natural process. This is the natural process. Okay, let's look at the options now, the summaries now. Option A says artificial embryo twinning is low tech, okay, and mimetic of the natural development of genetically identical twins from the embryo after fertilization. So mimetic means mimicking something in the real world. So clearly the author says that it mimics the natural process. So it is mimicking the natural process. What it is mimicking? It is mimicking the natural development of genetically identical twins from the embryo after fertilization. That is, after the egg and sperm fertilize to form the embryo, this embryo will split into two parts. This natural technique is being mimicked in the artificial embryo technique. There is nothing wrong in this, it's accurate. Option B says artificial embryo twinning is low tech and is close to the natural development of twins where the embryo splits into two identical twins. Everything is similar to option A except for option A says that the technique, the artificial technique is mimetic. B says it is close to. We already saw that the author says this technique mimics the natural process. It is mimetic, it is not close to the natural process. A is more appropriate than compared to B. Option C says artificial embryo technique is low tech, unlike the natural development. Unlike means it is not at all similar to the natural process. Clearly option C is contradicting. Option D says artificial embryo twinning is just like the natural development of twins, where during fertilization twins are formed. During fertilization, the author says after the fertilization we have embryo formation. In the first days of the embryo, in the first few days of the embryo splits into two. So it happens after fertilization and not during fertilization. So clearly option D is incorrect. So the correct option here is answer A. This is a CAT 2018 question. It's slightly tricky. The early optimism about sports' deterrent effects on delinquency was premature. Even if you don't know the meaning of the word deterrence, we can infer its meaning based on context. Here, the author says early optimism about sports' deterrent effects. We know that deter means to stray from a given path. Deterrent effects on delinquency refers to actions that prevent you from delinquency. And the author is being optimistic. He says the optimism was premature. So if he is being optimistic that you are being deterred from delinquency, then we can easily infer that delinquency is something negative. Then he goes on to say it is premature as researchers failed to find any consistent relationships between sports participation and deviance. So he gives another term. He says he says sports deterrent effects on delinquency. Here he relates the correlation as sports participation and deviance. You know what deviance is? Deviance is basically shirking away from an accepted norm, societal norms. So basically we can understand the delinquency as an immoral behavior. But the actual meaning of delinquency is minor crimes, especially by young people. So we can reasonably infer that it is some sort of an immoral behavior. So the author says initially some scientists they predicted that sports participation, if kids participated more in sports, they can be deterred from these crimes. But he says this is incorrect, as new research has found that there is no consistent relationship between sports participation and the deviance. As the initial studies were based on cross-sectional data and the effects captured were shorter, it was problematic to test and verify the temporal sequencing of events suggested by the deterrence theory. So now he is suggesting why this theory is problematic. He says this test was conducted on cross-sectional data. So different groups of people, not a control group, that is an issue. And then he says it was conducted for a short term. Any theory to be valid, it needs to be tested for a long term. These two are the issues. That is why it is problematic. Then he goes on to say the correlation between sport and delinquency could not be disentangled from class and cultural variables known. So the author says that necessarily there is one more factor involved, and those factors are class and cultural variables. Here the initial research, they directly connected sports participation with delinquency. The more you participate in sport,
the delinquency or the minor crimes will reduce. But the author says you can't disentangle from class and cultural variables. These variables also play a role in the relation of sports and delinquency. Choosing individuals to play sports in the first place was problematic, which became more acute in the subsequent decades as researchers began to document just how closely sports participation was linked to social class indicators. So the author is suggesting in the last line that usually kids of wealthy parents, well-off parents are more likely to participate in sports. It is also dependent on cultural parameters, class parameters. So asking them to participate in sports is problematic. The three important points from the paragraph would be: the author says sports and delinquency are not correlated as thought out initially. That is the first point. And then he says they are not correlated because of two reasons. He cites two reasons. One is because cross-sectional data, it was not based on a control group, it was based on people from different classes, different cultures. So that is a problem. And then he says it was conducted for a short term. He gives two reasons why it is problematic. And thirdly, he says the correlation of sports and delinquency is also related to class as well as culture of individuals. These are the three important points. We'll look at the options now. Option A says there is a direct relationship between sports participation and delinquency, but it needs more empirical evidence. See, in fact, the contrary was proved. We saw here that researchers have failed to find any consistent relationship between sports participation and deviance. We can't say there is a direct relationship. Option A is out. B says statistical and empirical weaknesses stand in the way of inferring any relationship between sports participation and deviance. This looks appropriate. He says that initially it was thought that initially they were optimistic that these two are related. But then he goes on to say that statistical and empirical. He cites two different reasons. He says it was conducted on cross-sectional data, people of different cultures and classes. So that statistical, there is a statistical weakness. Empirical weakness, we can say it was only tested on for a short term. That is a logically empirical weakness suggests logical weakness. So these two weaknesses stand in the way of inferring any relationship between sports participation and deviance. So looks correct. Let's look at other options. Option C says sports participation is linked to class and cultural variables such as education, income, and social capital. See, until here the option is correct. It is linked to class and cultural variables. But unless explicitly mentioned, we cannot infer something that is out of context. So this option will be considered out of context. C is out. D says contradicting the previous optimism. That is right. Latter researchers have proved that there is no consistent relationship between sports participation and deviance. Whenever there is an ultimatum, then there will be a slight problem. This option is suggesting that the scientists or researchers have found that there is no consistent relationship between sports and deviance. If you read very carefully, the paragraph says, our researchers failed to find any consistent relationships. There is a difference between failing to find any relation and no relation existing. This is an ultimatum, this is an assertion. They have concluded that there is no relation between sports and deviance. Here they are saying that they were not able to find a consistent relationship. That does not suggest that there is none existing at all. It might exist, but they have failed to find it. So D is an ultimatum. Whenever there is an ultimatum, better stay clear of it. So B is a much better option. Although D is slightly ambiguous, there is no ambiguity in B. It is on point. B is the correct answer here. This is a para summary question from CAT 2018. A Japanese government panel announced that it recommends regulating only genetically modified organisms that have had foreign genes permanently introduced into their genomes, and not those whose endogenous genes have been edited. So there is a government panel, that is the Japanese government panel. They recommended that they will regulate only the genetically modified organisms that have foreign genes introduced into them. They will not regulate genetically modified organisms whose endogenous genes, that is the genes internally present within them, the inherent genes that is present within them, that is the genes naturally present within a species. If you edit those species, such kind of gene editing would not come under the radar of regulation. However, if you introduce a foreign gene into a genome, then that would come under regulation. That is what the government panel is recommending. All right.
The only stipulation is that researchers and businesses will have to register their modifications to plants or animals with the government, with the exception of microbes cultured in contained environments. So the only stipulation is that they are saying that, however, in any case, whether it's a genetic modification where you are introducing a foreign gene, or it's genetic modification where you're editing the internally present gene, in any case, the only stipulation is that you'll have to register your modification with the government. That is the one stipulation, with the exception of microbes cultured in contained environments. So microbes are used for variety of purposes, from making wine to making yeast. So they are keeping it out of even the simple regulation that they need to register the modification with the government. All right. Reactions to the decision are mixed. So perhaps the decision they are saying is the recommendation made by the government panel of different regulation for different type of GMOs. The reaction to this is mixed. While lauding the potential benefits of genome editing, an editorial opposes across the board permission. Unforeseen risks in genome editing or gene editing cannot be ruled out. All genetically modified products must go through the same safety and labeling processes regardless of method. So the reaction to this differential regulation is mixed. Some are happy that whenever there is less regulation, then science can advance faster. So it has potential benefits to genome editing. However, there are some people who are criticizing it, saying that genome editing or gene editing has unforeseen risks, and there must be across the board regulation for all types of gene editing, genetically modified organisms, and everything should go through the same safety and labeling processes. All right. So we can summarize the important points of this paragraph as: initially, we see that a government panel recommends regulating GMOs with foreign genes, but not GMOs where the gene has been edited. The reaction to this decision is mixed. There, that is, some are happy that this will potentially benefit genome editing. Some claim that there should be all across the board regulation because there are unforeseen risks. There must be across the board regulation as there are unforeseen risks to gene editing. Okay, well, let's look at the options now. Option A says accepting microbes cultured in contained environments from the regulation of genome editing is premature. See, this is actually, in fact, a very small point, a sideline point that has been mentioned by the author. The only stipulation is that everyone should register with the government. The main purpose is saying that genome editing has been exempted from all the regulation, which is not good. They should also go through the same safety and labeling procedure, or there should be across the board permission or across the board regulation for even genome editing. Microbes is not the central theme of the passage, so clearly option A is not a good summary. Option B says creating categories within genetically modified products in terms of transgenic modification and genome editing advances science but defies law. See, until here it's fine. Advances science because some claim that there are potential benefits to genome editing. So in fact, discoveries are faster whenever there is less regulation. So it advances science but defies law. This is out of scope because we do not know what is the current state of the law and if this is legal or not. We do not know. So we cannot say it defies law. So it is out of scope. So it is incorrect to assume it. So again, option B also would be incorrect. Option C says exempting from regulations the editing of endogenous genes is not desirable as this procedure might be risk prone. So this is encapsulating two of the 3 points here. One is that the gene edited GMOs are exempted of regulation, and then some people claim that this is not good as there should be across the board regulation since it is risk prone. However, it has not covered the point that there are mixed reaction. However, there are 2 out of 3 points. We can keep it in contention. Statement D says a government panel in Japan says transgenic modification and genome editing are not the same. In fact, this can be understood very explicitly. He says that right at the start, the author is making a differentiation of these two, and he's saying there is different regulation for these two. So this is not something that is the crux of the paragraph. Option C is much better since it is covering most of what the author implies to say. So C is the correct answer. This is a CAT 2019 question. Language is an autapomorphy found only in our lineage and not shared with other branches of our group such as primates. So, autapomorphy means distinctive trait, or we can say derived trait or distinctive feature. So, even without knowing the meaning of this word, we can clearly understand, because the following line says it is found only in our lineage and not shared with other branches of our group such as primates. Okay. We also have no definitive evidence that any species other than Homo sapiens ever had language. So, let us say this is the first important point. Let us try to note down the important points. The first two lines says that language is something which is very specific to humans. We have not seen it anywhere else in any other species. Even our primates, our ancestors, they did not have it. Language is specific to humans. Language is specific to humans. However, it must be noted straight away that language is not a monolithic entity, but rather a complex bundle of traits that must have evolved over a significant time frame. So, they are saying language is not one trait that our ancestors did not have, but that one the language feature that evolved and humans got it. They are saying that it is a complex bundle of traits. There are different traits which has led to language. Okay. So, they are saying language is not a product of one single trait. It is a product of evolution of different traits over a significant time frame. Evolution of let us say bundle of traits or different traits over time. Moreover, language crucially draws on aspects of cognition that are long established in primate lineage, such as memory. The language faculty as a whole comprises more than just the uniquely linguistic features. So, basically they are giving details about the point 2 that they made. They are saying there are some abilities like cognition. One of the cognitive abilities is memory. Memory was already there in our primates like chimpanzees, they already have it. That was more evolved in humans, but the language is not all about unique linguistic features. Linguistic features, they are how we understand the sound patterns, how we produce speech. These features might be unique to humans, but there are other traits such as memory, other cognitive abilities which our ancestors already had. Those things have evolved, but there are some features which have also come unique to humans. That is what he is trying to say. So, let us say there is the group, and groups include primates, let us say our ancestral primates, and these primates have evolved, and one form of it is, let us say it has evolved into humans, and others are, let us say, contemporary primates which did not evolve language and all. So, the author is saying that these primates had abilities like cognitive abilities. One example he gives such as memory, cognitive abilities example memory. All these features further evolved and gave rise to language in humans, but there was also one additional feature, that is linguistic features which came specific to humans. This was not there in our primate ancestors, but it came specifically to humans. Linguistic features. This has given rise to language in humans. So, basically they are saying that language is a product of different evolutionary traits. Some traits were already present in our ancestors and they further evolved, while some traits like linguistic feature was specific to humans. All these traits have come together over time and given rise to language. Remember one thing guys, whenever you note down multiple important points from a passage or summary, sometimes all those points will not be covered in the options. In that case, you will have to prioritize the options which are more specific. Let us say you include the option of language is specific to humans and you also include the third option. In that case, the third option is more specific, while option 1 is more or less well known. It is a generally established fact. Those things would not be the main purpose of the passage. The main purpose would be driving towards this. You will initiate with this wholesome idea and drive towards the important point of the passage. So, the more specific the point, that would take more priority in terms of when you look at the options. Now, let us look at the options. Language evolved with linguistic features building on features of cognition such as memory. Okay. They are speaking about statement 3 and 2. They are saying language evolved with linguistic features. This was specific to humans, building on features cognition such as memory. So, he is basically saying there are already features like cognition in our primate ancestors, and for example memory, and on that linguistic features were built, and that evolved, that gave to the rise of language. Okay, but he is not speaking about languages specific to humans. So he has covered point 2.3, that it is a product of different traits, and linguistic feature is added as new. It is built on the cognitive abilities, but it is not spoken about point 1. Let's keep this in contention. Statement B says language, a derived trait found only in humans, he is covering point 1, has evolved over time and involves memory. Okay, so he is basically touching slight points of both point 2 and point 3, but he is not covering the important points. 2 says that it is a product of bundle of traits, and then the auxiliary point is that it has evolved over traits. All these bundle of traits has evolved over time. He is just saying it has evolved over time and involves memory. The author is basically saying that there are already cognitive abilities in our ancestors. One example is memory. He is saying only involves memory. Memory isn't so important. The main highlight is cognitive abilities were already there in our ancestors. We evolved what is this linguistic features uniquely in humans. So this is not covering the entire point. These are auxiliary unimportant points which are being used as important ones. So B doesn't look good. Statement C says language is not a single uniform entity, but the end result of a long and complex process of linguistic evolution. See, until here it was fine. You are saying linguistic evolution, long and complex process of evolution, where you have cognitive traits as well, you have linguistic traits as well. Linguistic evolution would mean that our ancestors also had linguistic features that was further evolved and humans got the best out of it. That is not the case. This came specifically to humans. It is not linguistic evolution. That itself makes it wrong. D says language is a distinctively human feature, as there is no evidence of the existence of language in any other species. So this is definitely on point. This is only covering statement 1. As I already told, while statement 1 speaks about point 2 and 3, which is more specific and does not cover 1, statement D only speaks about point 1, which is more general, which is more wholesome. So in these situations we will have to prioritize statement A, because they are covering the more specific points which is bound to become the main idea of the passage. The author is driving towards these points. So point 1 makes more sense rather than point D. That is the correct answer. This is a question from CAT 2019 slot 2. Privacy challenged office workers may find it hard to believe that open plan offices and cubicles were invented by architects and designers who thought that to break down the social walls that divide people, you had to break down the real walls too. Modernist architects saw walls and rooms as downright fascist. Okay. So here the author is saying that architects and designers have introduced a new outlook for offices. That is, earlier it was walls and rooms, and now they are bringing in the concept of open plan offices and cubicles. Why they are doing it? They feel that these walls and rooms are outright fascist. They divide people. In order to unite people, in order to make the office place more amiable or sociable, they are doing away with the concept of walls and rooms and introducing the idea of open plan offices and cubicles. So this we can say as the first important point. So we can write this down as walls and rooms. Initially we have walls and rooms. Now the architects and designers, they are doing away with it, and now they are introducing cubicles and open offices. Open offices and cubicles. This is being done by architects and designers. So why are they doing it? The author says they are doing it in order to break down the social walls that divide people. That is, either there is a hierarchy or there is lack of social interaction. To avoid all this, they are in order to prevent the social divide among people, to prevent social divide. Or you can say in order to socially unite people or make the office space more amiable. Okay. The spaciousness and flexibility of an open plan would liberate homeowners and office dwellers from the confines of boxes. Okay. But companies took up their idea less out of a democratic ideology than a desire to pack in as many workers as they could. Okay. The typical open plan office of the first half of the 20th century was a white collar assembly line. Cubicles were interior designers' attempt to put soul back in. Okay. They are saying cubicles or the open plan offices, it was designed by designers to put some soul back in, to prevent the social media divide, or to prevent that people are confined within a box. There is too much privacy, there is very little engagement. But instead what happened, all these business owners or the companies, they adapted this concept of open offices and cubicles, but rather they did it for making their office more efficient or packing in as many employers as possible. So businesses have adapted it in order to make workplaces more efficient. The summary of the passage will be, it is that architects and designers, they wanted to do away with walls and rooms and build this new idea of open offices and cubicles. Since the walls and rooms, it divided people, it isolated them, in order to make the office space more friendly, more socially cohesive. But rather these business owners, they adapted that concept, but they did it for an ulterior motive of, say, boosting the workplace efficiency by packing in as many employees as possible within a confined space. Okay. Option A says, wall-free office spaces could have worked out the way their utopian inventors intended had companies cared for workers' satisfaction. Okay. We already summarized here, architects invented it in order to prevent social divide, in order to make the place more socially cohesive. But does this contribute to worker satisfaction? That is unknown. This is largely out of context. They have just said that we need to make the office space more socially cohesive, more inclusive, but this is not known. Will it lead to worker satisfaction? It may, but from the passage we cannot understand it. So it is out of scope. We cannot. This is a wrong statement. Statement B says, wall-free office spaces did not quite work out as desired, and therefore cubicles came into being. So this is totally disrupting the meaning of the passage. Here they are saying they did away with walls and rooms, and then they introduced the concept of open office and cubicles. But open plan offices and cubicles were invented by architects and designers who wanted to break the social wall. And even towards the end, he says cubicles were interior designers attempt to put some soul back in, but instead what had happened in the 20th century was that it was their method of making the office space more efficient. So this is again disrupting the meaning. Statement B is wrong. Statement C says, wall-free office spaces did not quite work out the way their utopian inventors intended, as they became tools for exploitation of labor. So this is correct. They wanted to pack in as many employers as possible. They wanted to exploit as much labor as possible. This term exploitation of labor might seem too harsh, but it is correct. Let's see if D is more appropriate. So we can keep it in contention, since exploitation of labor might seem little harsh. Statement D says, wall-free office spaces did not quite work out as companies don't believe in democratic ideology. See, they said that this is a democratic ideology. The idea, the intention of architects and designers, this is a democratic ideology, but this didn't appeal to the business owners so much. What appealed to them is packing as many employees as possible. So this is the crux of the passage. Instead of A, you did B. Instead of the democratic idea, you wanted to exploit as much of labor as possible. This is not the primary purpose, and also we can't infer entirely that they don't believe in it. We can only understand that these business owners, they prioritized office efficiency, packing as many employees as possible rather than democratic ideology. We can't say that they don't believe in it entirely. So statement C is more appropriate. That is the correct answer. This is a CAT 2019 question. Social movement organizations often struggle to mobilize supporters from allied movements in their efforts to achieve critical mass. So critical mass here refers to a sizable number of people who can support a social cause. So let's try to note down the important points. Let's say the first point they are saying is social movement has fewer supporters. Organizations with hybrid identities, those whose organizational identities span the boundaries of two or more social movements, issues or identities, are vital to mobilizing these constituencies. So the author is saying organizations with hybrid identities. What is hybrid identities? Two or more who are involved in two or more social movement issues or identities. That is, let's say we take a hybrid organization. So this organization, let's say it has a primary cause of fighting for LGBTQ rights. So this has a primary cause of fighting LGBTQ rights, but on the other hand, what do? They also involve other important issues, because as soon as you say LGBTQ, it is related to women. You also raise women issues, and to some extent it is also related to racism. The LGBTQ community faces racism, so you are also involved in racism. So they are saying the organizations which are involved in hybrid identities, which involve in two or more social movement issues, they are more likely to gather more support. in terms of numerically are vital to mobilizing these constituencies. That is, initially the author says social movement has very few supporters, but if there is an organization which spans across different identities, which stands up for many different social movement issues, then you can mobilize more supporters. Studies of the post 9/11 US anti-war movement show that individuals with past involvement in non-anti-war movements are more likely to join hybrid organizations than are individuals without involvement in non-anti-war movements. So basically they are giving an example. They are saying that if there are people who are initially involved in these sort of social movement issues, for example non-anti-war movement, they are more likely to join a hybrid organization for a certain movement than the ones who are not engaged in these non-anti-war movements. So if you want to bring in all these people into the fold for your movement, then you better be a hybrid organization. That's what they are intending to say. So basically they are quoting an example here. In addition, they show that organizations with hybrid identities occupy relatively more central positions in inter-organizational contact networks within the anti-war movement, and thus recruit significantly more participants in demonstrations than do non-hybrid organizations. Okay. So these organizations, that is hybrid organizations, they are central in social organizational networks, you can say. Social movement social organizational networks. Since they are central, they are able to mobilize more supporters. That is, they are able to bring in all the people who are involved in non-anti-war movements. Let's look at the options. Statement A says, movements that work towards social change often find it difficult to mobilize a critical mass of supporters. So statement 1 is on point, it is covering the point 1. But again, this is a very generic statement. Always whenever we are solving para summaries, we need to look at specifics. The more specific points are covered, the better the summary is. So this doesn't look like a correct summary because it is not capturing all the points in the passage. Organizations with hybrid identities are able to mobilize individuals with different points of views. Okay, this looks good because the whole point of this paragraph is the author is saying that if there is an organization which believes in 2 or 3 social movement or different social causes, then you are more likely to bring in more people for your cause. You will be able to mobilize more supporters. You will be central in the social organizational networks and you will be able to bring in more supporters. So if you are involved in more causes, you will bring in more supporters. That is the central theme. So you are saying organization with hybrid identities are able to mobilize individuals with different points of views. So people who have once a person subscribes to say racism, for him that is a very sensitive issue, or for someone LGBTQ issue is a sensitive issue. So they are bringing people from different points of views. This looks like a good one. We can keep it in contention. C says, post 9/11 studies show that people who are involved in non-anti-war movements are likely to join hybrid organizations. See, this is again correct. In fact, they are more or less paraphrasing whatever is there. Studies of 9/11 US anti-war movement show that individuals with past involvement in non-anti-war movement are more likely to join. So whatever is there, they are just rephrasing it and putting it here. So this is an example they are showing that hybrid organization works. The main purpose is to say that the organizations which involve in different social issues, multiple social issues, they are more likely to gather more supporters. That is the purpose they are driving. This is an example they are giving. This is not the primary purpose. Again, this doesn't cover the main purpose of the passage. D says, hybrid organizations attract individuals that are deeply involved in anti-war movements. This is a consequence. Because they are hybrid organizations, people who are involved previously in non-anti-war movements, in fact they have quoted it wrong as well. They are saying anti-war movements. They engage people from non-anti-war movements. In either case, even if they said non-anti-war movements, that is a consequence of the fact that these organizations are hybrid and they bring in multiple points of views, and not the fact that that is not the primary purpose. So B looks like a very good option. That is the correct answer. Let's look at the para summary. Choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. So it is a para summary. Vance Packard's The Hidden Persuaders alerted the public to the psychoanalytical techniques used by the advertising industry. Its premise was that advertising agencies were using depth interviews to identify hidden consumer motivations, which were then used to entice consumers to buy goods. So what are psychoanalytical techniques is, if you take large corporates using psychoanalytics, using psychology of all the consumers to make them woo or to make them lure into buying products. It's a very common affair. So he's talking about that. This Hidden Persuaders by Vance Packard. This is likely an article or a book or something that Vance Packard is saying. In that he says that these advertising industries, they use psychoanalytical techniques. Its premise was that advertising agencies were using depth interviews to identify hidden consumer motivations. So we don't explicitly say that. They conduct a long interview to get to know the hidden consumer motivations, which were then used to entice customers to buy goods. Critics and reporters often wrongly assumed that Packard was writing mainly about subliminal advertising. Packard never mentioned the word subliminal, however, and devoted very little space to discussions of sub-threshold effects. Subliminal advertising means something that is difficult to perceive. So I have certain level of understanding. If I see an advertisement, I do not go and dig into the deeper meaning of the advertisement. So subliminal means it is below my threshold of understanding. But Packard says that he never mentioned about subliminal understanding. He further says instead his views largely aligned with the notion that individuals do not always have access to their conscious thoughts and can be persuaded by supraliminal messages without their knowledge. So he says that it is supraliminal and not subliminal. Let's try to look at the summaries they are given. Packard held that advertising as a hidden persuasion understands the hidden motivations of consumers. Right here they say that they understand the hidden motivations. They conduct depth interviews to identify hidden consumer motivations and works at the supraliminal level. That's what he says. It doesn't work at subliminal level, it works at supraliminal level. Though the people targeted have no awareness of being persuaded. Yes, that is also right. He says at last that conscious thought and can be persuaded by supraliminal messages without their knowledge. So they are not aware that they are being persuaded. So option 1 seems correct. Let's look at second option. Option B says Packard held that advertising as a hidden persuasion builds on people's conscious thoughts and awareness by understanding the hidden motivation of consumers and works at the subliminal level. So as soon as you see it, you negate it. It works at supraliminal level. Packard argued that advertising as a hidden persuasion works at supraliminal level. That is right. Wherein the people targeted are aware of being persuaded. They are not aware of being persuaded. Even though it works at supraliminal level, these are hidden motivations which we say in depth interviews. We don't explicitly say that, and we are not aware that we are being persuaded. So this is incorrect again. Option C goes out. Option D says Packard argued that advertising as a hidden persuasion understands the hidden motivations of consumers and works at the subliminal level. Again we see subliminal. These two, B and D, speak about subliminal, so they are naturally out. Option C says that they are aware that they are being persuaded. That is not correct. Here they say that they are being persuaded without their knowledge. So option A is the correct answer. A distinguishing feature of language is our ability to refer to absent things known as displaced reference. A speaker can bring distant reference to mind in the absence of any obvious stimuli. Okay, thoughts not limited to the here and now can pop into our heads for unfathomable reasons. So the author is saying that thoughts can come without any reasons. Thoughts related to some distant past can suddenly occur without any reason. This ability to think about distant things necessarily precedes the ability to talk about them. He also says that if you want to talk about a distant thing, something that happened 10 years ago, it is necessary that you first think about them. You first think about the event that happened 10 years ago, only then you can talk about it. Then he says thought precedes meaningful referential communication. That's what he says. First you need to think about the distant thing, only then you can talk about it. A prerequisite for the emergence of human-like meaningful symbols is that the mental categories they relate to can be invoked even in the absence of immediate stimuli. Okay, let's look at the options. Option A says displaced reference is particular to humans and thoughts pop into our heads for no real reason. Displaced reference is particular to humans. If you read the passage again, here it says that a distinguishing feature of language is our ability to refer to absent things known as displaced reference. So it is a feature of language, it is not a feature of humans. So this is wrong. This displaced reference is particular to humans, it is a feature of language, and this is not the main point of the passage. The main point talks about distant things. First, how we need to think about things before talking about them. Option B says thought precedes all speech acts and these thoughts pop into our heads even in the absence of any stimulus. So there is some generalization that is happening here. Thoughts precedes all speech acts. If you read carefully, it says that this ability to think about distant things necessarily precedes the ability to talk about them. So they are saying for distant things, something that happened in the past. If you want to talk about something that happened in the past, first you need to think about it. Here they are saying for all speech acts, if you want to speak about anything, you need to think about it. So it is some sort of generalization. It might be true, it might not be true, but we don't know. It is a generalization. So it is very close. All of this is correct, but this seems like generalization. Let's look at other option. Is there any better option? Option C says thoughts are essential to communication and only humans have the ability to think about objects not present in their surroundings. So again, only humans. There is no, in the entire paragraph they are never saying, whenever there is an ultimatum saying only humans, only this, that would usually be negative. Again, this is not correct. Let's look at option D. Option D says the ability to think about objects not present in our environment precedes the development of human communication. So this is exactly what it says. We'll try to understand. We'll read it again. The ability to think about objects. So first we need to think about it. This precedes the development of human communication. Only after we think about it, we can talk about the distant thing. So this is capturing what it is saying here. So the right option is option D. This is better than B. So the right option is option D. Let's look at this para summary. Physics is a pure science that seeks to understand the behavior of matter without regard to whether it will afford any practical benefit. Engineering is the correlative applied science in which physical theories are put to some specific use, such as building a bridge or a nuclear reactor. So this is something that is of common knowledge. Physics or pure science, they always go after discovery. It is based on our innate need of knowledge or intrinsic curiosity. They don't look at any practical application that it will give. They just go after discovery. But these discoveries, it is used by engineers to build certain practical benefits. That's what they say here. Engineers obviously rely heavily on the discoveries of physicists, but an engineer's knowledge of the world is not as same as physicist's knowledge. Okay, in fact, an engineer's know-how will often depend on physical theories, right, that from the point of view of pure physics are false. There are some reasons for this. First, theories that are false in the purest and strictest sense are still sometimes very good approximations to the true ones and often have the added virtue of being much easier to work with. Second, sometimes the true theories apply only under highly idealized conditions which can only be created under controlled experimental situations. So if we try to make sense of this, let's take a practical example. Let's say a washing machine or a television. All this is based on, it's a practical application that the engineers have developed. It is obviously based on some physical laws. It will abide to various physical theories. But these physical theories, the pure science people, they are going to reject it, because from the ideal case scenario, they say that these are very good approximations. They are approximations, so it is not ideal. And also these theories, they exist, they are valid only in ideal conditions, in certain specified conditions. If you take into account practical condition or real life scenario, then these theories won't hold. So they are seen as something that is false by pure science. But again, the engineers go on to say that the engineer finds that in the real world, theories rejected by physicists yield more accurate predictions than the ones that they accept. So they say that the rejected theories, that is the ones that are approximated, or that is the ones that are accommodated for real life scenarios, for practical applications, they have a lot of benefits. So if we try to summarize the entire thing, initially they say that physicians, they just discover, while engineers, they use the discovery to find practical applications. But these practical applications have certain flaws. That is, the physical laws that they depend on, they are approximated or they are not ideal. So the physicists, they are going to reject it. But ultimately they say that even though the physicists, the pure science people, they reject it, they find a lot of use in real life scenario. Let's try to look at the options. What is the summaries that they have given? Option A says, though engineering draws heavily from pure science, that we can see here, they depend a lot on pure science, it contributes to knowledge by incorporating the constraints and conditions in the real world. That's what they are saying, that engineers, they incorporate the conditions of real worlds and they are finding practical use to it. This seems correct. Let's look at other options. Option B says, engineering and physics fundamentally differ on matters like building a bridge on nuclear reactor. This is not at all true. They are never saying, it is not the contention of the passage that they are totally different. They are just comparing each other. So this naturally goes out. Option C says the relationship between pure and applied science is strictly linear, with the pure science directing applied science and never the other way around. So if you take the meaning of linear, so if pure science says that this theory is false, then even applied science will say this theory is false. So if pure science says you cannot use this theory is false, they cannot use it in practical application. That is not what is happening. We already saw that even though they say it is false, the engineers are adapting it to real life scenario. So it is not strictly linear. that is also goes out. Option D says the unique task of the engineer is to identify, understand and interpret the design constraints to produce a successful result. So this is not at all capturing the essence of the passage. It is only talking about the engineer. There is no mention of pure science or science. It is all the entire passage is about how pure science, they are comparing pure science and applied science. So the right option will be answer A.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. This is a parasummary question. A passage has been given below with 4 alternate summaries, and we have to choose the option that best captures the essence of this passage. So let us read the passage. For nearly a century, most psychologists have embraced one view of intelligence. Individuals are born with more or less intelligence potential, IQ. This potential is heavily influenced by heredity and difficult to alter. Experts in measurement can determine a person's intelligence early in life, currently from paper and pencil measures, perhaps eventually from examining the brain in action and even scrutinizing his or her genome. Recently, criticism of this conventional wisdom has mounted. Biologists ask if speaking of a single entity called intelligence is coherent and question the validity of measures used to estimate heritability of a trait in humans, who, unlike plants or animals, are not conceived and bred under controlled conditions. So let us check the options. So we notice that there are 2 primary elements which this particular paragraph highlights. So the first is the validity of a ubiquitous perspective that is held by psychologists, which is intelligence being measurable and unalterable entity, which is greatly influenced by heredity. So it is this particular aspect is now being questioned by biologists. So this is the first element. The second problem is the doubt concerning the aspect of intelligence being hereditary. So given that the author is stating that since humans, unlike plants or animals, are not conceived and bred under controlled conditions, this particular aspect of hereditary is quite dubious. So these 2 elements need to be captured in a particular summary that entails this discussion. So let us take the individual options. Option A, biologists have questioned the long-standing view that intelligence is a single entity and the attempts to estimate its heritability. Now this covers both the important points and it aptly summarizes the key elements. So we'll keep it on hold for now and inspect the other options as well. Option B, biologists have criticized that conventional wisdom that individuals are born with more or less intelligence potential. Now, although it captures one element and it misses out on the second part of heritability, so we can eliminate it. Option C, biologists have started questioning psychologists' view of intelligence as a measurable, immutable characteristic of an individual. Now, similar to option B, it misses out on the second aspect of heritability. So that has to be discussed or it has to be captured in a summary. So again, we can eliminate it straight away. Option D, biologists have questioned the view that intelligence is a single entity and the ways in which what is inherited. Now, although it seems to capture both the elements, the second half is quite odd and it doesn't come across as an appropriate summary. So of the given options, we understand that option A is the correct answer. Thank you.
Google search Cracku CAT formulas PDF. Click on the first link. You will get a list of topics for CAT. Click on one of the topics. Download the PDF to get a list of formulas for the topic.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage has been given below, followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose an option that best captures the essence of the passage. Let us read the paragraph. As Soviet power declined, the world became to some extent multipolar, and Europe strove to define an independent identity. What a journey Europe has undertaken to reach this point. It had in every century changed its internal structure and invented new ways of thinking about nature of international order. Now at the culmination of an era, Europe, in order to participate in it, felt obliged to set aside the political mechanisms through which it had conducted its affairs for 3.5 centuries. Impelled also by the desire to cushion the emergent unification of Germany, the new European Union established a common currency in 2002 and a formal political structure in 2004. It proclaimed a Europe united, whole and free, adjusting its differences by peaceful mechanisms.
So the passage begins by highlighting Europe's continual effort over centuries to adapt itself in a multipolar world by striving to be quite dynamic with its internal structure, so both nationally and internationally. And post this, the author is trying to portray how the stimuli in the present world has led Europe to review its political and economical components and to make some changes in these structures. So the passage has two key elements. One is the fact that Europe has strived to change consistently over the years and try to adapt itself to a changing world. And the second point is that the manner in which Europe has achieved this. So that is by introducing certain changes, especially in the case of the current multipolar world. It has done this by changing the homogeneous nature or the existing structure of its political and economic setup. So let us check the options and identify the one which aptly captures both of these two elements. Option A. Europe has consistently changed in keeping with the changing world order and has culminated in a united Europe. Now, although close, it does capture the aspect of Europe trying to be a dynamic entity. It fails to capture how Europe has achieved it. So the mechanism is missed out in this particular option, so we can eliminate it. So the option needs to capture the aspect that Europe has introduced certain changes in its political and economic structure. So option A misses out on that point. Option B. The establishment of a formal political structure in Europe was hastened by the unification of Germany and the emergence of a multipolar world. Again, this does capture certain elements of the passage that is described towards the end. However, it does not state that Europe has tried to or strived to be a dynamic entity by changing itself consistently and adapting to a new world. So option B can also be eliminated. And this aspect of being hastened by unification of Germany appears to be a bit odd. And in this regard, we discard option B as the right answer. Option C. Europe has consistently changed its internal structure to successfully adapt to the changing world order. Now, again, this does appear to be a good summary of the overall paragraph. However, internal structure is quite vague. It has to specify two key elements, that is the changes that have been introduced concerning the economy as well as the changes in the political structure. So option C is again, it fails to capture the paragraph in a complete manner. Option D, Europe has chosen to lower political and economic heterogeneity in order to adapt itself to an emerging multipolar world. Now this is correct. It captures both the point that Europe is trying to adapt itself, and it has done this by lowering its political and economic heterogeneity. So initially, it had separate entities, and now it is trying to be more homogeneous, as in they are trying to unify the entire setup. So it has done this by, of course, introducing a formal political structure in 2004 and a common currency. So this segment of the option aptly captures a mechanism that Europe has utilized to adapt itself to an emerging multipolar world. So option D correctly captures the essence of the passage and hence is the correct answer. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. We have a passage is given below, followed by 4 alternate summaries, and we have to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. So let us read the passage. For years, movies and television series like Crime Scene Investigation, CSI, paint an unrealistic picture of the science of the voices. In the 1944 movie, Clear and Present Danger, an expert listens to a brief recorded utterance and declares that the speaker is Cuban, aged 35 to 45, educated in the eastern United States. The recording is then fed to a supercomputer that matches the voice to that of a suspect, concluding that the probability of correct identification is 90%. This sequence sums up a good number of misimpressions about forensic phonetics, which have led to errors in real-life justice. Indeed, that movie scene exemplifies the so-called CSI effect, the phenomenon in which judges hold unrealistic expectation of the capabilities of forensic science. So we understand this particular passage is primarily about the misconceptions regarding the capacity of forensic phonetics, stemming from its portrayal in movies and television series and so on. So the author is stating that there is an inflated representation
of the capability of forensic phonetics to render certain evidences. So let us check which of the options actually aligns with this understanding of ours. Option A, although voice recognition is often presented as evidence in legal cases, its scientific basis can be shaky. Now, the author as such does not comment on the scientific basis of voice recognition evidences or forensic phonetics. He's simply stating that there is an inflated representation, and oftentimes this creates a misconception that forensic phonetics provides a lot of information and so on and so forth. So option A fails to capture the essence of the passage. Option B, voice recognition as used in many movies to identify criminals has been used to identify criminals in real life also. Now we cannot actually infer any such event having taken place. The passage is simply discussing another element, and this is something that is not mentioned or not presented in the passage. Option C, movies and televisions have led to the belief that the use of forensic phonetics in legal investigation is robust and foolproof. Now this is exactly what the passage is talking about. It is talking about a misbelief that has originated from the portrayal in movies and television series, and option C perfectly captures that. D, voice recognition has started to feature prominently in crime scene intelligence investigations because of movies and television series. Now, no such causation has been presented anywhere. So, of the given statements, we observe that option C aptly captures the essence of the passage and hence is the correct answer. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage has been given below, followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. Let us read the given paragraph. The dominant hypothesis in modern science believe that language evolved to allow humans to exchange factual information about the physical world. But an alternative view is that language evolved in modern humans at least to facilitate social bonding. It increased our ancestors' chances of survival by enabling them to hunt more successfully or to cooperate more extensively. Language meant that things could be explained and that plans and the past experiences could be shared efficiently. So there are two viewpoints that is being presented in this particular paragraph. So one predominant viewpoint is that language originated in order to exchange factual information, and another alternative standpoint is that language originated to facilitate social bonding and consequently to ensure the human survival. So cooperation, making more extensive cooperation and hunting more successfully. So this is the latter half of the viewpoint. So there are two predominant viewpoints and the author is simply presenting them. So let us check which of the options aptly captures these two viewpoints without distorting it. Option A, since its origin, language has been continuously evolving to higher forms from being used to identify objects to ensure human survival by enabling our ancestors to bond and cooperate. So it is talking about continuously evolving. So the evolution of language is not the focal point here, as in the author is simply presenting views in this regard. So we can eliminate this option since it is coming across as a misinterpretation, or rather it is focusing on another aspect that is not implied here. So option A can be eliminated. B, from the belief that humans invented language to process factual information, scholars now think that language was the outcome of the need to ensure social cohesion and thus human survival. So no such chronology has been presented from the belief to now. Now this is clearly incorrect since the author is simply and objectively presenting two separate viewpoints which might be prevalent today. He's not stating that there is a change or a transition or a shift in the viewpoints that were widespread or that were held by a different set of scholars. He's simply stating that there are two viewpoints. There is one dominant one which talks about language as having developed to exchange factual information, and there is an alternative one which presents a different idea. So B is again incorrect since it is presenting a sort of shift in the ideology, which is not the point here. C, most believe that language originated from a need to articulate facts, but others think it emerged from the need to promote social cohesion and cooperation, thus enabling human survival. Now this aptly captures the essence of this particular discussion. It is talking about both the viewpoints without distorting them, as well as presenting them as two separate existing viewpoints. So option C succeeds in capturing the crux of the discussion. D. Experts are challenging the narrow view of the origin of language as being merely used to describe facts and label objects to being necessary to promote more complex interaction among humans. Again, there is no challenge presented here. No one is challenging no one. It is simply presented. There are two viewpoints which have been objectively presented here, and none of the experts are challenging the other view. So option D can also be eliminated easily. So we notice that of the given statements, option C is the correct answer. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage has been given below, followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. Let us read the given paragraph. Aesthetic political representation urges us to realize that the representative has autonomy with regard to the people represented, but autonomy then is not an excuse to abandon one's responsibility. Aesthetic autonomy requires cultivation of disinterestedness on part of the actors, which is not indifference. To have disinterestedness, that is to have comportment towards the beautiful that is devoid of all ulterior references to use, requires a kind of aesthetic commitment. It is the liberation of ourselves for the release of what has proper worth only in itself. So again, a complicated paragraph. The author is discussing two primary points. So the first is he's presenting the facet of autonomy that is enjoyed concerning aesthetic political representation. So the representative of this particular idea has certain amount of autonomy, and the author then highlights the cultivation of disinterestedness as a part of this autonomy. So he's discussing something associated in this regard. So one of the points is the autonomy that is a part of aesthetic political representation, and second is the aspect of disinterestedness. And the author distinctly identifies this as a separate entity as compared to that of indifference. So he's saying that these two ideas are completely different and should not be used synonymously. So let us check which of the options succeeds in capturing these two elements without distorting the overall meaning of the passage. A. Aesthetic political representation advocates autonomy for the representatives through disinterestedness, manifested through disinterestedness, which itself is different from indifference. Now, this is the distorted part. The author does not say that autonomy manifests itself through disinterestedness, hence A can be eliminated easily. B. Aesthetic political representation advocates autonomy for the representatives drawing from disinterestedness, which itself is indifferent from indifference. Now this is correct. This is what the author is trying to convey here. He states that this particular idea advocates autonomy for its representative, and the representatives are expected to cultivate a particular concept or a particular feeling of disinterestedness, which is completely different from the aspect of indifference. And then the author is presenting what this how it is distinct or how it is different from indifference. So option B aligns with the message that the author is conveying here. Option C, disinterestedness is different from indifference as the former means a non-subjective evaluation of things, which is what constitutes aesthetic political representation. Now this segment is again not the best summary of this latter half of the discussion that the author undertakes in this given passage. Additionally, it does not capture the first part about autonomy, or it does not completely capture this element. So option C is an incomplete summary. D. Disinterestedness as distinct from indifference is the basis of political representation. Now this is clearly not a good summary of this entire discussion. It fails to capture the first point, and as for the second point, it talks about political representation. Now this might be different from aesthetic political representation. Hence D can also be discarded. So we notice that of the given statements, option B is the correct answer. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage has been given below, followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of this passage. Let us read the passage. Brown et al. Suggests that metabolic theory may provide a conceptual foundation for much of ecology, just as genetic theory provides a foundation for much of evolutionary biology. One of the successes of genetic theory is the diversity of theoretical approaches and models that have been developed and applied. A Web of Science search on genetic plus theory plus evolve identifies more than 12,000 publications between 2005 and 2012. Considering only 10 most cited papers within these 12,000 publication set, genetic theory can be seen to focus on genome dynamics, phylogenetic inference, game theory, and the regulation of gene expression. There is no one fundamental genetic equation, but rather a wide array of genetic models ranging from simple to complex with differing inputs and outputs and divergent areas of application, loosely connected to each other through the shared conceptual foundation of heritable variation. So we notice that it is quite a complex paragraph that has been given here. There are two primary points that the author is presenting here. So the predominant one is that genetic theory is the conceptual basis of evolutionary biology given the diverse and the extensive theoretical approaches and models that is available on this particular subject. And the second point is the prospect or the potential of metabolic theory of doing the same for the field of ecology. So one of the first point is the aspect of genetic theory. Being useful for or the basis of evolutionary biology. Why is this the case? Because of the extensive and diverse theoretical models and information available on this particular subject. And second is the potential or the prospect of metabolic theory being capable of doing the same for the field of ecology. So these are the two primary points that the author is putting forth in this particular paragraph. Let us check which of the options succeeds in capturing these two points. Option A, genetic theory has evolved to spawn a wide range of theoretical models and applications, but metabolic theory need not evolve in a similar manner in the field of ecology. Now this is evidently a distortion. The author is not claiming that it need not evolve. The author is discussing about its potential to do the same for ecology. So option A can be easily eliminated. Option B, genetic theory has a wide range of theoretical approaches and application and is foundational to evolutionary biology, and metabolic theory has a potential to do the same for ecology. Now this aptly captures the core points that the author is discussing here. It captures point 1, which is regarding genetic theory being foundational to the field of evolutionary biology, and it talks about the potential that metabolic theory has to do with regard to ecology. So option B serves as an apt summary. Nevertheless, let us check the other options as well. Option C, genetic theory has a wide range of theoretical approaches and applications, and metabolic theory must have the same in the field of ecology. Again, this is clearly a distortion. The author doesn't say it must have. The author simply states that it has the potential to do the same or contribute in a similar manner for the field of ecology. So option C can again be discarded. Option D, genetic theory provides an example of how a range of theoretical approaches and applications can make a theory successful. This is tangential to the discussion. The aspect of success is not the core element of this discussion. It is not the crux of the discussion. So option D can again be eliminated. So we notice that of the given statements, option B is the clear candidate or the correct option here. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage has been given below with 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. So let us read the given paragraph. All humans make decisions based on one or a combination of 2 factors. This is either intuition or information. Decisions made through intuition are usually fast People don't even think about the problem. It is quite philosophical, meaning that someone who made a decision based on intuition will have difficulty explaining the reasoning behind it. The decision maker would often utilize her senses in drawing conclusions, which again is based on some experience in the field of study. On the other side of the spectrum, we have decisions made based on information. These decisions are rational. It is based on facts and figures, which unfortunately also means that it can be quite slow. The decision maker would frequently use reports, analysis, and indicators to form her conclusion. This methodology results in accurate, quantifiable decisions, meaning that a person can clearly explain the rationale behind it. So we understand that this particular passage is about two processes involved in decision making. So one is an intuitive process, the second is an information based process, and there are two variables that are associated with these individual processes. So one is the speed of coming up with a decision, and the second is the ability to explain the rationale behind the decision. So in an intuitive process, you can quickly make a decision, but it is very difficult to explain the rationale. While in an informative process of decision making, you can explain the rationale behind it quite clearly. However, it is very time consuming to come up with a decision. So let us check which of the options actually captures these elements. Option A, it is better to make decisions based on information because it is more accurate and the rationale behind it can be explained. Now the author is quite objective. He does not say that intuitive decision making is better or information based decision making is better. So we can straight away put this into the bin. Option B, decisions based on intuition and information result in differential speed and ability to provide a rationale. Now this captures the element, it captures both the processes as well as both the variables involved. So it is a likely candidate for the correct answer. Nevertheless, let us check the other options as well. Option C, while decision based on intuition can be made fast, the reasons that led to these cannot be spelled out. Now this is simply focusing on the intuitive decision making process. So again, it fails to capture the latter half of the discussion. D, we make decisions based on intuition or information on the basis of the time available. The author does not state the basis on which we are making this decision. He's simply stating that there are two processes and these are the variables involved and this is how we are making it. So again, D does not seem to capture the essence of the passage. So of the given options, option B is the correct answer. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage has been given below, followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. So let us read it. The rural-urban continuum and the heterogeneity of urban settings pose an obvious challenge to identifying urban areas and measuring urbanization rates in a consistent way within and across countries. An objective methodology for distinguishing between urban and rural areas that is based on one or two metrics with fixed thresholds may not adequately capture the wide diversity of places. A richer combination of criteria would better describe the multifaceted nature of a city's function and its environment, but the joint interpretation of these criteria may require an element of human judgment. So we notice that the author is talking about making a distinction between rural and urban areas. However, this is quite challenging given the rural-urban continuum and the heterogeneity of urban settings. So the author is presenting a predicament. And he's stating that there is an objective methodology for distinguishing between urban and rural areas based on certain metrics. However, this is inadequate as of this point of time. So he's suggesting that we require a rich combination of criteria which will help us clearly distinguish cities based on their function and environment. However, the interpretation of these criteria will require human judgment. So it will require human intervention. That is the point that the author is trying to put across. So let us check which of the given options actually coincides with this understanding of ours. Option A, with the diversity of urban landscapes, measurable criteria for defining urban areas may need to be supplemented with human judgment. Now this is correct. This is what the passage is talking about, that given the diverse landscapes, urban landscapes, we need a criteria, and this criteria needs to be interpreted using human judgment, or it requires an element of human judgment. So option A is a likely candidate for the answer. Let us check the other options as well. Option B, current methodologies used to define urban and rural areas are no longer relevant to our being able to study trends in urbanization. Actually, the author does not comment truly on the relevance of the current methodologies. He's simply stating that an objective methodology is currently inadequate. He does not say that it is irrelevant, or he does not discuss any other current methodologies that is being used. So option B does not align with the discussion. Let us check option C. The difficulty to accurately identifying urban areas means that we need to create a rich combination of criteria that can be applied to all urban areas. Although close, this misses out on the last part, which is a crucial element of human judgment. So again, it fails to capture the overall picture. So option C can be eliminated. Option D, distinguishing between urban and rural areas might call for some judgment on the objective methodology being used to define a city's function. Now, it has already been stated that objective methodology has been inadequate, and the human judgment is actually required in the interpretation of the richer combination of criteria that is being proposed. So option D deviates from the discussion again. So of the given statements, we see that option A is the correct answer. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage has been given below, followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. Let us read the passage. With the Treaty of Westphalia, the papacy has been confined to ecclesiastical functions, and the doctrine of sovereign equality reigned. What political theory could then explain the origin and justify the functions of a secular political order? In his Leviathan, published in 1651, 3 years after the Peace of Westphalia, Thomas Hobbes provided such a theory. He imagined a state of nature in the past when the absence of authority produced a war of all against all. To escape such intolerable insecurity, he theorized, people delivered their rights to a sovereign power in return for the sovereign's provision of security for all within the state's border. The sovereign state's monopoly on power was established as the only way to overcome the perpetual fear of violent death and war. So the author is discussing about a theory that could explain the origin or justify the functions of a secular political order, and this requirement was fulfilled by Thomas Hobbes, who proposed an idea. He tried to rationalize the origin and function of such a political order by stating that the inherent nature that generated war due to the lack of or absence of authority was only solved after people transferred their powers or delivered their powers to a sovereign power, or when authority was established, post which this particular sovereign utilizing its power provided for the security of all the individuals who delivered their rights. So basically, the origin or emergence of sovereign states is being discussed here. So let us check which of the options correctly captures the essence of this particular discussion. Option A, Thomas Hobbes theorized the voluntary surrender of rights by people as essential for emergence of sovereign states. Again, the author does not state that Hobbes believes it to be an essential element for the emergence of sovereign states. It is one of the reasons that is being presented, or the author is trying to justify the emergence using this. It is not called as an essential requirement for the emergence of sovereign states. So option A is out of the window because of this reason. B, Thomas Hobbes theorized the emergence of sovereign states as a form of transactional governance to limit the power of papacy. This is clearly a distorted comment. The primary reason behind the emergence of sovereign state was not to limit the power of papacy, rather it was to assuage the fears of the public or the individuals who were part of that sovereign state. So option B is again incorrect. Statement C, Thomas Hobbes theorized that sovereign states emerged out of the people's voluntary desire to overcome the sense of insecurity and establish the doctrine of sovereignty. While this segment of the option is correct. The latter half seems to be a distorted comment. This is not presented as one of the reasons behind the establishment of sovereign states. So again, option C can be discarded. D. Thomas Hobbes theorized the emergence of sovereign states based on a transactional relationship between people and sovereign state that was necessitated by a sense of insecurity of the people. Now, this correctly captures the essence of the discussion. Not only is this particular option fulfilling the criteria of mentioning the emergence of sovereign states, it is also presenting the reason behind it, that it originated as out of a sense of insecurity that people had at that point of time, while the other options does not touches upon this particular element of insecurity and the fears of the people. So option D is the best option here that captures the essence of the passage.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage is given below, followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the best summary possible. Let us read the given passage. McGurk and MacDonald, 1976, reported a powerful multisensory illusion occurring with audiovisual speech. They recorded a voice articulating a consonant ba 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 and dubbed it with a face articulating another consonant ga ga ga. Even though the acoustic speech signal was well recognized alone, it was heard as another consonant after dubbing with incongruent visual speech da da da. The illusion, termed as the McGurk effect, has been replicated many times, and it has sparked an abundance of research. The reason for the great impact is that this is a striking demonstration of multisensory integration, wherein the auditory and visual information is merged into a unified integrated percept. So we notice that the discussion is about a special kind of or a powerful multisensory illusion which happens with audiovisual speech. The author says that this is tagged as McGurk effect, and he elaborates on what this McGurk effect is. So he says that they recorded a voice which was articulating a specific kind of consonant, and what they did was that they dubbed a face which was articulating another consonant, and they overlapped this voice signal with this facial signal. So he's trying to highlight that there was a video wherein the person was saying consonant ga ga ga, but it was overlapped, or that it was supplanted with another voice which was articulating a consonant that was totally different. So what happened was that that it was perceived in a totally different sense. So there was this incongruent visual speech video that you were looking at, and the author says that this is called as a McGurk effect. So it sort of created a multisensory illusion. And he says that this particular effect has sparked an abundance of research. So it was quite impactful, which is why he calls it, he says that it has a great impact. And he says that this is primarily because it's a striking demonstration of multisensory integration. So by multisensory, he's talking about how our speech and visual senses are put into action here. And he's saying that we are perceiving these visual information together as some kind of unified entity, which is why this entire affair, this entire illusion is of some kind of importance to us. So the primary point here is about the McGurk effect, and the author is elaborating that a multisensory illusion is created when you are dubbing a different visual cue to an audio that is totally different. So as a result, what happens is that we are perceiving a totally different sound. This is the idea that is being conveyed here, and it is being labeled as a McGurk effect. That is the gist of the discussion. Another additional point that the author is mentioning is the impact of this particular effect. He's saying that this effect has had an importance in sparking or in spurring research, because it is a demonstration of multisensory integration. And then he goes on to talk about this. So the primary point is about the McGurk effect, and then there is a secondary point about the impact of this effect. So now that we've understood what this paragraph is about, let us check which of the given choices is a apt summary for this discussion. A. Visual speech mismatched with auditory speech can result in perception of an entirely different message. This illusion is known as the McGurk effect. So this is correct. This is a good summary because it talks about what the McGurk effect is, and it talks about the McGurk effect specifically. It says that this is what is called as McGurk effect. So the author elaborates on that as well, that he says that when there is a mismatch between these visual speech and auditory speech, we are perceiving a totally different sound, or we are under the belief that we are perceiving a totally different sound. and this is the McGurk effect. So A is a good summary. We'll put it on hold. We'll inspect the other choices before determining the correct one. B. When the quality of auditory information is poor, the visual information wins over the auditory information. Now, one of the first things that we notice is that there is no mention of the McGurk effect. Secondly, this aspect of poor auditory information is not something that the author mentions. He doesn't imply that the auditory information is poor. Rather, he says that there is a mismatch between the auditory information and the visual information. So, B is definitely distorted and incomplete. So, we can eliminate B. C. The McGurk effect, which is a demonstration of multisensory integration, has been replicated many times. Now, this has the key term that we require, so that particular criteria is satisfied. However, it talks about the secondary point that we discussed. It is talking about what? It is talking about the implication of the McGurk effect. It is stating that once this effect was discovered, it sparked a lot of research, primarily because it was demonstrating the integration, the multisensory integration. So that is why that is a sort of consequence of the McGurk effect, not what the McGurk effect is, which captures just a small part of the entire discussion. So if we had to undertake a comparison between A and C, we notice that A is definitely better because it is talking about the key highlight of the discussion. It is talking about the McGurk effect and what it is, while option C is talking about a consequence of this effect, which is something that we can consider as a secondary point and not the primary one. So C can be eliminated when we are comparing it with A. D. When the auditory speech signal does not match the visual speech movements, the acoustic speech signal is confusing and integration of the two is imperfect. Now, this aspect of imperfect is again a bit far-fetched, or rather not implied in the discussion. And what is this particular option missing? It is missing the keyword McGurk effect. So just like B, we can eliminate option D as well. Of the given choices, we are left with A and C, but we already identified that C is not a good summary of the discussion, while A captures what the McGurk effect is. So A is the correct answer here. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage is given below, followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. Let us read the given passage. Foreign peacekeepers often exist in a bubble in the poor countries in which they are deployed. They live in posh compounds, drive fancy vehicles, and distance themselves from locals. This may be partially justified, as they are outsiders living in constant fear, performing a job that is emotionally draining. But they are often despised by the locals, and many would like them to leave. A better solution would be the bottom-up peace building, which would involve their spending more time working with communities, understanding their grievances, and earning their trust, rather than only meeting government officials. So here we notice that the primary subject are the peacekeeping forces, and the author says that these foreign peacekeepers often exist in a bubble. So what does he mean by a bubble? So he says that they live in this poor country. So that they live in posh compounds, they are driving around fancy vehicles, and they distance themselves from the locals. So this is a sort of bubble wherein they are living in their own small world in these poor countries. And the author says that to some extent this is partially justified. So he says that it's justified to some extent because these people are working in a different continent, or they are living in a different country wherein they are considered to be outsiders, and they are under this constant pressure of performing their job, which is often emotionally draining. So as a consequence, the author is saying that perhaps this kind of livelihood of these foreign peacekeepers might be justified. We can say that the job that they are doing is very draining emotionally, at least. So this bubble that they are living in might be all right. But what happens out of this is that the locals are quite unhappy with foreign peacekeepers. Is the outcome of this kind of situation. So the author says that although I as the author might justify or empathize with the foreign peacekeepers, the locals don't. The locals despise them. So they are quite unhappy with this kind of activities that the foreign peacekeepers undertake, and they would just like them to leave. So this is the perception that the locals have. And the author, as a result, he offers a solution. He says that a better solution to avoid this kind of conflict with the locals would be to follow a bottom-up peace building approach. So what does he mean by bottom-up? So he's saying that the best way that you can improve your ties with the locals is to spend more time working with their communities, to understand their problems, their grievances, and to earn their trust. So rather than spending most of their time just meeting the government officials, it is important for the foreign peacekeepers to be more involved with the local community and to understand their problems. This is the solution that the author is offering. So as a consequence, this skirmish existing between the locals and the foreign peacekeepers will be mitigated, and the locals would perhaps stop despising the foreign peacekeepers for their for the life or the kind of aloof nature that these foreign peacekeepers have. And this is the solution that the author is offering. So he's talking about this particular situation. He's talking about foreign peacekeepers and their activities in a specific sense. He's justifying the activities by talking about the nature of their work. He says the consequence of these kind of activities is that the locals despise the foreign peacekeepers. A potential solution is then being presented. So that is the flow of the entire discussion. So now that we've understood what this is about, let us move on to the given summaries and try identifying the best of them. A. Peacekeeping duties would be more efficiently performed by local residents given their better understanding, knowledge and rapport with their own communities. Now this would be incorrect because the author doesn't imply that local residents should take up these peacekeeping duties. No such point has been even remotely discussed in the given passage. The author instead is talking about a potential solution as to how we can reconcile the foreign peacekeepers and the locals. He doesn't say that the locals should take on the role of these foreign peacekeepers because they have XYZ abilities. That is not something that the author is implying via the discussion. So A is definitely out of the window. Let us inspect the other choices. B. The environment in poor countries has tended to make foreign peacekeeping forces live in enclaves, but it is time to change this scenario. Now, the author doesn't blame the environment in poor countries in forcing these foreign peacekeepers to live in this kind of bubble. He doesn't say what the reason these foreign peacekeepers are living in this kind of in this particular way. He doesn't say why they are living in posh compounds or driving around fancy vehicles or distancing themselves from locals. He just mentions this aspect that a potential way for us to justify the actions of these foreign peacekeepers is to understand that their work is quite demanding. It's very emotionally draining. That is the only way in which we can, to some extent, justify these actions. So the author is attributing the kind of work that these peacekeepers are doing to the actions that they are taking, such as living in certain compounds or living in this kind of bubble. That is the main idea that is being presented. He doesn't say that it is because of the locals or the kind of environment in the poor country that these foreign peacekeepers are living in in this kind of bubble. He doesn't make such kind of claim at all. So option B is misrepresenting one of the reasons that the author is presenting, and in this regard B is incorrect. C. Extravagant lifestyles and an aloof attitude among the foreigners working as peacekeepers in poor country have justifiably made them the target of local anger. Again, there is a subtle distortion here. The author is not saying that the local anger towards the peacekeepers is justified. It might be, but it is not something that the author is explicitly stating here. What is the author justifying in the passage? He is justifying the actions of the foreign peacekeepers. He is saying that given the nature of work, the emotionally draining nature of work of these foreign peacekeepers, them being aloof of the issues or the grievances of the local communities is not something that is surprising. That is the idea that the author is presenting. He is not saying that because that the anger of the locals are justified because of the extravagant lifestyle that the foreign peacekeepers are living. This might be a reason behind the anger in a real sense, but this is not something that is being explicitly stated in the passage. So we cannot say that C is a good summary here because it is introducing this distortion wherein the author says that it's justifiable for the locals to be angry at the foreign peacekeepers. No, this is not a claim that the author is making in the passage. He's presenting a situation that is existent and then offering a solution. He's not justifying the anger as such. So C is definitely incorrect. D. Peacekeeping forces in foreign countries have tended to be aloof for valid reasons, but would be more effective if they worked more closely with the local communities. Now, this is correct because it talks about both the crucial points. It talks about how the author himself feels that the activities of these foreign peacekeepers is justified to some extent. There are certain valid reasons. What is a valid reason? The emotionally draining nature of their work. That is the justification that the author is presenting here. And he also offers a solution. He says that the locals are angry about this. So what can be an effective way to counter this kind of hostility? It would be better if these foreign peacekeepers are able to work more closely with these communities, with these locals. So it might enable us to sort of alleviate the anger that the locals have. That is the suggestion or the solution that the author is offering. So option D captures both these critical ideas that are being discussed in the passage. So D is the correct answer here. Thank you.
Google search Cracku free cat mock. Click on the first link. You can attempt a free mock test which was attempted by 30,000 cat aspirants in the actual exam format. After completing the test, you get detailed solutions, analysis and percentile along with your scorecard to gauge your All India performance. Click on the solution to get video solutions from our expert faculty.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage is given below, followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. Let us read the given excerpt. Developing countries are becoming hotbeds of business innovation in much the same way as Japan did from 1950s onwards. They are reinventing systems of production and distribution and experimenting with entirely new business models. Why are countries that were until recently associated with cheap hands now becoming leaders in innovation? Driven by a mixture of ambition and fear, they are relentlessly climbing up the value chain. Emerging market champions have not only proved highly competitive in their own backyards, they are also going global themselves. So we notice that the discussion here is about business innovation, especially in developing countries. So that is a focal point here. The author highlights that developing countries have become hotbeds of business innovation, and then he's trying to rationalize why is this the case. So he says that why is he making this claim as to developing nations becoming hotbeds of business innovations? Because they are reinventing systems of production and distribution. So that's one point. Another attribute, if you notice, regarding business innovation is that these developing nations are experimenting with entirely new business models. So these are the 2 claims that the author is presenting to support his primary assertion that developing countries are becoming hotbeds of business innovation. And then he's trying to ask this question, why is this the case? Why are these countries which were until recently associated with cheap labor? So they were associated with cheap labor, now they are becoming leaders in innovation. So what could be the potential reason behind this? And he's trying to break it down as to the cause behind this kind of transformation that these developing nations are undergoing. So he says that one aspect is that there is this mixture of ambition and fear which is causing them to climb up the value chain, and this is being attached or correlated to the aspect of them being highly competitive. So the author says that because of this aspect, because of this mixture that is present between ambition and fear, there is a lot of competition that is taking place, not just on a domestic level but also on global level. So these emerging market champions, so by this the author is trying to refer to organizations that are part of these developing countries. He's trying to say that they have become competitive and they are driven to some extent, and as a consequence they are not only becoming competitive in a domestic level but also on a global level themselves. So they have grown so much that they are taking themselves to a global scale. So sort of hyperphora wherein the author is presenting a question and then proceeding to answer it. Nevertheless, the discussion is directed towards one topic as to business innovation in developing countries. The author is presenting 2 points. One is how as to present why he's making this claim. One is that these countries are reinventing production and distribution and they are experimenting with new business models, and this is why he's making this claim that okay, this is why I'm saying that they have become hotbeds of business innovation. And then he's trying to reason as to why this is the case. He's asking us why are these countries which were until recently associated with or sort of attached with cheap labor, why is it that suddenly they have become leaders in innovation? And then he gives a certain reason to this. He says that the organizations or these companies within these developing nations, they have climbed up the value chain, they are driven by ambition and fear at the same time, and they have proven to be highly competitive on a domestic and global level. These are the reasons that he provides us. So now that we've understood what this discussion is about, let us move on to the questions and try answering them. A. Competition has driven emerging economies, once suppliers of cheap labor, to become innovators of business models that have enabled them to move up the value chain and go global. So this is true. This captures the the gist of the discussion. It talks about how competition has played a crucial role. The author does talk about how they were driven by ambition and fear, and this in turn spurred competition not only on a domestic but also on a global level. So that aspect of going global is also presented here. The author also talks about how we used to associate these developing countries with cheap labor, but now they have become leaders in business models. So that aspect of business innovation is also captured aptly in option A. So A is a good choice. We'll put it on hold for now. Let us examine other choice and identify if there is a much better representation of this entire discussion. B. Innovations in production and distribution are helping emerging economies compete with countries to which they once supplied cheap labor. So although this aspect of supplying cheap labor might be somewhat correct, this focus solely on the innovations in production and distribution might be a bit skewed, primarily because the author says that it's not just that we have been reinventing production and distribution, but we have been also experimenting with new business models. So this aspect of business models is crucial when it comes to business innovation. So what is happening in B is that the focus is solely on production and distribution, and this aspect of new business models or this strides taken towards new business models, all of this is being missed out. So option B is just partial, it's not complete, and if we had to undertake a comparison with A is a much better choice. So we can eliminate B. So as long as we are sticking with A, let us check option C and D. Developing countries are being forced to invent new business models which challenge the old business models so they can remain competitive domestically. So one aspect is that this compulsion to invent new business models to challenge old business models is not something that is implied in the passage whatsoever. So this straight away helps us to eliminate option C. And if you notice closely, the focus is not just on a domestic level, it's on a global level. So option C is distorting that aspect as well. So we can eliminate option C. D. Production and distribution models are going through rapid innovations worldwide as developed countries are being challenged by their earlier suppliers from the developing world. Now this is a clear distortion. Reinvention or transformation of production distribution models in developed countries is not at all the focus here. The focus is on how developing countries are becoming hotbeds of business innovations. So this correlation between developing world and developed countries is something that is not understood from the discussion, because the author is trying to focus on developing countries only. He's trying to highlight how they have become hotbeds of business innovation. He provides certain supports to this particular assertion, and then he goes on to present a reasoning as to why this is the case. So D is incorrect because it is focusing, or it is shifting the focus from developing nations to developed nations. So that is definitely a distortion. So option D can also be eliminated. So we notice that between the given choices, C and D could have been straight away discarded at the beginning, and between A and B, A is definitely the better choice because it captures the crux of the discussion here. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage is given below, followed by 4 alternate summaries. We are supposed to choose the best summary. Let us read the given passage. Biologists who publish their research directly to the web have been labeled as rogue, but physicists have been routinely publishing research digitally, preprints, prior to submitting in a peer-reviewed journal. Advocates of preprints argue that quick and open dissemination of research speeds up scientific progress and allows for wider access to knowledge. But some journals still don't accept research previously published as a preprint. Even if the idea of preprints is gaining ground, one of the biggest barriers for biologists is how they would be viewed by the members of their conservative research community. So we notice that the discussion is regarding certain research publications, and the author talks about this difference when it comes to the community of physicists as compared to the community of biologists. So he says that many a times the biologists who publish their research directly to the web or to the internet are often labeled as rogue, or they are not viewed favorably. But physicists have been doing this for quite some time now, and they generally label it as preprints. So this work that is published digitally, not as a part of a peer-reviewed journal, is often called as a preprint. After this, they submit it to some kind of peer-reviewed journal and then publish it in a journal. So the author says that the
the reason behind engaging in such kind of prior publication on websites is because it enables quicker dissemination of research. So the kind of access to such kind of research is much better, or it is much enhanced, and as a consequence it speeds up scientific progress. So this is what the advocates of preprints argue according to the author. So he's saying that preprints have certain utility, and many of the advocates of preprint are presenting this reason to us as to why scientists should engage in such kind of preprints. And the author says that the issue here is that many of the journals, or some of the journals here, do not accept research which is published previously as preprints. So this is one of the barriers or hindrances that many of these biologists or physicists face. And the author says that even though this idea of preprints is gaining popularity, so it's becoming much more popular among the individuals in the scientific domain, it's still causing some kind of trouble to the biologists, because the research community of biologists is quite conservative. So this aspect of engaging in preprints might not be looked at very favorably by the biologists within the research community, and this is one of the concerns that many of these biologists have. So while preprints have their utility, it enables us to disseminate data in a much more, or information in a much more wider manner. There is still certain issues regarding this, and this hindrance is being presented here. So primarily we notice that there is this contrast that the author is trying to draw. He's talking about how physicists enjoy some amount of freedom, and they have been engaging, or they have been dabbling in preprints for quite some time, but that is not the case with biologists. When they sort of publish their research directly onto the web, they are called names, they are termed as rogue. So the author is trying to talk about the conservative nature of the research community of biologists as compared to that of physicists. So that is one part. Another part is the usefulness of preprints. So the author says very specifically that the individuals who argue for preprints, they say that it enables us to enhance or create an environment which is conducive for scientific progress. So that is their argument. So these 2 points are creating the core of this entire discussion, and we'll try to identify an option that captures both these key points. Let us examine the given choices. A. One of the advantages of digital preprints of research is that they hasten the dissemination process, but they are not accepted by most scientific communities. Now this might be a bit broad, primarily because not being accepted by most scientific communities would be incorrect, because we notice that physicists are much more tolerant towards preprint as compared to biologists. So biologists have a very conservative research community, and the author will agree to it that there is this disparity existing. But saying that most scientific communities would not accept preprints would be a bit of a stretch. So A is definitely having certain distorted elements here, so we can eliminate it. B. Compared to biologists, physicists are less conservative in their acceptance of digital pre-publication of research paper, which allows for faster dissemination of knowledge. Now this is true, it captures the role of preprints, which is that it allows for faster dissemination of information. So that is one of the roles of preprints, and it also talks about this difference in the level of tolerance between biologists and physicists. The author definitely says that biologists are labeled or tagged as rogue, and they are quite worried about how the members of their conservative research community will view them, as compared to physicists who have been engaging in such kind of preprints, or who have been routinely publishing research digitally for quite some time. So the author does talk about this disparity in the level of tolerance between these two communities. So option B aptly captures it. So it's likely to be the correct choice here. Nevertheless, let us inspect options C and D before making a decision. C. While digital publication of research is gaining popularity in many scientific disciplines, almost all peer-reviewed journals are reluctant to accept papers that have been published before. Now, one point to notice here is that it doesn't capture this difference that we discussed earlier on between biologists and physicists. So that is definitely missed out. So one core point is washed away. Apart from that, it also presents us with a distortion here when it says that almost all peer-reviewed journals. While if you notice carefully in the passage, it is written as some journals still don't accept publications which have been presented as a preprint. That is the claim that the author is making. So there is definitely a difference in degree when it comes to some versus almost all. So option C is distorted and we can eliminate option C. D. Preprints of research are frowned on by some scientific fields as they do not undergo a rigorous reviewing process but are accepted among biologists as a quick way to disseminate information. Now we know that this is factually incorrect, because what does the author say? The author says that the community of biologists or the research community of biologists is quite conservative, and they are not very happy about preprints as compared to that of physicists. So here the point is totally opposite. The author is the option is stating that biologists are much more tolerant towards preprints, which is not the case at all as per the discussion. So we notice that D is something that we could have easily eliminated. Of the given choices, we notice that only option B aptly captures what the discussion is about. It talks about this difference in the level of tolerance between different communities, biologists and physicists, and it also talks about the role of preprints. What is the role of preprints? It allows for faster dissemination of knowledge. So option B is the best choice available to us and hence is the correct answer here. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage is given below, followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. Creativity is now viewed as the engine of economic progress. Various organizations are devoted to its study and promotion. There are encyclopedias and handbooks surveying creativity research. But this proliferating success has tended to erode creativity's stable identity. It has become so invested with value that it has become impossible to police its meaning and the practices that supposedly identify and encourage it. Many people and organizations committed to producing original thoughts now feel that the undue obsession with the idea of creativity gets in the way of real creativity. So we understand that the primary subject is creativity. The author says that the common view is that it helps us with economic progress, and in this regard many of the organizations have devoted a large amount of efforts into the study and promotion of this idea. The author says that there are many encyclopedias and handbooks wherein they are undertaking this kind of research on creativity. The author says, however, that the success of this idea of creativity has caused us certain troubles. So he mentions that we have become so obsessed or invested with the value attached to creativity that it has become difficult for us to sort of define its meaning or to understand practices that we identify or encourage, identify with creativity or encourage creativity. All of these are certain hindrances that we come up, and many people and organizations who are actually committed to producing original thought or who are in this industry of coming up with creative ideas, they feel that this undue obsession that we have with creativity research or this focus on the promotion and study of creativity is actually becoming a problem, enhancing or in sort of creating a conducive environment for real creativity. This is the problem that is being highlighted here. So all in all, we notice that the focus is on creativity. The author says that there is a lot of attention being paid to this topic of creativity. We are attaching a lot of undue value to creativity, and this in turn is having a negative impact in the process of coming up with real ideas that are sort of immersed or that originate out of real creativity. So this is the problem that the author is trying to focus here in this passage. Let us check which of the given choices aptly summarizes this or at least comes close to this idea that is being presented to us. A. The obsession with original thought, how it can be promoted and researched, has made it impossible for people and organizations to define the concept anymore. Now, is the author talking about the difficulty in defining the concept of creativity? Yes, he does talk about this, but what is the focus on? The author is trying to say that this excess amount of value that we are attaching to the study of creativity or this particular idea of creativity is actually serving as a hindrance to us in sort of creating a conducive environment for real creativity. That is the primary point here. So option A completely misses out on this. It touches upon a tangent that the author is discussing in the passage, and in this regard A is an incomplete summary of the discussion. B. The industry that has built up around researching what comprises and encourages creativity has destroyed the creative process itself. Now we notice that this aspect of destroyed the creative process itself is a bit of far-fetched comment. It's a bit extreme. The author doesn't make such a assertion. Instead, he says that it is serving as a barricade. It is hindering this process of engendering real creativity. That is the idea that he's conveying. He doesn't go to the extreme of saying that, this disproportionate focus on creativity as a subject is destroying creativity itself. No, he's not making such a comment. So, B can be eliminated. C. Creativity has proliferated to the extent that it is no longer a stable process, and its mutating identity has stifled the creative process. The author is not blaming creativity to stifle the creative process. That is not a point that is being made in the passage. He's saying that the focus that many organizations place on creativity, or the value that they are placing on creativity, is what is actually stifling this creative process or this real creativity. That is the idea being presented. The author doesn't say that creativity has inherently grown to such an extent, or its identity has mutated to such an extent that it is stifling the creative process. The blame is not put on creativity. The blame is being put on the organizations that are placing excess value on the idea of creativity. So C is definitely incorrect. It misses out on the broad idea that is being discussed in the passage. D. The value assigned to creativity today has assumed such proportions that the concept itself has lost its real meaning, and this is hampering the engendering of real creativity. Now, this sort of captures what the author is discussing here, especially this latter part, which is the main, the crux of the discussion here, that this excess focus on the value assigned to creativity, or the value assigned to creativity, is hampering the engendering of real creativity. So that part has been captured. Has lost its meaning might be a bit difficult for us to understand from the discussion, but so far we notice that the main idea that the passage is trying to convey is being aptly captured in option D. So it talks about how this value that we are placing on creativity, or on this idea of creativity, is stifling the creative process. So option D correctly captures that point, which all of the options A, B and C miss out on. So we notice by the process of elimination, we can identify option D as the correct choice here. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The passage given below is followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. The unlikely alliance of the incumbent industrialist and the distressed unemployed worker is especially powerful amid the debris of corporate bankruptcies and layoffs. In an economic downturn, the capitalist is more likely to focus on costs of the competition emanating from free markets than on the opportunities they create. The unemployed and the unemployed worker will find many others in a similar condition with anxieties similar to his, which will make it easier for them to organize together. Using the cover and the political organization provided by the distressed, the capitalist captures the political agenda. So here in this particular paragraph or this passage, we come across the exploitation of unemployed worker at the hands of capitalists. That is one of the key ideas that the author is trying to discuss. But he discusses this in a specific context. He talks about how this particular scenario unfolds during an economic downturn or an economic recession. So he says that during an economic recession, you come across this unlikely alliance. So there's a very peculiar kind of alliance between two groups. So one is that of industrialist or capitalist, and second is the unemployed individuals who are very distressed. And the author says that this is very powerful alliance, especially during an economic recession, and he gives a certain reasoning to this. He says that what happens is that many of these unemployed workers, they are in a similar condition. There are many of them, and all of them understand the kind of pains that they are facing. So as a consequence, they organize themselves together. So they group together and they present some kind of political organization. So by this, the author is trying to say that these unemployed workers, they have specific political agendas. They might say engage in protest against the government by saying that, okay, we want so and so demands to be met. So this kind of political organization is something that we come across during an economic downturn. The author is just trying to highlight that the capitalist exploits this kind of scenario. He says, or he presents certain ideas associated with this kind of political organization of the unemployed workers to capture his own political agenda. So the author says that during economic recessions, these capitalists, they have certain requirements, or they have certain demands. So the capitalist is more focused on the kind of competition that might originate emanating from free markets, and they are not as much focused on opportunities that they are planning to create for the individuals. So all in all, the author is trying to say that capitalists have some set of political agendas. They have certain things that they want from the government, or they want from the masses, and they use the unemployed workers, or this organization that the unemployed workers create, as a mask, as a veil, and just staying back behind the facade of these political organizations, they make their demands. This is the kind of idea that the author is trying to say. Basically, he's just trying to make this claim that during economic recessions, or during such kind of scenarios, there is this peculiar alliance between capitalists and distressed unemployed workers, wherein the capitalists are exploiting this group of unemployed workers for their own political agendas to be fulfilled. That is the point that is being made here in the passage. Let us check which of the options correctly captures this without distorting the key idea being presented. A. In an economic downturn, the capitalists use the anxieties of the unemployed and their political organization to set the political agenda to suit their economic interests. This is exactly what is being discussed in the passage. The author says that the capitalist is using the unemployed workers for their own political agenda. So it is correctly capturing the crux of the discussion. So we'll put option A on hold. Let us inspect the other choices before zeroing in on the correct one. The purpose of an unlikely alliance between the industrialist and the unemployed during an economic downturn is to stifle competition in the free markets. Now, this is definitely a distortion. We can eliminate it straight away. Why is it a distortion? Because the author doesn't say that the agenda of the unemployed individuals who are forming this political organization is to stifle competition. Is that the case? No. The author says that during economic recession, capitalists tend to focus on competition more than creating opportunities, but we do not know if this is the agenda of the unemployed individuals. So here there is this misrepresentation that the unemployed also want to stifle competition in the free markets. Is that being implied? No. So option B is definitely a distortion, hence we can eliminate it. C. An economic downturn creates competition because of which the capitalists capture the political agenda created by the political organization provided by the unemployed. Again, this is a distorted portrayal of the discussion. The author doesn't say that economic downturn creates competition. He's saying that there is competition existing in the free markets at that point in time, and he's focused more on this. He doesn't say that the economic downturn is actually creating this competition, nor does he say that the capitalist is capturing the political agenda created by the political organization. No, he's not saying that the political agenda is actually created by the unemployed. He's saying that the capitalists themselves have their own political agendas to fulfill, and they are using the unemployed individuals, these distressed unemployed individuals, for their purpose or to that particular end. So option C is definitely a distortion. We can eliminate it straight away. D. An unlikely alliance of the industrialist and the unemployed happens during an economic downturn in which they come together to unite politically and capture the political agenda. So this first half here is correct, but this latter half is definitely incorrect. We know that the distressed unemployed individuals who have created this political organization are being misused or exploited by the capitalists. It is not as if they are uniting politically and they have some common agenda that they want to fulfill. That is not being discussed in the passage. The author is saying that the distressed unemployed individuals are being exploited, or the capitalists are using them for certain ends. So option D is incorrect. We can eliminate it. We notice that options B, C and D can be eliminated, and by the process of elimination we identify that option A is the correct choice here. It captures the crux of the discussion without any major distortions. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage has been given below, followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. People view idleness as a sin and industriousness as a virtue, and in the process have developed an unsatisfactory relationship with their jobs. Work has become a way for them to keep busy, even though many find their work meaningless. In their need for activity, people undertake what was once considered work, fishing, gardening, as hobbies.
The opposing view is that hard work has made us prosperous and improved our levels of health and education. It has also brought innovation and labor and time-saving devices, which have lessened life's drudgery. So in this particular paragraph, we notice that the author is talking about two specific viewpoints with regard to hard work. So he says that one viewpoint is that with regard to how we consider idleness as a sin and hard work as a virtue, and consequently there is a detrimental impact originating due to this viewpoint. So he says that consequently we treat our work in a specific way, even though we find our work to be meaningless. So this has sort of compelled people to continue meaningless jobs in some kind of endless torture cycle. So this is the kind of idea that one set of people hold. Another faction, they believe that hard work has had a positive or a constructive impact on our lives. So they are of the opinion that it has made us prosperous, it has improved our levels of health and education, it has brought in innovation. So all of these are positive elements attached with hard work. So there are two groups that we have to focus here. One group feels that hard work has pushed us into this cycle wherein we are working meaningless jobs all day and night. While there is another group who believe that hard work has had a more positive impact. So this is the essence of the discussion. Let us check which of the given choices correctly captures this neutral interpretation presented by the author. A. Despite some detractors, hard work is essential in today's world to enable economic progress, for education and health, and to propel innovation that make life easier. So this captures just the latter half of the discussion, and this portrayal despite some detractors. So it is not as if the author is saying that in spite of the people who are opposing hard work, this is the case today. He's not taking sides. He's just neutrally presenting this opinion that there are two groups who have two set of beliefs when it comes to hard work. He's not saying that this is essential in any sense. He's saying that some set of people believe that this is the case, while other set of people hold a different belief or a contradictory belief. So option A definitely is a distortion, and we can eliminate it because it captures just one side of the discussion. B. Hard work has overall overtaken all aspects of our lives and has enabled economic prosperity, but it is important that people reserve their leisure time for some idleness. So again, this puts some focus on idleness, and it does not discuss one viewpoint that the author has specifically talked about, wherein he presents a negative aspect that this perception with regard to hard work has pushed us into meaningless jobs. So that point has been missed out here in option B. So we can eliminate it. It is evident to us that the author does not advocate idleness. So B is incorrect, definitely. C. Some believe that hard work has been glorified to the extent that it has become meaningless and led to greater idleness, but it has also had enormous positive impacts on everyday life. So this latter half is correct, but this earlier segment is definitely a distortion. The author doesn't say that it has been glorified to an extent that it has transformed into something meaningless. This would be a incorrect interpretation. Additionally, it has led to greater idleness. There is no mention whatsoever concerning this particular point, or this claim has not been stated in the passage. So we can eliminate C. D. While the idealization of hard work has propelled people into meaningless jobs and endless activity, it has also led tremendous social benefits from prosperity and innovation. So this is true. This has a more of a neutral tinge in presenting the opinion stated in the passage. So it talks about both sides of the coin, that some category of individuals feel that hard work has a detrimental impact on our lives, while another faction feels that it has had benefits, or it has given us certain benefits. It has made us more prosperous and innovative. So option D correctly captures both sides of the discussion. It talks about hard work in both these viewpoints. So option D is the correct answer here. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The passage given below is followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. The human mind is wired to see patterns. Not only does the brain process information as it comes in, it also stores insights from all our past experiences. Every interaction, happy or sad, is catalogued in our memory. Intuition draws from the deep memory well to inform our decisions going forward. In other words, intuitive decisions are based on data and not contrary to data as many would like to assume. When we subconsciously spot patterns, the body starts firing neurochemicals in both the brain and the gut. These somatic markers are what gives us that instant sense that something is right or that it's off. Not only are these automatic processes faster than rational thought, but our intuition draws from decades of diverse qualitative experience, sights, sounds, interactions, etc., a wholly human feature that big data alone could never accomplish. So here the author is making a case for intuitive decisions. So he says that decisions that are based on intuition are perhaps are data driven, contrary to popular belief that intuitive decisions might not be based on some kind of valid or some kind of substantive data. So it is contrary to this popular opinion, and the author is making a case for it. So he's saying that our mind is innately hardwired to see patterns, and as a consequence our brain continues to store such kind of insights from all past experiences. So it creates this huge this colossal repository of insights and data over a span of time. And the author says that intuition, it draws on this kind of database. It utilizes this database that we have accumulated over the years, and then we already have some kind of patterns that we had viewed earlier on. So intuition is just drawing on this database, and then it sort of fires neurochemical into our brain, or we have this feeling that we have that this particular situation might be right, or that it might be a bit off, or this decision might work out or this might not work out. So this kind of intuitive sense is not something that is independent of data. The author says that it's a very opposite. It is actually drawing from this rich repository of information that we have already accumulated over a span of time. So he's saying that when we look at certain patterns, we naturally or we subconsciously make a innate decision that something is right or something is incorrect. So the author says that this entire process of making intuitive decisions or perceiving something as correct or something that might be a bit odd is quite rapid compared to rational thought, because our body is doing this subconsciously and there is not much time spent on thinking about it. So the author says that intuition is drawing from decades of diverse qualitative experience. So it is not as if it is independent of any kind of data. And the author also adds that this is one of the features that you wouldn't see when it comes to big data alone. So all in all, we notice that the entire passage is trying to make a case for intuition. The author mentions two crucial points. One is that intuition draws from a vast array of memories that our brain keeps in store over a span of time. And secondly, the author talks about how this process of making intuitive decisions is quite rapid as compared to rational thought, because when our brain recognizes or it identifies some kind of small pattern, our neurons start firing rapidly, and as a consequence we have this sort of gut feeling that okay, this might be correct or this is a bit odd. So these are the crucial ideas that are being presented in the discussion. Let us check which of the given choices correctly captures it. A. Intuition is infinitely richer than big data, which is based on rational thought and accomplishes more than what big data can. So this aspect of big data being dependent on rational thought is not made evident, or it is not even remotely presented in the discussion. So we can straight away eliminate option A. There is no statement whatsoever stating that big data is, it is based on rational thought. So we can easily eliminate A. B. Intuitions are automatic processes and therefore faster than rational thought, and so decisions based on them are better. So although this first half is correct, this latter aspect of decisions based on intuition being better is not a point that the author makes in the discussion. He doesn't say whether intuitive decisions are better or worse as compared to rational decisions or decisions based on rational thought. He is simply presenting that this is how the process takes place, and the only comparison that he presents is with regard to the speed in which such kind of decisions are made. He says that these decisions are much more rapid than the decisions that are based on rational thought. He doesn't say whether they are better or whether they are worse. So B is also out of the window. We can eliminate it. C. Intuition draws from deep memory and may not be related to data but decades of diverse qualitative experience. Now this decades of diverse qualitative experience is what the author categorizes as data. So this part appears to be a distortion. So we can eliminate C. D. Intuitions are neurochemical firings based on pattern recognition and draw upon a rich and vast database of experiences. Now this is one way to summarize intuition. It captures most of the crucial points, such as how intuitive decisions draw upon a rich and vast database of experience. So that point is captured correctly. And intuitions being neurochemical firings based on pattern recognition also aligns with what the author has presented as an information. So he says that when we spot a pattern, we subconsciously when we subconsciously spot patterns, the body starts firing neurochemicals. So this definition or this interpretation of intuition is also not incorrect. So of the given choices, we notice that we can eliminate A, B, and C, and by this process of elimination, we determine that option D is the correct choice here. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The passage given below is followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. Let us read the given paragraph. Brazil's growth rate has been low, yet most Brazilians say their financial situation has improved and they expect it to get even better. This is because most incomes are rising fast with higher minimum wages and very low unemployment. The result is falling inequality and a growing middle class, the result of economic stabilization, improved social security and universal primary education. But despite recent improvements, the Brazilian economy is still painfully unequal, with poor Brazilians paying the biggest share of their income in taxes and getting the least back in government services. So here we notice that the author is talking about how the economic situation in Brazil has improved. He says that there has been a lot of improvement in the financial situation, and you can notice this. There are certain metrics or markers that you can look at. For example, there is improvement in minimum wages which have grown. The unemployment rate has fallen, so there is very low unemployment, and there is a reduction in inequality as well because of growing middle class. The author says that all of this is the result of economic stabilization, improved social security and improvement in education. So all of these facets played an important role in the improvement of financial situation in Brazil. The author says that one issue that he still has, despite all of this, the poor Brazilians, they are still being treated unfairly. So he says that there is still an inequality that is present despite this improvement that has been stated earlier on in the passage. He says that the poor Brazilians continue to be treated unequally. Why is that the case? He says that they are paying the biggest share of their income in taxes. So a large chunk of their income goes into paying taxes, and not just that, the government does not adequately reciprocate them with any kind of services. So this is one of the issues why the author feels that the poor Brazilians are being treated unfairly, or why he feels that despite this economic improvement that we are looking at, the poor still face the brunt of this inequality. So that appears to be the entire discussion. Let us check which of the given choices correctly captures it. A. Economic reforms have benefited many Brazilians, but they are unaware of the impending problems from rising inequalities in their society. So as such, the focus is not on the ignorance that is shown by Brazilians. The author is much more neutral. He doesn't blame the Brazilians for anything, or he's not saying that despite this improvement, the Brazilians are unaware. That is not the claim he's making. His focus is on how the poor are being treated unfairly. That is the idea that he wants to convey, and not the ignorance that is shown by the individual. So A is presenting an implication that is not stated in the discussion. B. Good economic indicators have masked the unfair taxation of poor that is likely to destabilize the Brazilian economy in the next few years. So nowhere in the passage can we come across this particular claim. The author doesn't say that this unfair treatment of the poor will lead to a destabilization of Brazilian economy in the next few years. He doesn't make any such kind of prediction in the passage. So we can very easily eliminate option B. C. Most Brazilians feel that they have benefited from recent economic events, but the poor continue to be dealt unfairly by the state. This is correct. This is what the author is trying to convey. He says that the financial situation has improved, the inequality has reduced to some extent, and the middle class has grown because of 3 reasons: economic stabilization, improved social security and education. So that is definitely true. Many Brazilians have benefited, but what is the issue that the author mentions? He says that the poor are still treated unfairly. A large chunk of their income goes into taxes, and the government does not adequately reciprocate. They do not find the best government services, or they get the least back in government services. This is the claim that the author makes. So this unfair treatment by the state is something that the author conveys. So option C is a good candidate. It presents this point that the author is mentioning in a neutral tone. So option C is a likely choice that we can come back to. Let us inspect option D. With rising incomes and falling unemployment, most Brazilians are being misled into thinking that their economy is doing well. Again, this is not something that is implied in the discussion. Is there any talk about a misleading idea in the minds of Brazilians? No. The author doesn't say that the government or say the media or anyone is trying to mislead the Brazilians into thinking that their economic situation has improved. No, the author is making this objective claim here that the financial situation of Brazil has definitely improved because of so and so reasons. But one of the issues that we look at is the unfair treatment of the poor. That is how he's presenting this entire claim. He doesn't blame anyone. He's not critical of this discussion. He's presenting this in an objective tone. He's not saying that we are being misled. So option D is definitely inappropriate. We notice that options A, B and D can be easily eliminated, and we can zero in on option C as the correct choice here for this particular question. Thank you.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. In this particular video, we will be taking a look at a para summary question. So first, let's take a look at the paragraph. Let's identify the main aspects of the paragraph and then take a look at the options. Petitioning is an expeditious democratic tradition used frequently in prior centuries by which citizens can bring the issues directly to governments. As expressions of collective voice, they support procedural democracy by shaping agendas. They can also recruit citizens to causes, give voices to the voteless, and apply the discipline of rhetorical argument that clarifies a point of view. By contrast, elections are limited in several respects. They involve only a few candidates and thus fall far short of a representative democracy. Further, voters' choices are not specific to particular policies or laws, and elections are episodic, whereas the voice of the people needs to be heard and integrated constantly in democratic government. So essentially, petitioning has been an age-old tradition, petitioning is an old tradition, and the advantages of petitioning are given. Secondly, the author discusses some shortcomings of elections, which essentially can be overcome through petitioning as such. Shortcomings of elections, that is, they are episodic, only a few people are on the vote, like there are only a few candidates, etc., etc. So petitioning's positives are given, elections shortfalls are given. The author is saying that petitioning has an age-old tradition, essentially in bringing governments directly to bringing issues directly to the government, and essentially it supports procedural democracy, and it tells you what the positives of petitioning are and what the shortfalls of elections are. Those are the 2 points being majorly covered by this particular paragraph. Now let us take a look at the options, and we'll also take a look at options to remove any kind of distortions or bringing in points that are not actually part of the passage. By giving citizens greater control over shaping political and democratic agendas, political petitions are invaluable as they represent an ideal form of representative democracy. Ideal form of representative democracy has not been given at all in the passage or paragraph as such. It tells you that elections fall short of representative democracy, but that petitioning is an ideal form of representative democracy is not given. So this is extraneous to the passage, and because it's a distortion, we can eliminate it. Citizens become less inclined to petitioning as it enables vocal citizens to shape political agendas, but this needs to change to strengthen democracies today. That citizens are less inclined to petitioning is not at all mentioned in the passage. This is a clear one which we can eliminate. Petitioning has been important to democratic functioning as it supplements the electoral process by enabling ongoing engagement with the government. Essentially, it is supplementing the deficiencies with the electoral process. That petition is an old tradition. What it does, it helps in overcoming the issues that are there with election process as such. So this is capturing both the points as such. What are its advantages? And its advantages essentially overcome the shortfalls of the election process. So C is actually capturing the main point of the paragraph as such. Let's take a look at option D as well. Petitioning is definitely more representative of the collective voice, and the functioning of the democratic government could improve if we relied more on petitioning rather than holding periodic elections. This particular recommendations, don't hold periodic elections, instead hold more petitioning. Is this a recommendation that the author has said? No. In fact, the author says that periodic elections, because they are episodic, are not capturing the full voice of the people. But he doesn't say that don't hold periodic elections. He's saying that petitioning supplements or supports representative democracy. Petitioning is not a replacement for elections, not suggested in the paragraph at all. So D is a distortion of what is given, so it can be eliminated. C is the right answer. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. In this particular video, we are going to take a look at a para summary question based on the view or narrative pushed about Ethiopia. So let us take a look at the paragraph. It's not that modern historians of medieval Africa have been ignorant about the contacts between Ethiopia and Europe. They just had the power dynamic reversed. The traditional narrative stressed Ethiopia as weak and in trouble in the face of aggression from external forces, so Ethiopia sought military assistance from their fellow Christians to the north. But the real story, buried in plain sight in medieval diplomatic texts, simply had not been put together by modern scholars. Recent research pushes scholars of medieval Europe to imagine a much more richly connected medieval world. At the beginning of the so-called Age of Exploration, there is evidence that the kings of Ethiopia were sponsoring their own missions of diplomacy, faith and commerce. So basically what is being mentioned is that there was a narrative that was pushed earlier. Though there was clearly there was evidence that always there was evidence to support a more nuanced view, a narrative was pushed that the Ethiopia is weak and it was reliant on its Christian countries in the Europe, and it was dependent on them as such. But the truth is actually not that. The truth is that they were actually Ethiopia itself was capable of sponsoring its own commerce and diplomacy and faith missions as such. It was a power in its own and not dependent or reliant, looking for being saved by its Christian countries in Europe as such. So that narrative that was pushed has recently been debunked by recent studies as such. So let's take a look at the options. Medieval texts have documented how strong connections between Christian communities of Ethiopia and Europe were invaluable in establishing military and trade links between the two civilizations. This is talking about actually debunking a widely held earlier narrative, which was essentially where they assumed a certain power dynamic, which was just not true. And this option completely misses the fact that a earlier held view has to be debunked. So A is clearly not the right option. Historians were under the illusion that Ethiopia needed military protection from their neighbors, but in fact the country had close commercial and religious connections with them. They didn't have close commercial and religious connections with their neighbors. They had close commercial and religious connections with Europe. They were able to sponsor their own connections with Europe. It was not about their relations with the neighbors, but the connections between Ethiopia and Europe as such. So B is a distortion. Medieval texts have been cherry-picked to promote a view of Ethiopia as weak and in need of Europe's military help with aggressive neighbors, but recent studies reveal it was a well-connected and outward-looking culture, completely showing that, okay, this was the earlier held narrative was false. The new studies are showing the true picture as such. So this is correct. I would say this is the right summary. Medieval historical sources selectively promoted the narrative that powerful European forces were called on to protect weak African civilizations such as Ethiopia, but this is far from reality. It's not such as Ethiopia, it is talking only about Ethiopia and Europe. So it's not that, okay, there were other weak African civilizations like Ethiopia that the European forces came to protect. This is a gross distortion of what is actually given in the paragraph, which speaks only about Ethiopia and Europe as such. So D is also incorrect, C is the right answer. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. In this particular video, we'll be discussing a para summary question. So let us take a look at the question. All that we think we know about how life hangs together is really some kind of illusion that we have perpetrated on ourselves because of our limited vision. What appears to be an inanimate object such as stones turn out not only to be alive in the same way that we are, but also in many infinitesimal ways to be affected by stimuli just as humans are. The distinction between animate and inanimate simply cannot be made when you enter the world of quantum mechanics and try to determine how those apparent subatomic particles, of which you and everything else in our universe is composed, are all tied together. The point is that physics and metaphysics show there is a pattern to the universe that goes beyond our capacity to grasp it with our brains. So the author is saying that this distinction that we have made between inanimate and animate is simply not true, and it is especially more evident once you enter the realm of quantum mechanics. When you try to understand from the perspective of quantum mechanics what is inanimate and what is animate, that veil between the two completely falls away. There is no distinction of between inanimate and animate as such, and basically we are not able to grasp of like essentially there's a pattern to the universe that we are not able to grasp as such. So the author is saying that our distinction between inanimate and animate completely falls away when we start to think of it from the perspective of quantum mechanics and trying to understand things from the quantum mechanics. It is difficult to make any distinction of that sort. And essentially, like the patterns we see in the universe they are essentially not something that we are able to grasp at the moment. So let's take a look at the options. My objective would be to remove or eliminate erroneous options as such. The effect of stimuli is similar in inanimate objects when compared to animate objects or living beings. The author is basically saying that they can be affected by stimuli. The author does not say that the effect of stimuli in inanimate object and animate object is same. Firstly, it's a distortion. Secondly, this is not the main point at all. The main point is that there is no such distinction if you take a look at it from the quantum mechanics perspective. So missing the main point and the distortion, it's easy to eliminate option A. Quantum physics indicates that an astigmatic view of reality results in erroneous assumptions about the universe. Nothing is given about erroneous assumption. It's basically saying that we are not able to grasp the universe as such, not able to understand the universe. It's not about erroneous assumptions. Secondly, it's not an astigmatic view. It is basically a incorrect view as such. The use of the word astigmatic view would be incorrect. But mostly what the author is saying is that a distinction between animate and inanimate, it does not really exist, and that is missing in option B. So crucial information is missing, so option B can be eliminated. The inanimate world is both sentient and cognizant like its animate counterpart. Sentient is a big jump. Nowhere is sentience mentioned. Sentience basically means your ability to think and know. A rock can think is like completely beyond the scope of what is mentioned in the paragraph. So C is definitely easy to eliminate as such. Arbitrary distinctions between inanimate and animate objects disappear at the scale at which quantum mechanics works. Exactly. That the difference between animate and inanimate, you can't make the distinction anymore once you start to think from a quantum mechanics perspective. So only D actually captures the point, and D is the right answer.
We at Cracku provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as IIFT, ZAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saidi Kale. In this particular video, we'll be taking a look at a para summary question. So let's first take a look at the paragraph. There's a common idea that museum artworks are somehow timeless objects available to admire for generations to come. But many are objects of decay. Even the most venerable old master paintings don't escape. Pigments discolor, varnishes crack, canvases bob. This challenging fact of art world life is down to something that sounds more like a thread from a morality tale, inherent vice. Damien Hirst's iconic shark floating in a tank titled The Physical Impossibility of Death in the Mind of Someone Living is a work that put a spotlight on inherent vice. When he made it in 1991, Hirst got himself in a pickle by not using the right kind of pickle to preserve the giant fish. The result was that the shark began to decompose quite quickly, its preserving liquid clouding, the skin wrinkling and an unpleasant smell wafting from the tank. So what is being described over here? The basic fact that people think that artworks will last forever, that you have your Mona Lisa, the Mona Lisa will last forever. But that is not true. Even the works of the old masters will not last forever. The pigments will discolor, the varnishes will crack, the canvases will warp. So all artwork has a lifetime as such. They are going to eventually get destroyed. And this eventual degeneration of artwork is called by the term inherent vice. And the first time when people actually realized, okay, this is a concept where artworks can degenerate, artworks have a limited lifetime as such, was with the artwork of Damien Hirst called The Physical Impossibility. Okay, his artwork was basically, he put a actual dead shark in a tank and he put a preserving liquid around it. But that liquid was not right, the preserving technique was not right, and therefore the shark started decomposing, and it started decomposing badly as such. So that was the incident basically which led everybody to start thinking about the fact that all artwork will decompose eventually. So essentially that was a trigger for people realizing and recognizing the fact that artworks can degenerate and they have a limited life as such. They do not have an infinite life. Okay, so that is basically the point. Artworks do not have an infinite life. This concept is called as inherent vice, and that is basically the topic of that first topic was first highlighted by Damien Hirst's artwork as such. So let's take a look at the options. Museums are left with the moral responsibility of restoring and preserving the artworks, since artists cannot preserve their works beyond their life. The paragraph does not talk about moral responsibility at all. It just speaks about the fact that this is a problem. This is something that is going to occur. This is that artworks have a limited lifetime is something that you have to recognize as such. So moral responsibility, whose moral responsibility is not even a topic touched by the paragraph. Museums have to guard timeless art treasures from intrinsic defects such as deterioration, paint, polish and canvas. It's not an intrinsic defect. It's basically the fact that even if you are like making a perfect painting, even like the old masters, all of this inherently will have a end date. It's not that they are defective. They just have an end date. Everything has an end date as such. So it's not that there's an intrinsic defect. Mostly it is not. It is basically the point is also missing, that all artwork will have an end date. All artwork have they are not timeless. They have a lifetime as such. So that particular point is missing. So option B also can be eliminated. The role of museums has evolved to ensure that artworks are preserved forever in addition to guarding and displaying them. Firstly, the author is saying they can't be preserved forever. There's inherent vice is a real thing and they can't be preserved forever. Moreover, the role of the museums is not discussed at all in this particular paragraph. So option C can be eliminated. Artworks may not last forever. They may deteriorate with time, and the challenge is to slow down their degeneration. This is the whole point. That these are not, the fact that they will not last forever is the main point of the paragraph, that they have a lifetime, they have a limited lifetime, they are not timeless objects, and this concept is called as inherent vice. So only option D basically even touches at the main point, which is that artworks have a limited lifetime, they are not timeless objects. So option D comes the closest to being the summary for this passage. So option D is the right answer. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular video, we'll be discussing a para summary question. First, we'll take a look at the paragraph. Today, many of the debates about behavioral control in the age of big data echo Cold War era anxieties about brainwashing, insidious manipulation, and depression in the technological society. In his book Psychopolitics, Han warns of the sophisticated use of targeted online content, enabling influence to take place on a pre-reflexive level. On our current trajectory, freedom will prove to have been merely an interlude. The fear is that the digital age has not liberated us but exposed us by offering up our private lives to machine learning algorithms that can process masses of personal and behavioral data. In a world of influencers and digital entrepreneurs, it's not easy to imagine the resurgence of a culture engendered through disconnect and disaffiliation, but concerns over the threat of online targeting, polarization, and big data have inspired recent polemics about the need to rediscover solitude and disconnect. So basically, the author is saying that if you see the current way in which people are talking about behavioral control, it harks back to the era of like the Cold War. In the Cold War, there were concerns that people are being brainwashed, they are being mind controlled, etc. And those same concerns are occurring today. Now, essentially, what the new what has generated the new fear? Basically, targeted online content. Basically, that because big tech has given up so much of our data to machine learning algorithms, that we can be easily manipulated and mind controlled by these algorithms, by the information that is being fed to us. And basically, that is the fear that we will be controlled. Big data's use of these algorithms, the fear is that we will be manipulated and mind controlled. And essentially, there is now a rise in belief that okay, we need to disconnect, disaffiliate, etc. So there is a rising wave of concern over us, like humans being targeted, humans being behavior being controlled via big tech and via these algorithms. And secondly, the new movement to try to disengage, to try to disaffiliate, and try to like move away from all of this world of influencers and digital marketers as such. There are people who are consciously trying to disconnect. So now that we understand the fear and the response, Let us take a look at the option which captures both of these aspects. Rather than freeing us, digital technologies enslaving us by collecting personal information and influencing our online behavior. The author says that this is one of the fears that has emerged. The author is not saying that digital technology is actually enslaving us. He does not make this assertion. He's saying that there is a lot of fear around that this is what is happening, is that on our current this freedom will be proved to be mostly an interlude. So basically people are believing this, essentially he's saying. He's not saying that this is the case, that freedom is going to be an interlude. He's not making this. The author is saying that there are a lot of debates around it. People are believing that as such, not that this is true. So A distorts what is given in the paragraph. With big data making personal information freely available, the debate on the nature of freedom and the need for privacy has resurfaced. The essential crux is that there is now a lot of debate about what is going to happen, how we are being manipulated, and how we need to disconnect. The debate is what is what the author is talking about. He's not saying this is going to happen, that we are going to be brainwashed. He's not making those claims. He's just saying the fear has come back again, and there are a lot of debates about what is going to happen. So only B actually captures what is the crux of the paragraph. The role of technology in influencing public behavior is reminiscent of the manner in which behavior was manipulated during the Cold War. There was fear that this was happening. There is fear that this is happening, but there is no confirmation that that actually happened. The author says that if you listen to it, if you listen to the fear of being manipulated by algorithms, that fear is similar to the fear that people had in the Cold War era of being manipulated. So fears are being discussed and not real manipulation as such. So this is distorted. The notion of freedom and privacy is at stake in a world where artificial intelligence is capable of influencing behavior through data gathered online. The author does not make this claim that our privacy and freedom is at stake. The author says that this is what people are feeling. This is the new movement, or this is the new fear that people are feeling as such. So D also does not capture that. Only B captures the fact that there is a lot of debate of what this means. There is no clear-cut idea that this is going to be terrible for us. The author does not say this is going to be terrible for us. He says that the emergence of these kind of technologies has brought about a lot of fear, and that fear was similar to what we had seen in the Cold War era. So he's not saying that this is for certain that these algorithms are going to control us. Only B actually captures that point. So B is the right answer. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. In this particular video, we'll be taking a look at a para summary question. So let us first take a look at the paragraph. Several of the world's earliest cities were organized along egalitarian lines. In some regions, urban populations governed themselves for centuries without any indication of the temples and palaces that would later emerge. In others, temples and palaces never emerged at all. And there is simply no evidence of a class of administrators or any other sort of ruling stratum. It would seem that the mere fact of urban life does not necessarily imply a particular form of political organization, and never did. Far from resigning us to inequality, the picture that is now emerging of humanity's past may open up our eyes to egalitarian possibilities where we otherwise would have never considered. So the author is basically saying that if you consider urban life, certain some of the earliest urban cities did not have like the political establishments like temples and kings as such. They didn't have that kind of they were egalitarian societies. Some of them did not have it for a long time. Some of them never had like political establishments. Essentially, they remained egalitarian throughout their history. So why is the author quoting this example? He is basically quoting the example to say that we now know that there were egalitarian urban life existed without the political establishment that we now take for granted. We now take for granted that there should be some temple who is telling people what to do. There should be some king who is telling people what to do, or at least some kind of organization in the form of administrators or some kind of a ruling class. None of that existed, and still the urban life society worked as well. In certain cases, it never came like that kind of structure of political organization ruled versus the ruling. That organization never came in many cities as such, and that basically should be something that we should open our eyes, that it is not necessary that every urban city should have a ruling class as such. That is what the author is trying to say. So let us take a look at the options now. The lack of hierarchical administration in ancient cities can be deduced by the absence of religious and regal structures such as temple and palaces. So the author is not saying that all ancient cities did not have this. The author is saying several of them did not have it. Initially, some of them had it later on. And the fact that it was not, this is not just the fact that this hierarchical administration was absent, but that should essentially tell us that it is not needed. That is the main point that the author is making, that if the city existed without a hierarchical administration, that means that hierarchical administration is not needed. So A is missing the main point that is made by the paragraph. Contrary to our assumption that urban settlements have always involved hierarchical politics and administrative structures, ancient cities were not organized this way. So the author does not say all ancient cities, certain ancient cities were not organized this way. And several of them got that kind of structure later on, but were not initially organized that way. So this is partially true, but it's essentially contrary to our assumption that all urban settlements have always involved. Some of them did not involve. So because of the fact that all and some are being distorted over here, I'd say B is not a good summary. And it's not an assumption, this is what we always thought to be true, but new research or new developments are showing that this was not true as such. The emergence of a class of administrators and ruling stratum transformed the egalitarian urban life of ancient cities to hierarchical civic organizations of today. This is missing, this is incorrect. It's not that the emergence changed the society. The author is basically trying to say the urban life existed without a ruling class, without a hierarchical organization, which means that it can exist and we should try to go towards that. Essentially, the author does not want a hierarchical he doesn't want a ruling class. So he's basically saying that, look, those kind of societies existed earlier. So it means that they can exist today also. It should open our eyes that we do not need a ruling class. So this misses the key point. So option C is also not the right summary. We now have evidence in support of the existence of an egalitarian urban life in some ancient cities where political and civic organization was far less hierarchical, which is exactly the point that for some cities there was no ruling class, there were no temples or kings, etc. There were no administrators, no evidence of administrators or any sort of ruling stratum. So essentially that is now available to us, and essentially we should now realize that it is not needed. Those ruling classes are essentially not needed at all. So only option D is actually a true summary, that new perspective has been found, new information has been understood, and only D is actually capturing that point. So D is the right option. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular video, we'll be taking a look at a para-summary question. So let's first take a look at the paragraph. Tamsin Blanchard, curator of Fashion Open Studio, an initiative by a campaign group showcasing the work of ethical designers, says, "We are all drawn to an exquisite piece of embroidery, a colorful textile, or even a style of dressing that might have originated from another heritage. But this magpie mentality, where all of culture and history is up for grabs as inspiration, has accelerated since the proliferation of social media. Where once a fashion student might research the history and traditions of a particular item of clothing with care and respect, we now have a world where images are lifted from image libraries without a care for their cultural significance. It's easier than ever to steal a motif or a craft technique and transfer it onto a piece of clothing that is either mass-produced or appears on a runway without credit or compensation to their original communities." So if you see the paragraph, what is the paragraph saying? The paragraph is describing a problem. The problem is that earlier, when there was no social media and images would not be so easily shared, when people used to take, whenever there was like embroidery or something which was part of the clothing of a particular culture or culture's heritage, the fashion student taking it would have to research it, know about the culture and take it respectfully. But because of the proliferation of social media, these images have become spread everywhere, and now people are just lifting images as such without concern or consideration for the culture from which they are lifting it. So the paragraph is describing a problem where cultures are not getting their due respect and consideration for their clothing items, where clothing items or clothing ideas are just lifted without consideration for the culture in which they originated. So now that we understand, the paragraph is essentially describing a problem, and that's it. It is not doing anything further than describe a problem. So our para summary should also just do that. It should describe a problem as such. It should not offer solutions. It should not offer recommendations. Nothing of that sort should be there in the right option. So let's take a look at the first question. Copying an embroidery design or pattern of textile from native communities who own them is tantamount to stealing and they need to be compensated. There are two things wrong with this. Firstly, tantamount to stealing is kind of an exaggeration. The paragraph basically says that this is not right. It is essentially taking without giving any kind of credit, but it is not stealing. Tantamount to stealing essentially means that you are saying that this is a criminal act, and the paragraph is not saying that it is a criminal act as such. Secondly, the fact that they need to be compensated again is not part of the tone of the passage, not what the passage says. Passage says taking without compensation or credit is wrong, but it does not say that they need to be compensated. So again, it goes beyond what the passage actually says. So because of these two reasons, we can clearly eliminate option A. Let's take a look at option B. Media has encouraged mass production. Images are copied effortlessly without care or concern for the interests of the ethnic communities. This part is correct. But there's a slight distortion over here in the first part. Media has encouraged mass production. That is not the problem. It's not mass production that is the problem. The problem is stealing of images or stealing or taking of images or ideas from other cultures as such. The problem is not of mass production. The author is not railing against mass production of clothes. If you are mass producing clothes from your own ideas, there is nothing wrong with it. The author has no problem with that. The problem arises basically from taking those images and using them in mass production or even in a runway setup as such. So it's not that it's just about mass production that the author has a problem with. The key problem is with taking ideas, clothing ideas from different cultures and different ethnic groups without giving them any credit or compensation. So this is missing that point. So option B is also incorrect. Taking fashion ideas from any cultural group without their consent is a form of appropriation without giving due credit, compensation and respect. This is the right level of problem that is being described. They are not calling it stealing, they are calling it appropriation. Appropriation basically is taking something that is not belonging to you. Assuming control or assuming ownership of something that does not belong to you. So this is the right level of outrage as far as what is given in the paragraph. Also, it explains what is the key issue, that fashion ideas and clothing ideas are being taken. This is specifically relating to clothing ideas, not necessarily just an embroidery design or textile. That was given as an example, but essentially any fashion idea or clothing ideas taken from one community to another is a problem. So this part is right. And any cultural group without, and again, what is the author's key issue over here? They are being taken without consent, without giving the community its due credit or its due compensation. So if you take an idea with like respect, with making sure that they get the credit that they deserve, then that is fine. The author says that is how it used to be. But it is not the case anymore. So this is essentially highlighting or capturing the problem in its entirety. Taking or taking something that does not belong to you without credit, without compensation, without any respect for it is what is wrong with the whole process as such. Let's take a look at option D also. Cultural collaboration is the need of the hour. Beautiful design ideas of indigenous people need to be showcased and shared worldwide. Now this is a prescription. The entire paragraph was just a problem description, but the author did not say what should be done. This entire thing lies entirely outside the paragraph's ambit because it tells you what should be done. The author has not mentioned anything of what should be done or what is the need of the hour. Nothing of that has been mentioned as such. So D is clearly wrong. When you are given a problem, the solution to that problem is not the summary. The solution to the problem is extraneous to what is given in the paragraph as such. So D is clearly incorrect. So C is the right answer. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. In this particular video, we'll be taking a look at a para summary question which is talking about how the alphabetical order of numbering things came into being. So let's take a look at the passage. To defend a sequence of alphabetization may seem bizarre. So obvious is its application that it is hard to imagine a reference catalog or listing without it. But alphabetical order was not an immediate consequence of the alphabet itself. So what is the author saying? That to think, okay, how did the use of alphabetical order, so basically ordering say books etc. in the alphabetical order, it seems like so obvious, we don't need to defend it. Obviously if you have books you would put them in alphabetical order. But that is not what was the case. Even when the alphabet was introduced and accepted, the alphabetical order was not necessarily accepted as such. In the Middle Ages, deference to ecclesiastical tradition left scholars reluctant to categorize things according to the alphabet. To do so would be a rejection of the divine order. The rediscovery of the ancient Greek and Roman classics necessitated more efficient ways of ordering, searching, and referencing texts. Government bureaucracy in the 16th and 17th century quickened the advance of the alphabetical order, bringing with it pigeonholes, notebooks, and card indexes. So essentially, it was, you might think that it is obvious that we have to switch to the alphabetical order, but that was not the case. Why did people not switch to the alphabetical order, though they had the alphabet? Because they had these hang-ups from earlier, religious beliefs that you should sort only according to like divine order, etc. Also, only when it was actually absolutely necessary to find an efficient way, when you had to actually categorize the newly found rediscovery of the ancient Greek and Roman classes, when it became necessary to reclassify according to the alphabetical order, then only it was actually taken. And once it was taken, the government bureaucracy pushed for it as such. So essentially 2 points should be there. Alphabetical order was not immediately adopted. Not immediately adopted after the alphabet came into being. It was, the reason for that was basically they were religious reasons for not adopting. It was finally adopted when there was no way around not adopting. Basically, when you had to adopt, only then did they actually adopt the alphabetical order. Adopted only when it became a necessity. So your correct parasummary question should have these 3 points, or at least 2 of these 3 points. Anything which does not have even 2 of these 3 points can be eliminated. So let's take a look at the options. Unlike the alphabet, once the efficacy of the alphabet sequence became apparent to scholars and administrators, its use became widespread. Completely the opposite of what is given, that it did not become its efficacy, it was not adopted. Even though the alphabet was discovered, the alphabetic order was not adopted. So opposite of what is given in the paragraph, so easy to eliminate. The alphabetic order took several centuries to gain common currency because of religious beliefs and a lack of appreciation for its efficacy in the ordering of things. This is correct. Basically, it is given that it was in the Middle Ages, only when it was like the Greek and Roman classics were rediscovered, and then 16th and 17th century it was actually pushed as such. So it is true that it took several centuries to basically become accepted. So this part is correct, that it did not become an immediate norm or way of doing things, and the reason for the resistance was basically religious belief that books should be sorted according to alphabetic religious divine order, and also because it was not absolutely necessary. Only when it became absolutely necessary did they actually shift to the more efficient system. So this is correct. The first part is given. The second part is also there. Adopted only when it became necessary is kind of implied by the thing, by the fact that only when the efficiency was absolutely needed did you actually switch. So third point is not exactly covered, but 2 of the 3 points are properly covered. So I'd say this is a good enough summary. So I'd say B would be a good enough summary. Let's take a look at option C and D as well. The ban on the use by scholars of any form of categorization but the divinely ordained one delayed the adoption of the alphabetic sequence by several centuries. Was there a ban? Scholars were reluctant. Deference for ecclesiastical tradition left scholars reluctant to categorize things according to the alphabet. To do so would be the rejection of divine order. So was there a ban, or was this just a hesitancy on the part of scholars? Were they reluctant to do, or were they forbidden to do? They were just reluctant to do it. So it's not that they were forbidden to do it according to the alphabetical order. So this ban on the use is clearly a distortion, so you can eliminate option C. While adoption of the written alphabet was easily accomplished, do we know that this was easily accomplished? It is just given that this was accomplished, but even after this was accomplished, the alphabetical order did not become common usage. So this first part is actually not given at all in the paragraph. It took scholars several centuries to accept the alphabetical sequence as a useful tool in the work. This second part is true, but the first part is not given in the passage at all. So because of this, because this is outside the passage as such, We can eliminate option D. Option B would be the right answer. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular para-summary question, we have a paragraph about how the comedian Rowan Atkinson does not agree with cancel culture, especially cancel culture's belief that you should not joke about somebody who is lower down on the ladder, or you should only make jokes about those who are higher up in the ladder. So let's take a look at the paragraph. It does seem to me that the job of comedy is to offend or have the potential to offend, and it cannot be drained of that potential. Rowan Atkinson said of cancel culture, every joke has a victim. That's the definition of a joke. Someone or something or an idea is made to look ridiculous. The Netflix star continued, I think you've got to be very, very careful about saying that you're allowed to make jokes about. You've always got to kick up. Really, he added, there are lots of extremely smug and self-satisfied people in what would be deemed lower down in society who also deserve to be pulled up. In a proper free society, you should be allowed to make jokes about absolutely anything. So there are two parts, or the two arguments that Rowan Atkinson is making, that basically he says that every joke will offend someone by its very construction as such. It will have, every joke will have a victim, so by design it is going to be offensive to someone at least. And basically he does not agree that you have to only kick up, that you have to make only jokes about those who are higher up in your social ladder, because there are many those who are lower down in the social order also who deserve to be made fun of, because they need pulling up. Pulling up basically means that making sure that they understand that what they are doing is not right as such. So everyone should be a possible butt of jokes. It's not that only X people are allowed to be the butt of jokes and Y are not. So those are his two main arguments as such. So basically let us take a look at the option which basically captures both of these arguments. All jokes target someone, and one should be able to joke about anyone in the society, which is inconsistent with cancel culture. This is actually captures both points. All jokes target someone, so this is the first point is captured, and you should be able to joke about anyone in the society. The second one is also captured, so both points are captured. So I'd say this is a good option as such. Let's take a look at options B, C and D as well. Every joke needs a victim, and one needs to include people from lower down the society and not just the upper class. It's not that every joke needs a victim, that every joke will find somebody who is finds it offensive, because that is by design it is going to be that way. It doesn't need a victim, it is basically going to offend somebody. Secondly, it's not that people lower down in the society and not just the upper class. Everyone should be game for a joke as such. Everyone could be the butt of a joke, because everyone should you should have to be able to pull anyone that you feel that is could be the butt of a joke. And it's not just people, it's not just that a person can be a victim, someone or something or even idea could be a victim of a joke as such. So this is missing many of the key points, so I can say that B is not as good a summary as option A. Victims of jokes must not be politicians and royalty, but also arrogant people from lower classes should be mentioned by comedians. So firstly, the first point that every joke will offend someone is missing, and it's adding these kind of external things like politicians and royalty. They're just saying that it's not just upper class, but every class should be can be subject of a joke. So that point is being distorted. So the second point is being distorted and the first point is missing. So it's easy to eliminate option C. Cancel culture does not understand the role and duty of comedians, which is to deride and mock everyone. It's not the job of them to deride and mock everyone. It is basically that anyone and everyone can be the butt of a joke. And secondly, every joke will offend someone. So it's not that it's the job of the comedian to deride or mock everyone. Everyone can be the butt of a joke. It's not saying that, okay, I have a job to do, I have to make fun of everyone. That's not the point at all. This is like a gross distortion of what is given in the paragraph as such. So D is also easy to eliminate. A would be the right answer.